We went in and ordered our food. Well, they ordered their food, and we went back to the car that I drove there. I bagged it up in the second row of parking spaces, and we waited. Then I went in to get their food.
All right. You didn't have any notification that the food was ready. You just waited in the car for a few minutes and then went in.
Right, approximately about 10 minutes we waited in the car, and I went back in because I have the stronger feet, and we all had on heels. They didn't want to get back out of the car.
So they stayed in the car, and you walked in by yourself?
Yes.
When you walked in, what did you do?
I sat at the bar area, and I just stood around for a moment because I figured it wasn't ready just yet, plus they were very busy.
All right. As you sat at the bar, did you talk to anybody?
I didn't. I was observing my surroundings. I did notice Tia and Mr. Da Silva in the window. I thought it was sweet how they interacted with each other, actually. I noticed how he was just about ordering her food for her. Thought that was sweet.
All right. And then tell us what happened, that how this all started with regards to the shooting.
Well, like I said, I was standing there, well, sitting and standing, a bit of both, at the time, waiting for their food. And all of a sudden, and I do mean sudden, there was a loud pop over my left shoulder. There was I felt something on my face. I didn't know at the time it was debris, it was glass. But in a split second, I wanted to turn over my left shoulder actually and curse some people out because I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know where this force was coming from on the side of my face. But instead, I made the decision to just fall to my side. And then I continued to hear what I know now was gunshots ring out. And I heard the cook behind the counter say to take cover, someone was shooting.
All right, so when you went down on the ground, did you just go down in the middle of the floor?
No, I did not. I fell away from the impact, so I fell to my right side, and I fell on my shoulder.
All right, and you had been seated at some of the chairs right there at the counter.
Correct.
Folks that order and actually eat at the counter, or if you're just sitting there waiting for your food for takeout, right?
Right, the bar area.
All right, so in relation to where the chair was and the counter, where did you fall?
In a very small and uncomfortable slot. I had to slide under the bar, and if you've sat at a Waffle House, you know that the bar stools do not move. So I had to slide around the chair cushion and in between the bar area. So I actually hit quite a bit of things on the way down, but yeah, I fell in that area.
All right, so you did not fall into the area where people walk. You were between the stools and the solid partition that was what the counter sits on.
Correct.
But then under the counter as well.
Right.
All right. All right. When you heard those other shots, what did you do?
I made the decision to lie still and breathless. I decided to play dead because I figured that was my only chances. Where am I gonna go? I have nowhere to hide. I'm exposed. I played dead.
All right. Did you ever look up?
Unfortunately, a moment I did glance up. I seen Mr. Reinking's puny scrotum in that moment because unfortunately he was unclothed, just a jacket.
But you could not see his face at that point.
No.
Is that right? All right. And then after you peeked up, did you then go back to keeping your eyes closed and laying still?
I did. I was very still after that.
All right. Did you hear more shots at that point?
I did not.
Okay. What was the next thing you heard?
I heard rustling. I heard furniture moving. That's what I would say. And then a dead silence. Still.
All right. When you heard the wrestling, you had your eyes closed, is that correct?
I did.
So that's why you didn't see what was happening when the fight was going on.
Correct. I did not.
All right. All right. How long did you lay there still, to the best of your recollection?
It had to be about, I don't know, 45, 30 seconds.
All right. At some point you got up. Why did you get up?
I got up because I heard people moving. I heard people behind the counter moving, and I thought I had to take my chance to take cover. I did not know where the shooter was at the time.
All right. So when you got up, what did you do?
I got up and I ran around the counter to where the workers work, and as I was running around the counter, I unfortunately slipped in Mr. DeSilva's blood. Right where I fell is where Shatia was sitting, and I was face to face with her dismembered leg.
All right. Could you tell that her leg was dismembered at that point?
Most definitely.
All right.
Most definitely.
What did you do then?
Honestly, in a moment of shock, I ran to my faith. I prayed over Shatia's leg, and I tried to save myself, and I got out of there.
All right. When you ran out of the Waffle House, did you see Mr. Reinking at that point?
While I was running out of the Waffle House, no.
Right. And were you able to see James Shaw at that point?
No.
All right. Now, you're Kayla Shaw, he's James Shaw. Are y'all any relation at all?
None at all, but now he is my honorary cousin.
Okay, good. But you did not know him that night, did you? All right.
Not at all.
All right. When you ran out, you didn't see Mr. Reinking or Mr. Shaw. Where did you go when you ran outside?
I went directly to the Nissan Sentra I had bagged into the second row. I got into the driver's seat, and I drove off.
Okay. And were Chelsea Owens and Alexis Peebles, were they in the car still?
They were.
All right. Where did you go when you drove off?
I went down the street, so that was headed towards the Thorns gas station that was right there. I made a right, and I went down that road, and ended up stopping at a Shell station. That's where the dispatcher instructed us to stop and wait for a police officer.
Okay. Who was on the phone with 911?
At the time, both Chelsea and Alexis were on the phone with two different dispatchers.
All right. Did you wait there until the police came?
We did.
As you were driving between the Waffle House and the gas station where you stopped, did you see anybody along the side of the road?
Yes, actually, I seen Mr. Reinking running.
All right. How crowded was the road between the Waffle House and the gas station?
Not very. Like it. As y'all know, it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. Very minimal cars, probably like 3 max.
Okay. All right. What injuries did you sustain?
Scratches, lacerations to my face from the debris of the glass. I suffered a minor shoulder injury. I had a sling for about 2 weeks, bruises, discomfort.
Okay. From the gas station, were you transported to Southern Hills?
Yes, Chelsea actually drove me to Southern Hills.
And that's where you were treated and released that night?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, that's where I met James that night.
Okay. All right. We've got a previously introduced Exhibit 3, and we'd like to go to Video 4. All right, Ms. Shaw, do you see, oh, it's not up yet. Okay. Do you see your car in this picture before we even start the video?
Yes, I do.
If you would just kind of touch the screen where your car is, right there. Okay? All right, I think we can take that. Can we?
You hit menu and then clear.
Okay, great. And we're going to go ahead and start this video, and if you could just narrate it for us and explain where you are and what you're doing.
I'm getting out of the car at this point, approaching the Waffle House, about to see if the food is ready. I never noticed that he was pulling up right as I was walking in. I'm going into the Waffle House. Standing around waiting on service. Well, not actually waiting on service because, like I said, we had already ordered, but giving them time because they were busy. Checking out the scene. As I said, they were busy, so I was just standing around, giving them time. I noticed Mr. Da Silva and Tia. As I said, I thought it was sweet that he basically ordered her food for her. I never noticed BJ and James because, you know, I didn't know he was about to save my life, so whatever. I was waiting because I just knew that their order wasn't ready. So I never really even approached the worker because obviously you could see what's ready and what's not ready, and their food wasn't. So I was just sitting, waiting. A little impatient, actually. Especially for someone who didn't even want to be at the Waffle House. I don't eat Waffle House, let the record show, never did. Stand up, boom, that's the sudden, yeah. Like I said, I fell. There was a slight moment where I had to decide if I was gonna turn around and explode out of anger or I was gonna fall. Happy I decided to fall. I'm hiding, I'm breathless at this moment. I hear them. I have no clue what's going on right now. I'm waiting. Because like I said, I don't know what's going on. My eyes are closed. Didn't know where the shooter was. The best thing to do was just continue to be still like I had been. At this time, I'm hearing people move, so I'm about to get up. I'm positioning myself to get up. As I said, I have to move around the bar, the cushions, the stationary seats. I'm getting up, about to run around the bar frantically. I slip and I fall, and Mr. De Silva's blood.
And what did you slip on?
Mr. De Silva's blood. I was running on my heels, so it was slippery. I fell, like I said, and in this moment, I'm breathing, I'm thinking, I'm afraid, I'm seeing this blood. I'm trying to assess myself for any damages, and I'm seeing to his leg. I did say a few words over her leg before I left out of there. And like I said as well, I was assessing myself because now I have blood all over me, so I didn't know if I was hit, my adrenaline was rushing. I just knew I had to go. And I got up, and I honestly, I lost it for a second. And then I was like, nah, I gotta go. Fall flat out the door in heels. Dodge the car. Get into the Central. Start it up. I get out of there. I go around the curve entrance. And yeah, I proceed down the street.
All right. You said that you had injuries from glass. Mm-hmm. Where were the injuries from the glass?
The injuries from the glass were on my face. Like I said, it was just minor little scratches and lacerations. That was physical. The mental damage is forever.
And with regards to the glass, was there a point where you or someone else was pulling glass actually out of your face?
Yes, there was actually. A small piece lodged in my face. Yeah.
All right. But you were treated and released, so you got some minor
I did. I had
bandages
bandages on my face. I had a sling from my shoulder that was very bruised. Mm-hmm.
All right. And did all this happen in Nashville, Davidson County?
It did.
Okay.
All right, those are my questions.
Good morning, Ms. Shaw.
Good morning.
I just got a few questions for you.
Yes.
And my questions will pick up. We just saw in the video where you had gotten back in the vehicle and y'all drove off the parking lot onto Murfreesboro Road.
Correct.
Okay, you recall it. So that evening, you said you drove onto Murfreesboro Road and then you basically got away from there, and then at some point you were interviewed by a detective. Do you recall that morning?
Yes.
And does the name Detective Summerall ring a bell to you at all?
No, not at all.
Okay, but you recall talking to a detective
Right.
about what happened. And do you recall telling that detective that day that after y'all got in the car and you got on Murfreesboro Road and you were driving down the road, that you actually saw Mr. Reinking, who was nude at that point in time?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall telling Officer Summerall that Mr. Reinking was actually walking on the shoulder of the road without any clothes? Do you recall telling him that?
I might have said walking, but yes.
Okay. All righty. Thank you.
No regret. Thank you, Ms. Shaw. You may step down. Why are you doing?
Your Honor, the state recalls Danielle Connor.
If you would raise your hand if you want, please.
Someone swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Investigator Connor, the last time that you were on the witness stand, we left off with, I believe, the last of the photos of the interior as well as your collection of the firearm in this case. I want to ask that you be passed 2 documents. Oh, these are just... Do you recognize the documents that were just handed to you?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
They are diagrams of the exterior and interior scenes of the Waffle House.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that both diagrams with diagram of the exterior being marked 17A and the diagram of the interior be marked 17B.
No, so much.
And if I may have permission to publish them digitally?
You mind?
Sorry. Thank you, Steve. And Officer Connor, this digital rendering is a little bit blurred. The printed version, the words are very clear, but can you just generally describe what is shown in this crime scene diagram?
So the diagram viewed here on the screen is that of the exterior scene. The little yellow numbered placards are the ones we had viewed earlier in the Faro scan, and the pictures representing the evidence that we had collected. One in the circle off to the left is pointing towards where the jacket was found across the street. Up here we had one of the victims, victim 2, which was Joe Perez, and the little marker, the yellow one, is the hat that we had collected. The pink square over here was where victim Mr. Sanderlin had been located, and then the remaining yellow markers are those of the cartridge casings that we had collected around the vehicle. This here is that vehicle I'm talking about, the pickup truck that had been seen in the photographs.
And the vehicles that are in the parking lot, are they listed with their license plate numbers?
Yes, they are.
And so that's 15 casings that were collected from the exterior of that building, is that correct?
Correct, 15.
And then moving to 17B, can you describe what is shown here?
This will be a diagram of the interior scene. Over here is the entrance door that we had viewed. The second entrance door goes this way into the actual restaurant. And then again, the little yellow squares with the numbers are those evidence markers that we viewed in the Pharaoh and the photos from the interior. We have the weapon behind the counter. And then over here where Mr. De Silva and I believe Miss Wagner have been located, 37, 35 were the shoe and the clothing. This area here is that hallway with the bathrooms where Mr. Shaw had been located. And then 34 here was the magazine. This number here was that little tiny lead fragment. And then all the remaining squares around the booths are where 15 cartridge casings had also been located inside the business.
And those cartridge casings, the location of them, based off of this scene and what you viewed in the video, is it indicative of anything from where the gun is actually being fired?
Generally, where we find the casings and mark them as evidence is close to where they originally were, but not necessarily always exactly where they were. When the casings hit the ground, sometimes they bounce or roll depending on the surface of the ground. They can also, in like the exterior scene, there were a lot of cars coming in and out between people leaving the scene or driving through to originally come to the Waffle House, or medical and police coming, so they can be moved by vehicles. Here in the interior, they could have been kicked in some of the rush of people moving in and out after they had originally come to rest.
And because at the point that you're processing the scene, they've had emergency personnel moving victims in and out and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Can you take that down? Thank you. Investigator Connor, I want to go back to the Pharaoh scan if we can. Thank you. And going back specifically to scan 9, which you have previously described, can you describe what, if anything, happened with the suspect's vehicle, the beige Chevy pickup truck? I know that you, I think previously yesterday, were describing that there was something that had to occur before you could actually process that, actually enter the scene to process the scene at all.
Right, so when we arrived initially, other units were also arriving to the scene, one being bomb squad. So part of the concern when we were out there and viewed the video was he arrived in the pickup truck but fled on foot. So why didn't he leave in that truck that he arrived in? So part of the concern for our department was, could it have contained any explosive devices? So bomb squad had to come out before we could process the scene, and they had to clear the vehicle. That's why in the photos and the Pharaoh scans, the doors are open when we started our processing.
And at some point, was that vehicle processed?
It was, yes.
And I am navigating to what is listed as suspect vehicle, and there are a series of photos within the Pharaoh scan, the first one being IMG 0290, which is previously introduced Exhibit 5II. Can you describe what is shown here?
So this is a view of into the driver door here. There appeared to be a blanket or two on the driver's seat, and that is how we viewed it after bomb squad had cleared the vehicle.
The next image is IMG 0308. It is previously introduced Exhibit 5JJ. Could you describe what's shown here?
So this is a closer up photo into the driver's compartment. There was a gray, black, I think it had possibly like a White Sox print on that black side. And then there were items around the center console area. Specifically, there were some checks right here. One containing a local address for the suspect. I don't remember that address, but I do remember that it appeared to be a paycheck to him with an address on it.
And the next image is 0299 in the Pharaoh, which is previously introduced Exhibit 5KK. Can you describe what's shown here?
So this is into the front passenger side of the vehicle. The glove box was opened by bomb squad, and we searched that as well. He appeared to have some sort of construction or maintenance type articles and tools in his truck, and then some duct tape down on the lower floorboard and some paperwork.
And this photograph that you took actually kind of gives a vantage point of someone standing on the passenger side of that pickup truck and kind of how much of the interior of the Waffle House that they would be able to see. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the next image, which is IMG 0301 and previously introduced Exhibit 5LL, can you describe what's shown here?
Yeah, this is the front passenger floorboard and the articles on that, including some paperwork and a receipt.
And the next image is IMG 0300 and previously introduced Exhibit 5MM. Could you describe what's shown here?
This photograph is showing into the glove box. It contained obviously some gum and paperwork. I believe there's a little glare here, but I believe that's a knife that was in there. And then on the floor, you had the roll of duct tape, and this was an iPod that had been collected.
And the next image in the Pharaoh is labeled 0302. It is previously introduced Exhibit 5NN. Could you please describe what is shown here?
This is showing through the vehicle from the passenger side to the driver's side. Again, we can see a little closer those checks on that center console that I had previously mentioned.
And the last image, which is in the Pharaoh 0034 and previously introduced Exhibit 500. Could you describe what is shown here?
Those are those checks off that center console. Again, this is what we had seen as a possible local address for the individual.
Which, Judge, if I can have a moment, I would like to return Exhibit 4 and Exhibit 5 to the clerk. Investigator Connor, you've previously testified that you viewed the surveillance video prior to processing that scene.
That's correct. It was the first thing I did when I arrived.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask permission to publish what has already been introduced as Exhibit 3, video file number 5. Investigator Connor, I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
Good morning, Investigator Connor. Just very quickly, you talked about processing the truck itself.
Mm-hmm.
You recall being shown, I believe it was photographic exhibits 5KK and 5NN, which were the interior of the truck
Okay.
from the vantage point of the passenger side.
Okay.
When you processed the truck, the keys to the truck were actually in the ignition. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, all right, thank you. If the clerk could provide me with exhibit 5KK and 5NN, please. Thank you, and I'll need to use the document, Bridget.
Yes, it appears they were still in the ignition.
All right, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I can produce these photographs back to the court. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. May sit down.
Thank you.
Oh, your next one.
Officer Gann.
So if you would raise your right hand, be sworn, please.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Sir, could you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Officer Gary Gann, Gerrygann.
And by being officer, by whom are you employed?
By the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been with Metro?
15 years.
Back in April of 2018, what were your duties with the Metropolitan Police Department?
I was one of the bomb technicians on the full-time bomb squad and also an explosive detection canine handler.
K-9 handler, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the K-9 would be your partner, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, could you tell us a little bit about what that unit does? And is it officially referred to as the Hazardous Device Unit?
Yes, sir. It is the official name of the Hazardous Device Unit, but it consists of 6 full-time bomb technicians, and our job is to respond and mitigate any type of explosive devices that are found, investigate any type of suspicious devices or suspicious packages, recover and dispose of any military ordnance, and we also conduct pre-event sweeps for major events, Titans games, presidential visits, hockey games, and so on.
Okay. So if somebody leaves a backpack outside the post office on the sidewalk,
Yes, sir. We're called in and we utilize our tools to mitigate it and make it safe.
or if somebody finds a hand grenade
Yes, sir.
in a parking lot,
Yes, sir.
that sort of thing. So as of April 2018, how long had you been with the hazardous device unit, or what we would call the bomb squad?
I've been with them for a little over 7 years.
Okay. And I don't go into great detail, but what sort of training or experience does it take to be a member of that unit?
So you have to go through a minimum 6-week course at Redstone Arsenal, which is the hazardous devices school, which trains you as a bomb technician, and you have to do also continuous training every year, not only unit training, which consists of 3 days a month of unit training, but you have to do outside training as well to keep your certifications. And every 3 years, we were required to go back down to Redstone and do a 1-week recertification course. And there's multiple advanced training courses that we also have to complete to maintain our certifications.
Okay. And what about your partner?
Our partners have got to go through the USPCA certification process to be certified as an explosive detection canine. And that consists of the initial training where they are trained up on the detection of explosive odors. And then we also do maintenance training typically once a week throughout the year to conduct our maintenance training. We're required to recertify once a year.
All right. And what was your partner's name?
His name was Sapper.
I believe you said that a good portion of your job is prevention
Yes, sir.
and surveillance, security, preventive measures, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you always expect that you're going to find some bomb or some ordnance when you go to a scene.
We treat everything as it's dangerous until we're able to mitigate it down to where it's no longer dangerous.
Okay. And in connection with this particular case, back in April of 2018, were you called to do your job along with your partner at a Waffle House on Murfreesboro Road near Pinhook Lane?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you recall approximately what time you were advised that you were needed there?
It was very early in the morning. I don't remember the exact time in which I was called, but it was very early in the morning. I was one of the on-call bomb technicians that morning.
All right.
So I was not on duty at the time. I was on call.
All right. Did you go to the scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you have your partner with you?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived, was there a particular object, vehicle, area that you were instructed to or asked to review?
Yes, sir. I was advised of what had occurred at the scene and asked to conduct a sweep of a gold Chevy Silverado pickup truck sitting in the parking lot of the Waffle House.
Okay. Drew's just seen that a few minutes ago, so I'm not going to put it up again.
Yes, sir.
But what do you recall about the truck when you first saw it?
I was sitting in the parking lot. It was close to the main entrance door, and I recalled that it, and also was informed that it had an Illinois tag on it just to differentiate it from any other vehicle inside the parking lot.
All right. And walk us through, when you arrived there, did it appear as anyone had gone through the vehicle or been in it?
It did not appear that the vehicle had been gone through. Both the doors were shut, to my recollection, and it did not appear that anybody had already been through the vehicle.
Okay. And with respect to that, were you able to tell whether or not anyone was inside the vehicle at that time?
I was informed that nobody was inside of the vehicle at the time.
Okay. You say you treat every situation as if it could be a live, dangerous situation. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And so did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, could you explain to the jury what you did? You and your partner, how did you determine whether or not this vehicle had any explosive device or?
Yes, sir. I donned protective equipment, which would have been our large heavy vest and helmet, and deployed my partner, in which we conducted a sweep around the vehicle. Utilizing my partner, we swept around the vehicle, and around the front fender and door area, my partner gave me an alert to the presence of an explosive odor in that area.
Okay. Now, there having been shots fired, jury has seen, from that general area, would gunpowder or the residue from firing weapons cause your partner to alert?
Yes, sir, it would.
Okay. Based upon that alert, what did you do?
Based upon that alert, I put my partner back inside the truck and I conducted a search of the vehicle, searching only for explosives and improvised explosive devices to be able to clear that vehicle of any of those hazards.
Okay, just to be clear, since that's a truck and you said you put your partner back in a truck, was it different truck?
Yes, I put him back inside of my response vehicle, which was parked in a safe area away from the scene.
Okay, and once that was taken care of, what did you do with respect to looking in the Illinois tag plate truck?
Opened up cleared the driver's door area from any booby traps that may have been set up and opened up the driver's door, began to clear the vehicle of any explosive or explosive devices. So looked inside the main cab portion of the vehicle, cleared out the main cab portion of the vehicle, and also cleared the bed area of the truck.
Okay, did you find anything?
No explosive devices or explosives were found inside the vehicle.
Okay, and upon that, was it then all right for the other officers, ID people, to come and do their job with it?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, while looking around for the explosive devices, did you see anything that you pointed out or took note of?
Yes, sir, I did. In the center console area of the vehicle, I noticed that there were 2 paycheck stubs with the payee being addressed to a Travis Reinking and the address on that being 5000 Mountain Spring Road, apartment 409, which I felt was important. I used to work South Precinct prior to going over to the bomb squad, and I knew the close proximity of those apartments to where our current location was.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was going to ask you that very thing. Were you familiar with that area?
Yes, sir, I was.
And with respect to the Waffle House, where were the apartments?
They're very close. Basically, the next road south of the Waffle House is, if you take a right on the next road south of the Waffle House, that is where the apartments were. It's well within a mile radius of the location. The distance as far as mileage, 1 mile, 10 mile approximately? It's under a mile radius.
Okay. And Your Honor, if we could put up, we have a map of the area, I believe it's exhibit number 2. Maybe a bit of a glare, but do you recognize this general area?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there's been some previous markings on it, but with respect to the circle on the top, would you recognize what that?
The circle on the top would be the location of the Waffle House.
All right. And would be heading south. The arrow is directed south. Is
Yes.
that correct? And the second arrow, the second circle, the lower circle.
That would be the entrance to the apartment complex at 5000 Mountain Springs.
And if you could, by touching the screen, just circle where the apartment complex itself is. Now, had you been up into that apartment complex prior to the date of this incident?
No, I don't believe I was ever called to that working before.
On the date in question, did you end up going to that apartment complex?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. Thank you. I think that's all I need for that. Oh. Now, you told us about the address. You were familiar with it. Have the apartment number street address. Why did you go there?
We were asked to assist our SWAT team later that morning with assisting in the search warrant. On the bomb squad, we have robotic capabilities that allow us to utilize. There are robots that we can utilize remotely to enter and search a location.
Okay. And is that a part of the equipment that you use to detect bombs or to
Yes, sir.
do surveillance without a human being
Yes, sir.
being
That's correct.
endangered?
Yes, sir.
All right. So tell us about that. You go to the apartment. You recall whether it's on the first floor, second floor, third floor?
It was the entrance to it was on the ground floor, and we were assisting our SWAT team with doing a robotic entry and surveillance inside the apartment prior to sending a actual person inside. As soon as you entered through the door of the apartment, it immediately was a set of stairs that you went up to a top landing, which was the open area of the apartment. We utilized our robotic platforms to make entry and go up those stairs and clear with our camera systems to ensure that there were no people inside the apartment prior to actually sending our SWAT team members in.
Okay. So I take it by your response, the robot has cameras and you're able to, and can you direct it?
Yes, sir.
even up and down stairs?
Yes, sir. We can drive it up and down stairs. We can utilize the camera systems on the robot to give a 360 view of where the robot is at to be able to see if there are any persons or threats inside the apartment.
Okay. And did you do that in this
Yes, sir.
instance? And was there anyone at the apartment?
Nobody was inside the apartment.
And you recall approximately what time of the day it was when you made this entry, robotic entry?
It was later that morning. I don't recall the exact time of day that we did it, but it was later that morning.
Did you yourself, after being assured that the robot had not detected anyone, did you go in yourself and look around the
I did
apartment?
not go inside the apartment myself.
Okay. Those are my questions, Ryan.
Wrong.
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Gann.
Good morning.
So, you were talking a little bit about the distance from the Waffle House to Mr. Reinking's apartment. It's fair to say, from door to door, it's approximately 1 mile.
I don't know the exact distance. I know if you were doing a straight line distance, I believe it to be under a mile, but I don't know the exact distance.
Okay. You talked about searching the truck. And just to be clear, no, other than the dog hitting on the fact that there had been shots fired close to that truck, there was no incendiary devices found in the truck. Is that correct?
No, sir, there was not.
Likewise with the apartment. Is that correct?
I never made entry into the apartment, but I did not visually see any explosive or incendiary devices inside the apartment.
And do you recall when you approached the truck whether the driver's side window was up or down?
I do not remember that, sir.
Thank you.
Ready, right?
No, you're right.
All right, thank you. You guys go down.
Thank you.
Sergeant Polk. So if you would raise your hand if you sworn, please.
You solemnly swear to affirm and tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. We will do the same step.
Sir, could you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
It's Sergeant Daniel Polk, Daniel, Polk, Polk.
You employed?
I'm sorry?
By whom are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department?
13 years.
What are your present duties or assignments with the police department?
My current duty is a North A Detail Patrol Sergeant.
And in April of 2018, particularly the April 23rd of 2018, what were your duties with the police department?
I was a Hermitage Midnight Patrol Sergeant.
And what does a Hermitage Midnight Patrol Sergeant do for the police department?
I supervise patrol officers that are working the midnight shift.
The Hermitage Precinct, what general part of town does that cover?
Murfreesboro Road is the border between Hermitage Precinct and South Precinct. It takes in the Percy Priest Lake, Donaldson, Hermitage, Opry Mills area, and up to Lafayette, University Court, J.C. Napier.
On the early morning hours of April 23rd, 2018, did you become involved in the investigation of an incident that occurred at the Waffle House in Murfreesboro Road near Pinhook Drive?
Yes. We got an all-there's dispatch for a shooting at the Waffle House with multiple victims. So I, along with other Hermitage officers, responded down, because it was on Murfreesboro Road, responded down Murfreesboro Road to the scene.
Do you recall where you were when you received the call?
Officer Gilpin from K9 and myself and a couple other cars were in the Lafayette Fairfield area when the call was dispatched.
Now, I believe you said it was an all airs call.
Yes.
What does that mean?
On certain calls, they take all airs, so everybody in the city hears it. Anybody with a radio on hears the call.
Now, does that include other agencies? Or does it depend on whether they're listening?
They would have to be listening to our frequency. It would be, for example, on Sunday nights at that time, they patched 2 precincts together at the same time, and one dispatcher dispatched 2 precincts. And at that time, South and Hermitage were patched on Sunday night. So we heard everything that South had. South had everything that we had. They heard everything we had. But when they take all airs, every police car in the city hears it. Anybody that has a Metro Police radio will hear it.
And what was the nature of the all airs alert or call?
It went out as a 52, which is a shooting with multiple victims.
Did you respond immediately?
Yes.
Yeah, with lights and sirens?
Yes.
When you arrived, what was the situation? What did you see?
I arrived right after Officer Gilpin from K9. Officer Johns was already on the scene. He had advised us before we got there that there were multiple victims and that we had multiple fatalities. So as I pull up, Officer Johns is inside the Waffle House. As I'm coming down Murfreesboro Road to get to the scene, the fire department is staged, waiting on us to get there to clear the scene before they go in. So we passed multiple ambulances and fire trucks as we go down Murfreesboro Road. So they fell in right behind us. So as we pull up, all of the medical professionals are pulling in right behind us. Like I say, Officer Johns is inside administering first aid. There was a South officer, I want to say his last name's Smith, that was on the scene. Gilpin and myself. I got out of my car. I could see the 2 male victims lying outside the Waffle House, and I could see 2 females underneath the table inside. The first person I made contact with was Mr. Shaw, standing in the parking lot. I asked if he was okay. He explained to me that he's the one that took the rifle away from him. Asked again if he was okay. He showed me a wound on his arm, and it wasn't life-threatening, so I went up to the Waffle House. I don't think I ever actually went in the building at that point because all the medics were pouring in at that point, and I wanted to stay out of their way.
Okay, I want to ask you about that. You said the medical personnel have to wait until it's cleared for them to come in.
Yes.
So was that something that was done quickly?
Once I was on the scene with Gilpin and Officer Johns, the witnesses told us that Mr. Reinking, or the suspect, had left on foot. That was also in the call text on the way down, that he had left on foot. Once we did a really, really quick, just sweep it with our eyes, they went in.
Okay. So there was no delay, no waiting around?
Only for enough of us to get there to get it clear before they came in.
And did the medical personnel go in and?
Immediately.
You said that you did not go inside the Waffle House at that time. What did you do?
I don't think I actually went in the building at that point because the medical personnel was in there. I realized at that point that we had a very chaotic scene. It was I mean, we see a lot of bad crime scenes, but that one, it looked like a war zone. It really did. There were people lying everywhere, people screaming, running around the parking lot. So I decided to back off, get back up on the sidewalk and take a bigger view of what was going on and start trying to coordinate, making sure we had ingress and egress for ambulances and had a secure perimeter around the Waffle House.
At that time, were you the senior officer in command?
I was the first supervisor on the scene, yes.
Okay. And so did you start making decisions, giving orders, and?
Yes. Yeah, I established the incident command at that point.
Were other people arriving, other officers arriving?
Yes.
All right, and other supervisors?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was it part of your responsibility to call in those individuals, and if so, who did you call?
As far as
saying, well, we need a lieutenant, we need a captain, how did that work?
Well, we had a field captain on duty that night, and he responded to the scene. He was there pretty quickly after I got there, or after I had established command. As far as immediately calling in other elements, we had K9 on the scene. Officer Gilpin was right there. I knew I had cars coming from all over the city. So my biggest concern was getting a big perimeter set up around the area. When I was a patrol officer, that was my patrol zone, so I knew it really well. I was trying to coordinate officers as they come in as to where to set up to get a containment perimeter so K9 could attempt to track. And it was at that point that I called for aviation.
Okay. Just going to walk through that as the people were agencies becoming involved.
Well,
would it be fair to say your first priority was tending to the wounded?
Yeah, absolutely. Making sure that the ambulances and the paramedics could get in and out.
And then finding the perpetrator.
Setting up a perimeter. Well, I had a couple officers walk around the Waffle House to look for any suspicious packages in case maybe he had planted an IED for our response. And then at that point, secure the perimeter around the Waffle House with the officers I had on the scene. And at that point, I stopped other officers from coming to the scene and had them scatter in the area to set up a perimeter to contain him for K9 and potentially aviation once they got there.
And it was your understanding that the perpetrator had left on foot?
Yes.
All right. And what sort of perimeter did you initially ask to be set up?
Well, initially it was the immediate area around the Waffle House. And then we steadily moved it out. And like I said, I knew that area. So the geography of that area. So I started having cars go back into the Summercrest subdivision. I actually had cars in 5,000 Mountain Springs as they arrived. I had cars over at the Cambridge High School area off of Hobson Pike. And further down, we were told that he had left going southeast on Murfreesboro Road back towards 5,000 Mountain Springs. So we concentrated our perimeter in that area, back towards the Cambridge High School area.
And what sort, time frame, is this being done?
Well, the inner perimeter and getting the ingress and egress for the ambulances is immediate. I mean, the first officers on the scene, that's what I was having them do, was secure that area around the Waffle House, I had an officer assigned to collect or keep the victims and witnesses in an area where we could make sure that they were talked to by investigators when they got there. But as cars were checking in from across the city, I was directing them to where the areas that I wanted them to go.
Okay. Now, had it gotten to be daylight by then?
No.
Okay, so this is still pre-dawn
Yes.
hours?
Yes.
Okay. Did any of the cars, Metro police officers radio that they had a suspect in custody?
No.
As daylight approached, were other officers called in?
Yes. The SID, Special Investigative Division, they were called in, and they all drive unmarked cars. So we were using them on the perimeter as well because they're in unmarked cars, hoping that Mr. Reinking might pop out of the wood line somewhere between a house. Now, the entire SID division was called in. My understanding, the entire SID division was, excuse me, was called in.
And if you know approximately how many people is that?
60, maybe.
Okay. And any estimate of the number of patrol officers?
Yeah, throughout the course of the morning, I was getting updates from dispatch on the cars that I had on the command. Just for my purposes of knowing what I had out there. And of course, it steadily grew throughout the day. But dispatch can only see the cars that have computers in them. So all of the SID cars, they can't see them. We knew they were there, but dispatch, when I was getting updates on the number of officers on the scene, dispatch could only tell me what they could see on their computer screen.
Which would be the patrol officers?
Yes.
And approximately how many of those?
It grew throughout the day. My recollection, it went from 16, I mean, right very early to 30 to over 70, 68 to 70.
You mentioned a few minutes ago calling in aviation.
Yes.
What is that? What is with the police department?
At that particular time, on midnights, aviation was in an on-call status. So I had to get dispatch to page out a supervisor from aviation, who then called me to find out why we needed them. And then he got his pilot to the hangar and the helicopter in the air.
And do you know approximately what time that was when that was?
It was daylight before he got there because he lives out of county.
Okay.
Or that particular pilot at that time lived out of county.
Okay. So by daylight or shortly after daylight, there was a helicopter in the air.
Our helicopter and Tennessee Highway Patrol's helicopter.
I was going to ask you about that, about other agencies.
Yes.
So Metro's helicopter is called out, is in the air.
Yes.
And minutes ago, you said that you were very familiar with that area, having worked it. And
Yes.
you mentioned woods.
Yes.
Could you describe that area to the jury?
Well, behind the Waffle House, there's a big subdivision of homes. I couldn't tell you how many homes. There's a lot of them in that subdivision. But back to the southeast, it's kind of a hilly terrain up behind 5,000 Mountain Springs and over back into the Cane Ridge area. And it's a pretty heavily wooded area back in there. It's been a long time since I've been back in that area, behind 5,000 Mountain Springs. But my recollection is it's really hilly and really wooded back in there.
All right. And are there schools in the area? And
yes. Cane Ridge High School is, as a crow flies, just over the hill from 5,000 Mountain Springs. And it literally, as a crow flies, from the Waffle House. The high school's back there.
Now, getting on to the other agencies. Did there come a time when other agencies were called in to assist or volunteered to assist?
They were, yeah. I don't know that they were called outside of when we requested the bomb squad. Once we established that the pickup truck was Mr. Rankins and it was parked in the front door He clearly left on foot and left the truck there, so there was some concern about the safety of the truck. So the bomb squad was called in to clear the truck. So we did call them. I had members of the ATF that showed up.
And what is the ATF?
The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
Is that a federal agency?
Yes, sir, federal agency. Had the FBI showed up. Secret Service was there. I'm trying to make sure I get everybody. We had a few officers, as I remember, I was on the phone with Laverne PD. We had officers from Laverne that were kind of extending our perimeter out to their city limits that were assisting us. Again, I had the Highway Patrol's helicopter. There were 5 or 6 state troopers that showed up, a lieutenant, a sergeant, and I think 3 troopers that showed up to assist us.
And so was Mr. Reinking immediately taken into custody then, given all this?
No. I was the incident commander from shortly after arriving on the scene until 3:30 that Sunday afternoon. And when I left, when I was relieved by Lieutenant John Batty at that point, he was still outstanding. Oh, we also had SWAT. SWAT and SRT was there as well.
Okay. What are that, just for the purpose of the
special weapons and tactics and the special response team. They were on the scene. They served a search warrant at Mr. Ranking's apartment. Once we established where we thought he lived, or once established his residence, SWAT served that search warrant.
Okay.
And they assisted with some of our ghost calls that we were getting of people calling in from all over that area with sightings of him.
I was going to ask about that.
Okay.
Had the public been advised to be on the lookout?
We didn't make that call. I didn't make that call. I know that when Captain Newbern got there, I was standing on the sidewalk and outside, right off of Murfreesboro Road, trying to think of all the things that I hadn't thought about yet. And he looked at me and says, just so you know, when he holds up his phone, and it was the ABC World News, and the announcement was on there. At that point, we did not have an identification of the suspect.
Had the search or the bomb squad looking into the vehicle assisted in having, you mentioned an apartment that was searched. Did you have essentially Mr. Reinking's apartment?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Did you have his address?
Yes, at some point early in the morning, we had an identification on him and an address.
All right.
I say early in the morning, mid-morning, if I recall.
Now, with respect to the search, how wide an area did it finally cover?
When I left that Sunday afternoon, our SWAT commander was in the process of setting up a grid search. We had already started a house-by-house search in Summercrest, the subdivision. A sergeant, he's now a captain, at the time Sergeant Dayton Wheeler was heading up the house-to-house search in Summercrest, which is a very large subdivision. Sergeant at the time, now Lieutenant Tetterton, was heading up the 5,000 Mountain Spring door-to-door knock and talks to make sure that Mr. Rankin hadn't found his way into someone's home. I would say 1 square mile, if I had to guess. And that takes into consideration the ghost calls we were getting from that area.
I want to ask you, what does that mean?
Sightings that when we get there, they're found to, I'm saying ghost calls, it's not really a technical term that we use, but we're getting there and it's not really a sighting. When we get there and conduct an investigation, it's not what we were led to believe.
Somebody thinks they saw something and calls.
Yeah, I know our public information officer, Don Aaron, was getting updates really, really quickly when he got there. I don't know at what point he put out the description, but we started getting calls about it pretty quickly.
Okay. And did you, not you individually, but did the police have to respond to every possible sighting?
Yeah, we eventually set up, I had 2 groups of officers. I think there were 3 or 4 man groups that were responsible for responding to those particular calls. Because early on, when we were getting them, it was the closest officer in the area was like kind of breaking the perimeter to go check that call. And we didn't want that to happen. We wanted to maintain that perimeter. So we set up a group, 2 groups, that all they did was respond to those calls where possible sightings.
And did that take away from the other 100, 200 officers that were actively searching?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we could have used every officer we had on the perimeter. I mean, we had K9 out there tracking. I know the bomb squad was clearing different things that were being found around the area. We could have used everybody we had, but we had to respond to those calls.
And you mentioned Don Aaron putting out information to the media. Did there come a time where the media advised or had a picture of Mr. Reinking?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember at what point that was, but I do remember that once we had an ID on him, that it was all provided.
And were any, you said officers were going door to door in the apartments, the homes around there. Were any other protective measures taken with respect to the churches, schools?
Yes. Early in the morning, because that, if my recollection serves me, that was 1 year to the date from the Antioch church shooting. So Chief Anderson at the time ordered that we have a marked police car at every church within the footprint of our perimeter. And if I remember correctly, it was 7 churches, which we had to pull resources. We didn't take resources that we already had. We had to pull resources from other precincts to come out, because he wanted a marked car with blue lights on in the parking lot. We had to pull resources from other precincts within the city to man those 7 churches.
And by the time you were relieved, how long a day had that been for you?
Well, I started at 10:15 that night, and it was 3:30, 3:40 the following afternoon.
And at that time, had Mr. Reinking been apprehended?
No.
Those are my questions, Your Honor.
No question.
All right, sir, please step down. Chairman, jury, we're going to take our mid-morning break at this time. Please keep in mind, you may not discuss anything about the trial case. You must keep your thoughts to yourself, remain open minded. Go back to life for a few minutes. Use any accommodation you need. Get settled for just a few minutes. We'll get back in.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can open to the chair following the
obviously, we're gonna have multiple officers that are going to testify that Mr. Reinking was put in handcuffs and taken into custody.
Right.
The defense is not guilty by reason of insanity. So anything that Mr. Reinking does that shows compliance, that shows calmness, that shows following orders goes to his state of mind. But these are the officers that observed him as closest in time to the actual shooting. So all of it's relevant. But there's nothing about it that would be prejudicial because they're going to be testifying to it. But the video allows them to see Mr. Reinking and see how he's acting in that moment.
Your Honor, we may be talking about different things. I'm not objecting to the testimony of the officers. Obviously, they're going to be able to testify to their perception of Mr. Reinking's actions at the time. We handcuffed him, we took him into custody. It is the image, specifically. With their testimony, and they're going to have, as she said, several officers testifying, the image has very little probative value at that point, regardless of our defense. And it's unduly prejudicial. It's substantially outweighed by the image of him in handcuffs.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I find that the visualization of Mr. Reinking at the time closest to the actual shootings, I realize it's still some 30 hours later, that visualization speaks for itself, and certainly the circumstantial evidence that the jury should be allowed to weigh as to what they perceive his mental condition to be. I don't know all the specifics of what's on the video, but the only thing that it all be considered prejudicial would be the handcuffing. And quite frankly, you don't oppose him testifying to the fact that he was handcuffed. And as I've already said, I can't imagine any citizen of any county in any state in this nation that would not expect that the suspect, when taken into custody, is not handcuffed. I just don't see how it's even prejudicial. Certainly his way he acted, his demeanor, and things of this nature is highly probative from a circumstantial evidence standpoint as to his mental state. So I'll overrule the objection.
You ready now, Judge?
Ready to bring him in.
Sergeant Bryner.
Raise your right hand for the floor, please. I do.
Sir, could you please tell us your name and spell both your first and last name for us?
Yes, Ben Bryner. First name B-E-N, last name Bryner, B-R-Y-N-E-R.
By whom are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
And for how long?
Just over 14 years.
What is your current assignment with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department?
My current assignment, I work in Specialized Investigation Division in a neighborhood safety unit.
What does that unit do? What are your responsibilities?
It has changed since this incident. My unit now, essentially we work overdose deaths, and we try to find the people responsible for providing the victim with the narcotics that would have led to their death.
And in April of 2018, what were your duties?
It was the same unit, but back then we were the narcotics unit, and that we tried to investigate larger scale narcotics investigations, like drugs coming over the border, coming into Tennessee.
Now, on April the 22nd, 2018, were you called to become involved in a essentially non-narcotic related incident?
I was, yes. So on that morning, my lieutenant had called us. Since we're essentially non-essential, we don't have patrol duties. Any kind of special situations come arise, they can call us. We're unmarked cars, plainclothes unit, and so my lieutenant called me that morning and said, told us about the incident that happened, and wanted us all, the whole team, to come in to track down the person they thought responsible.
Okay. And when you say that morning, would that have been the Sunday morning, April 22nd?
Correct. Yes, that Sunday morning.
And approximately what time were you called?
It was in the morning, 7, 8-ish in the morning. I don't know exact time, but it was
daylight?
Yeah, the sun was up when I got the call. Yes.
And where did you respond?
We responded, I believe it was to the Publix out on Murfreesboro Road, out right generally across the street from Waffle House where the incident occurred.
And you said your unit, how many people, officers, were in your unit at the time?
At that time, I believe we had 9 detectives.
And did everyone respond?
From what I remember, I know one was out of town, but she did respond late in the afternoon, and everybody else who was on the team, I believe, did respond. There could have been one or two that didn't, but it seemed like a majority of them were there.
I don't necessarily need you to tell what all you were told, but were you advised about what had occurred, the situation, and what you were going to be needed to do?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you said there was a staging area at the Publix.
Yes, sir.
Was that just for your unit, or were there more officers there?
No, there was a lot. I've been at Metro 14 years, 7 years law enforcement before that. In my 21 years, I've never seen as many officers out.
Okay. And was it a command structure, that there was someone in charge, someone giving orders and directing different officers to do different things?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in that chain of command, what were you and your unit requested to do?
So on that day, my lieutenant informed us that we were to drive the area, since we were in unmarked cars, drive the area, and they would dispatch us from the command post, any possible sightings, which could consist of anything. A lot of people may have a shed that they'd notice a door looked like it was ajar. And so they'd say, hey, go to this address, and we'd go to that address and then search your shed. Or it could be go door to door, knock on doors and talk to them, see if they've seen anything. There's fields, woods, everything. We went pretty much, you name it. Any call that came in, we would go try to address it.
All right. And we're still talking about Sunday?
Yes, sir.
All right. During that Sunday, what sort of area were you sent? Did you have any idea of?
It was a large area, pretty much anything in what we consider South Precinct and Hermitage Precinct area. Both sides of Murfreesboro Road, all in the area for several mile radius.
Okay. Were you familiar with that area prior to this day?
I have worked a little bit in that area, but no, not real familiar.
All right. So, it'd be fair to say you went where you were
Absolutely.
told to go?
Yes, sir.
And that was on Sunday?
Yes, sir.
Was anyone apprehended on Sunday?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you stay on duty the entire day and through the night, Sunday night?
We were there until Sunday night. It was dark when we went home. I don't know the time. It was 9, 10 o'clock, I think, before we left.
And when you left, your unit left, were there still officers there, or
Yes.
did everybody just turn in for the night?
No, there were still officers there patrolling, but as far as our unit goes, we were sent home, I think, around probably 10-ish, and then we were told to come back the next morning.
Okay. And did you come back the next morning, Monday, April 23rd?
Yes, sir, we did.
And on Monday, April the 23rd, what did you do?
A lot of the same. We were to drive around in our cars. We wore raid gear, but we're in unmarked cars, and we were to drive around and the same thing, answer call, any sightings, respond to those sightings, and either confirm or dispel them.
When you say raid gear, what does that mean?
We would have a vest on. We'd have a raid like a jacket that had Metro patches. So we had it said Metro Police and have a badge. The patch on the back said Metro Police and also have a Metro Police emblem on it. so we could be identified once we're out of the vehicles as police officers.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when you got out of your police vehicle and searched on foot?
Numerous times.
All right. And what sort of areas were you searching on foot?
A lot of it were wooded areas, fields, neighborhoods. We pretty much all in that area. We went everywhere and searched.
And let me just ask about this. When you're out, are you by yourself, other officers? How does that work?
No, I had Detective Jimmy Gregg was with me. We were two-man cars, or we were at least, and most everybody I think was paired up with somebody so I could be with somebody, because we wouldn't go search by anywhere by yourself.
Okay. And when you're out in the woods, was there anything done to be able to tell that person that some sound you might hear could be another officer?
I mean, there's lots of times that you could hear things in the woods and go and you would find other officers that were in there. That happened, yes.
Okay. And during the time that you were in the woods, either Sunday or Monday, did you become the first person to contact Travis Reinking?
It wasn't the first, but I can explain how that happened.
And that's what I was going to get to. On Monday afternoon, were you and Detective Gregg paired up?
Yes, sir.
Again. And where were you, let's say, shortly after noon on that Monday?
So on that day, we were in the area of Murfreesboro Road in 5,000 Mountain Springs. We're a little ways off. And then at that point, Lieutenant Laura came over our dispatch radio and said that there had been a possible sighting of Mr. Reinking over at walking away from 5,000 Mountain Springs off into a wooded area by the TVA lines.
Now, you mentioned earlier that your duties were to go respond to possible sightings. So was this just another one so far as you knew at that time?
As far as we knew at that time, yes, because we had gone to so many. When we went to it, that's what we appeared to be at first.
Okay. But I tell you, you couldn't just disregard a sighting.
Correct. No, we checked them all out.
Okay. And so when this one comes in, it's from your lieutenant. Do you recall where you were? Were you in the woods at the time?
No, at the time we got it, we were in the car. We were on a perimeter of some other woods, kind of sitting in our vehicle, looking at, I can't remember the road, but we were able to look at the roads by this woods. We were looking up and down both sides of the road just in case somebody were in the woods would come out. But it was a mile or two away from 5,000 Mountain Springs.
Okay. So at this time, Lieutenant comes on with what could be just another possible sighting that
Yes.
you have to check out.
Yes, sir.
And is that essentially all that you knew at that time?
That's all at that time, yes.
So what did you do? Where did you go?
So Detective Gregg and myself went to 5,000 Mountain Springs, which is an apartment complex right off of Murfreesboro Road. It's kind of gradually goes up a hill. We drove all the way to the very far top, back left of the apartment complex. We got out of the vehicle. As soon as we got out of the vehicle, I looked over. I could see 3 or 4 workers. I believe they're TVA workers. And they were kind of frantically waving and trying to get our attention. And they were telling us what direction, like, hey, the subject went in there. Because they were pretty adamant it was him. And they said he's wearing a maroon shirt, blue jeans, and a backpack, black backpack. And so as I walked over to the wood line, I said, well, I'm gonna walk the wood line wherever the person that you saw went in, let me know, and then we'll go in there. And so I was walking over, me and Detective Gregg walked to the wood line. As I was walking down the wood line, we got to a certain point, and they're all like right there, right there. And so I turned and looked, and I could see a small trail. So at that point, I radioed other people on my team, and I let them know. I said, hey, I don't know if it's him, but somebody's definitely in here. I said, they're all very adamant. They just saw him, and they said they went in here, and there's actually a trail where they're pointing me to go. So at that point, me and Detective Gregg, we started walking down the trail. And as we were walking, like I said, I radioed for the other team members that coming up and help me search the woods. It came to a little fork in the road. There's one trail that went to the left, one went to the right. The one that went to the right was more of you can kind of see it, it's a little more clear, and went straight ahead. So since we were the first ones in, me and Detective Gregg went down that trail, And shortly after going down that trail, over the radio, I could hear, I know Detective Kyle Williams was on my team, and I've worked with him a long time, so I hear him on the radio say, I've got contact. And he asked for backup in a hurry.
Okay, before we get to that part of it, to give the jury perhaps a visual of what this area looked like, if I could ask these 3 photographs pre-labeled A, B, and C be passed to the sergeant. Sergeant, do you recognize anyone or any?
Yes, that would be myself.
All right. And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the area that you were searching?
Yes.
Is it with vegetation and the elevation?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if I could move to introduce those as the next number collective exhibit, I believe 18. There's three, Your Honor, and put those up for the, I don't need them, just need to, with the court's permission, to put the, on the TV. Okay. All right, I believe that is going to be A, and so this is you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you mentioned, talked about raid gear, just for the sake of it, is that what you were describing?
That's what I was trying to describe.
Without the jacket?
Yes.
All right. And now, could you describe, we can see the picture, but could you just describe this wooded area?
So this is at the end of Sprucedale Lane, which is I believe they're like condos, I believe. And there's a dead end, and after the dead end, there's a hill that goes up, and I'm kind of standing on that hill. Then after that hill, it kind of goes up into the woods, which will slowly start going up another hill.
Okay. And do you recall what the weather was like, both on Sunday and Monday?
It was raining. It was raining on and off the whole time.
All right. Could you put the next one? Sorry. Pay attention. And is this that same general area?
Yes, sir.
And who are these?
The one with the gold on it, that is me. And then the other one, I think that is the crime scene tech, maybe the sergeant over.
I was going to say, were these photographs taken after Mr. Reinking was taken into custody?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then the last one. Is this, again, the view of the type of vegetation? How far could you see when you're in there?
When you're in, from what I recall, 50 feet or so in front of you. I mean, you might have, like, the area where I originally walked, there was like a small trail, so you can see a little ways in front of you. But where this is at, it's off the trail, and so it was a lot harder to see.
Okay. And as you were searching, would you on occasion stop and listen?
Yes.
To see if you heard movement?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I through with those. Sergeant, I believe when we left off before the pictures, you had said that you chose what appeared to be the path most traveled.
Yes, sir.
All right. And who took the path that was less traveled?
I know Detective Kyle Williams was one, and I'm not sure who else, because me and Detective Greg we went in first.
And did you find anything as you were going down the trail that you chose?
No, sir.
I believe I interrupted you that you heard something come over the radio.
Yeah, so over the radio, I heard Detective Kyle Williams say he had contact, which to me, I knew that he had contact with an individual. Whether it was the individual we were searching for, we didn't know, but anyway, he had contact with an individual. And then he said he needed backup, like code 3, which to us is in a hurry. And so at that point, I figured he probably had the individual we were looking for. And then another short period of time goes by, and we're going to him at this point, but we were a little distance away from him. And about time goes by, and I hear him say he's in custody.
So you're on the trail
Yes, sir.
heading away, as it turns out, from Officer Williams.
Yes, sir.
You hear him, he needs backup.
Yes, sir.
Did you turn around and head for him as quickly as you could?
Yeah, so Detective Greg and I, then we tried to cut down through the woods, and we walked down through the woods until we finally found a clearing, at which point we walked back northbound along the tree line until we ran into where they were at.
Okay. What did you observe when you got to the clearing? Did you see Officer Williams?
I don't recall where exactly Officer Williams was at this point, but by the time I got there, we'd walked a little ways. By the time I got there, I walked up and there was one of the guys in our building, through Specialized Investigation Division and Interdiction. He had his vehicle there, which had capabilities to transport people. And in the back of his car was who I identified as Mr. Reinking.
Okay. So, did you see Mr. Reinking in the wooded area?
I did not.
Okay.
He was.
Just to be clear about that.
Correct.
He'd already been removed from the wooded area.
Yes, he's already been removed from the wood area. He was sitting in the back passenger side of a interdiction vehicle.
Did you get close enough to observe his physical appearance?
Yes, I did. So part of what I did I went over there, opened up the door, and I observed him just to essentially check his welfare at that point.
Okay. What do you recall, if anything, about his appearance, his demeanor, actions?
So very calm. Opened up the door, I looked at him. I noticed he had on the maroon shirt, which was told to me is a long sleeve maroon shirt. I also noticed on his right shoulder, the shirt was torn. I could see some small scratches along his right shoulder, which to me was consistent with going through the thick brush. His pants appeared to look wet, and he just kind of sat there and looked at the ground or looked straight forward.
Okay, when you say the ground, the
floorboard of the vehicle.
Oh, and you didn't have any conversation with him?
No, sir.
Okay. And you recall about what time of the afternoon this was?
I think it was around 1 p.m., 1:30, somewhere around, it was around 1 p.m. Not exact sure.
I could have a moment, Your Honor. Those are my questions, Your Honor.
No questions.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
State called Special Agent Kyle Williams.
If you would raise your right hand if you want, please.
Solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state and spell your name?
Kyle Williams, K-Y-L-E, Williams, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Over 10 years total.
Where did you work prior to being with the ATF?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
And when you were in April of 2018, what was your assignment with the police department, the Nashville Police Department?
I was assigned to the Specialized Investigations Division Narcotics Unit.
And what was your, I guess, title or rank?
Detective.
Were you at some point in time asked to get involved in a mass shooting that occurred at a Waffle House on April 22nd, 2018?
Yes, sir.
And how were you notified to become involved?
Via phone call.
About what time did you receive the phone call?
Some in the morning time around 8, maybe 8:30.
And what was your role in that investigation?
We were tasked to answer calls for service of possible sightings, go door to door, seeing if any of the residents had seen the suspect.
What areas did you search?
All the way from Mountain Springs to Hickory Hollow, Parkway, townhome communities across the street and above the Waffle House, pretty much all of South Nashville, some of Hermitage.
And what exactly were you doing as you're searching for him?
Walking in woodlines, answering possible sightings, trying to make contact with those people that saw who they believed to be the suspect.
How many times did you have to stop and get out of your car to go look behind something or in some particular area?
An honest answer, I couldn't tell you, but between that Sunday prior to running into Mr. Reinking in the woods, it was all day that Sunday, and then up until Monday afternoon, we were going around.
Okay, so what you're saying is you searched for him all day Sunday, but didn't find him.
Correct.
And about what time did you start back your search on that Monday, the 23rd?
Monday morning, we were tasked to come in at 8 a.m. to start over.
And did you begin the same kind of efforts?
Yes, answering calls for possible sightings.
At some point in time, did you begin to head to an area which would ultimately lead you into contact with him?
Yes, we were en route to another call, possible sighting across South Nashville side over near Mount View. And then our lieutenant came on the radio and said the sighting has been seen near Mountain Springs. And so our team turned around due to, I believe, both SWAT teams and aviation were on the other call. So we turned and went to the other one.
Had you received any briefings about the individual you were searching for?
Yes, I knew that a search warrant was executed on his apartment and a firearm was missing from the apartment. So I knew that he was armed and had obviously been on the run since the incident at the Waffle House.
Okay. And why would that be important to you, that he was armed?
It changes how you would approach an individual. If you knowingly had information that he was armed, you go at it a little differently than just walking on him. You're more prepared. You have an idea that they could harm you, knowingly harm you due to them having a weapon.
Okay. So when you received this information about a specific area to search on April 23rd, about what time was it that occurred?
I think the call was just before 1 o'clock, somewhere around there.
Okay. And what did you do once you received the call?
The call was at I guess it's a TVA area, an area between apartment complex and the wood line. So my sergeant and other team members went to where the person saw the individual go into the woods. Seeing how many people were up at the top, I knew based on the day prior being in the townhome community at the bottom of the hill that that wood line leads to the townhome community. So I drove to Sprucedale and went into the townhome community to walk the wood line heading up to my team.
And did anyone enter the wood line with you? And by with you, I mean basically walking beside you, right behind you, right before you?
No, the only person that was close to me was Detective Gomez. He came over to where my car was parked. I let him know I was going into the wood line where I was and that he could go a little further up, just around the corner, so we could cover more distance.
Did you enter the wood line?
Yes.
And how far into the wood line did you begin to walk?
Approximately 50 yards from the wood line into the woods.
About half a football field?
Roughly, yes, sir.
Okay. Once you got about 50 yards into the wood line, what, if anything, did you observe or hear?
Well, the woods themselves, there was leaves on the ground, and twigs and branches, so when you walk, you can hear them breaking and moving. So I got approximately 50 yards in and stopped, and then I heard an additional breaking and crunching of leaves, so that drew my attention.
And what did you do once you heard the breaking and crunching of leaves?
Due to the foliage above, I couldn't really make out what it was, so I crouched down and observed a black pair of pants behind a tree.
Once you observed the black pair of pants, did you do anything?
I did. Police officers give each other a call sign to let them know of each other's presence, so there's no force on force between officers. I gave that call and didn't receive the response that we would have received.
What did you do next?
Knowing that it was not police, I made myself known. Metro Police, show me your hands. I had my gun out of the holster at that point. When I did that, I rose as I was saying Metro Police and observed Mr. Reinking's head pop out from behind a tree.
And sorry, I just want to step back to clarify. You said, I'm not asking you to tell me what the call sign was, but when you say you gave him a call sign, what does that mean?
It alerts them to my presence, and then they give the same response, so I'm alerted that it is police as well.
And the call sign is a phrase or a word
It's
of some
a word.
sort? Okay. And you didn't hear that in response?
That's correct.
Did you have anything, how were you dressed when you saw him?
Underneath my clearly marked police vest, I was in normal clothes due to my role as a narcotics detective. But our vest itself is marked with Metro Police on the front, Metro Police on the back. It's black in color. I don't remember what I was wearing underneath it.
Okay. Now, you were saying that you rose and stated and identified yourself as a police officer.
That's correct, yes,
And what do you remember were the specific words you said?
Metro Police.
When you said you saw a head pop out from behind a tree, were you able to see his entire body at that time?
No, his head and shoulder area is what I could see.
At that point in time, once you saw the head of Mr. Reinking pop out, what did you do, if anything?
Drew my gun on him and gave him commands to show me his hands.
And the person who you saw behind the tree, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, he's sitting at defense counsel in a blue shirt.
After you drew your gun, what, if anything, did the defendant do?
The defendant, I could see one hand. His right hand began moving behind his body as if he was reaching for something.
Your Honor, I asked that the witness be able to step down and show the jury exactly what he means.
All right.
So if he is giving me, or if I am giving him commands, I would be him now. He started reaching behind his person, as if, in my training and experience, I would do with my firearm when I'm drawing it to qualify to range or take a person into custody.
Thank you. And just to be clear for the record, when you were indicating what the defendant did you reach with your right hand?
Yes.
And when you were showing what you would do when you reached with for your firearm, did you reach with your left hand?
Yes, I am left-handed.
Okay. As you saw the defendant reaching with his right hand in the way that you just showed the jury, what, if anything, were you concerned that he might be doing?
Like I stated earlier, I knew based off the search warrant at his apartment, a firearm was missing. So I believe that he possibly was reaching for that firearm.
Have you had any training or an experience in apprehending armed suspects?
Yes, sir.
And based on what you observed and your experience, could you tell us, well, based on your training experience, how quickly can an individual remove a weapon from a concealed location and fire it?
A weapon can be removed relatively quick from a concealed location, depending if it's appendix carry or on his hip or behind his person. It increases or decreases the time in which a weapon can be drawn.
Now, you mentioned earlier that when you first heard the crunching of the leaves and the branches, that you were crouched down. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that you stood up once you gave him the command, Metropolice.
Yes, sir.
Once you stood up, were you protected or covered in any way by any of the trees that would have given you cover as you stood?
There were smaller branches, not any concealment or cover. I was basically out in the open.
You testified that the defendant was, when you first observed him, he was partially behind a tree. Would that tree have provided him some cover?
It would have provided him some cover, yes, sir.
Now, after you saw the defendant, as you have described, reach in a manner consistent with someone who was reaching for a gun, what, if anything, did you do or say?
I gave him an additional order for him to show me his hands, at which point he brought his right hand back around empty with nothing in his hands.
If he had not done that, what were you prepared to do?
I was prepared to act in defense of myself and prevent any possible person in the townhome community or in the South Nashville community from being hurt again.
After the second command, did he comply with your orders?
He did.
What did he do?
He showed me his hands, raised them just above his shoulders while looking at me holding my firearm on his person.
Did you give him any further commands as he was on the ground?
Yes, I told him to lie on the ground with his hands out in front of him. Usually we put them to the side, but due to the foliage, I had him put them out in front of him.
Did you direct him not to move?
I told him not to move.
And did he move?
He did not move.
Did he indicate that he was aware to you in any way that he understood when you said do not move, that he was not to move?
I told him multiple times, do not move. And one of the times he said, I will not.
Did he ever attempt to flee from you?
He did not.
After you had him on the ground, did you communicate to any other officers?
Yes, over the radio. I knew Officer or Detective Gomez was the only one aware of my actual position. So I told him to come to where I was, and then other people in my unit also directed them to where I was so we could place him into custody.
In your experience in law enforcement, have you ever had a suspect who you're placing into custody resist or pull away or anything like that?
Yes, I have.
Is that a common practice?
Depends on what they're wanted for.
Okay. Did that happen in this particular case?
No, sir, it did not.
Once you received some backup, were you able to put him in handcuffs?
Yes.
What did he have on his body, if anything?
During the search of his person, there was a magazine for a firearm, a multi-tool, and his wallet.
Did he have a backpack on him?
And there was a backpack on his back, which was later cut off his person.
Were you able to identify him at his identity?
Yes.
Were you able to confirm his identity is the question.
Yes, inside of his wallet there was a Colorado ID with his picture and name on it.
Your Honor, I'd ask to pass up a group of pictures. I've already provided a copy to defense. Which number will be? Yeah. And Special Agent Williams, can you look through those pictures and tell me whether those are a fair and accurate depiction of the area where you located defendant?
Yes, sir, they are.
I'd ask that those be introduced as it's Exhibit 19, A through G, and permission to publish them via PowerPoint. Special Agent Williams, I'm showing you what is 19A. What is this area here?
That is the woods in which Mr. Reinking was taken into custody.
Okay. And 19B?
A different angle, the larger tree more towards the left of center was the one in which Mr. Reinking was behind.
And you can touch that. Could you just circle the tree you're referring to?
Just with my finger?
Yeah, with your finger. And where about would his head have been?
As when I took him into custody standing up.
When you saw him standing up. And what is 19C?
That is the backpack which was taken off his person and a firearm laying to the side. That was after it was taken off his person and went through by detectives.
Okay. 19D?
That is the wallet and multi-tool that was inside or on his person during the arrest.
19E?
The Colorado license which I referred to earlier.
Say G. Sorry, can I see the exhibit? Yeah, that's what I thought. Why did I say G? Sorry, it's A through E. Yes. We only publish what we admitted. Special Agent Williams, did you see the defendant be removed from the wooded area?
I did.
And what officers or detectives removed him?
There were 3 that removed him from the wooded area: Detective Gomez, Detective Rogan, and Officer Herndon.
As the defendant was being walked out with those officers that you just named, did you see him make any attempts to break away from them?
I did not.
Did you see any attempts by him to resist?
I did not.
Have you had any training and experience on how to respond to and interact with persons who have mental illnesses?
I have.
Have you had prior experiences and interactions with mentally ill people in your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
If Mr. Reinking had been exhibiting any signs of suffering from mental illness during your interaction with him, what, if anything, would you have done differently?
Based off my experience with mental ill persons prior.
Objection.
Come forward. same rephrase.
Yes, sir. Special Agent Williams, was there anything during your interaction with the defendant that alerted you, that made you think during your specific interaction that the defendant was experiencing symptoms of a mental illness?
No, sir.
Thank you. 1 second, Your Honor.
Judge, may we request a jury out?
Members of the jury, apparently we're going to have an issue that's going to take a little bit longer than the typical rulings that the court may have to make. So rather than have you just sit there with that white noise playing beautiful music in your ear, we're going to let you take a recess. Please keep in mind you cannot discuss anything about the trial of the case. Keep your thoughts to yourself, remain open minded, we'll get you back in here as quickly as we possibly can.
Thank you, Judge. Obviously, because of the protocols, I was not privy to the bench conference that just occurred. The state's position is that the witness can give a lay opinion about what they observed related to Mr. Reinking. That lay opinion is, the question that General Dowdy was asking was a foundational question of based on your training and experience. So he's asking him about whether or not he has experience with people with mental illnesses, and then in those situations, how do you treat them differently to differentiate the two things? The state's position is that we should be able to allow to ask further questions about his prior experiences with people with mental illness to give context to how he's able to differentiate between the two.
The problem that I saw when the question was is that it was so broad. First of all, not everybody has the same mental illness. Secondly, not everybody behaves the same way. Third, there was nothing displayed in this situation. So certainly he can talk about some experiences that he may have had, and not all people with mental illnesses, when taken into custody, exhibit any behaviors different than he did. And I don't know how he knows when they have a mental illness. Does he learn about that after he's taken in booking and the sheriff's office is asking about it? I mean, I just thought it was way overbroad the way it was worded to do that. I understand that lay testimony and opinions are absolutely admissible in the case of this nature, but I just felt the question just was wide open. And I mean, what was going to do? Give a psychology course or something? That's the way I was looking at it.
Absolutely understood. So if we
be better refined, I am not at all preventing the state from introducing evidence as to possible mental illness and any exhibition on his behalf that was suggested in any way whatsoever. But just open-ended, broad questions about mental illness and how I might deal with it in a certain situation is, I think, can be very misleading to the jury as it relates to Mr. Reinking under the circumstances that existed when he was apprehended.
Okay. Would he be allowed to ask him some more foundational questions about?
Well, let's do them now and see what they are before we bring the jury back out.
Special Agent Williams, what experiences have you had with individuals who have mental illness?
Transports to and from Middle Tennessee Mental Health Co-op in different mental health institutes within the Middle District of Tennessee, as well as interactions with persons who have self-admittedly been either committed to or proclaim mental health crises on the street.
And have you had any interaction? Have you had any interaction with individuals who have schizophrenia?
Yes, prior to leaving the police department to go to my current position, dealt with an individual at Middle Tennessee Mental Health Co-op.
Can you describe the interactions that you had with those individuals who you were transporting to the mental health co-op who had mental illness?
The prior interaction, which I described, it's like talking with two people, one that was understanding and one that wasn't. One that had an idea of actual reality and one that had an idea of what he perceived us and the persons at the co-op as being different from what we actually were.
And I guess, what do you mean he perceived them to be different?
In his head, he believed it wholeheartedly. One part of him wanted to fight us, one part of him wanted help, and it was a constant battle and discussion with him for 30, 40 minutes, try to talk him into getting in the ambulance so we could get him some help.
And it was the talking to him to convince him to get into the ambulance, was that part of what you've been trained to do when dealing with an individual who is displaying symptoms of a mental illness?
I build rapport with him and him. I did that day. I was a sergeant at the time, so I responded later. And for whatever reason, me just talking to him and going off my training, he reacted in a positive manner towards me, and we were able to get him some help.
Now, because you had that prior experience, if Mr. Reinking, the defendant, had been displaying similar symptoms, would you have reacted similarly to him?
There would have been knowing that he had a firearm, it increases the danger of the situation. But he complied in the manner in which I asked him to. But if he was experiencing the symptoms, going back and forth and not dealing with commands, knowing that he had a firearm, or if he produced a firearm, it would have been handled differently. But the way in which it was handled, his compliance to the commands, it was handled how I thought it needed to be handled.
One second, Sharon, please. Special Agent Williams, when law enforcement officers, and specifically you, and officers who you've worked with on your team, interact with individuals who are expressing outwardly, say, delusions, they're ranting, they're raving, doing things that give you clear concern of a mental illness, what would you attempt to transport them to the mental health co-op?
We, in the past, have called mental health co-op directly while we're on scene with them, giving them updates of what is transpiring, have them make a call to have him transported, and then we usually have more people there to lessen any violent response on their behalf.
And would it be proper procedure to note any of that behavior in any incident or supplement reports that you would prepare?
Yes, sir.
Would you expect that from any and all officers who would have prepared a report after having such an interaction with such an individual.
Yes, the demeanor should be reported in a report. And in the interaction itself, if they're being evaluated at the mental health co-op or any psychological or psychology facility that they're wanting him transported to.
Your Honor, those are our questions that, to establish the foundation, that those are the questions we'd like to ask Special Agent Williams.
We would object. He's asking him to speculate and give opinions about incidences that did not occur. If these things had happened, what would you have done? If he would have exhibited this, what would you have done? And would you have expected your other officers to act in a similar fashion? He is told Mr. Reinking's demeanor at the time of the arrest. That goes into the exact thing they're trying to do, which is say, what was his demeanor? A layperson's observation. It's immediately suspect when they say this is a layperson's observation when they have to build a foundation about his experience. They're not trying to get in a layperson's observations of Mr. Reinking's mental status. What they're trying to do is backdoor in a quasi-expert opinion about his mental state at the time. And based on this testimony, they're making relevant every officer interaction afterwards, including him being hospitalized by court order and being found incompetent. I mean, they're walking down that road, Your Honor, and this is not relevant. He's testified to what he observed. He's not allowed to backdoor in some kind of a not valid but quasi-expert opinion.
And Your Honor, his prior experiences that he's had will always be relevant in terms of how he interacted with the defendant. And that is the purpose of this testimony. What is it that, based on his knowledge, his experience, his training, did he believe was appropriate to do when he was interacting with Mr. Reinking? And because Mr. Reinking was not exhibiting those things, he can explain why he dealt with him in the way that he did. That's why it makes sense.
But the question, that line of argument presupposes that he knew Mr. Reinking may have mental health issues. Because why would it even enter his mind to treat him like a mental health person if he had no reason to believe he was?
Well, but he would have had reason to have concern that he was if Mr. Reinking was exhibiting such behavior. But what his testimony, and every officer I imagine who could ever come into any courtroom and testify would say that their actions are based in part or almost wholly due to the actions of the suspect that they're interacting with. If Mr. Reinking is exhibiting such delusional behavior, such clear behavior, that he seems to be someone that is experiencing an episode or symptoms of mental illness, then he is going to change his actions in response to those.
Well, that may be true, and it may be, I mean, but who knows what he might have done. If he has someone who is exhibiting clear signs of delusional behavior, known to have a weapon on his person, he might be dead in the woods. I mean, the speculation as to how he would have handled a particular situation that he was not confronted with on that occasion, where he's already stated that I handled the situation different because I knew he was armed or believed him to be armed, kind of overrode what possible mental health issues may have risen. But the problem I see is, first of all, he was unaware that there were mental health issues. You can ask about his training and experience on mental health issues. You can ask, did he exhibit any of those type of behaviors? You can ask him what his training and the police protocol is on how they handle people with mental health issues. That none of those came into play. But I'm not going to let you speculate as to how he might have dealt with Mr. Reinking on this occasion had Mr. Reinking been delusional and exhibited delusional behaviors in light of the fact that he was also believed to be armed with a weapon, because his main concern was armed with a weapon. He made that very clear. I would have treated it differently because he was armed with a weapon.
Understood, Your Honor.
So you can get into his experiences and you can get into the fact that Mr. Reinking did not exhibit any of those and he had no reason to believe. I mean, you can talk about when we have people that we know are mental health, we take them to the mental health. He keeps saying that Middle Tennessee Mental Health Co-op. Do you mean Middle Tennessee Mental Health Institute, MTMHI, the hospital?
Yes, sir. There's a
And
few.
you've got co-op too,
Yes,
who
sir.
often comes on, is called in. I mean, you can get into his training on that and what they look for to see if a person may have mental health illnesses. When they have reason to look for them. Do you look for them every time you confronted with a suspect? Is mental health the first thing you look to?
No, sir.
And that's my point, is that yes.
Judge, I think General Dowdy missed that last statement that you said in question.
Well, my point is, and Sergeant just indicated, or Special Agent now, that they don't automatically take into consideration that a person has a mental health issue. So you can ask how they address one when they have reason to believe that they have mental health issues, not how they would respond necessarily to a specific behaviors, but what are the protocols? Do they call in mental health people and things of that nature? And that nothing on this particular case has suggested to him there was a need to do any of that.
Yes, Judge.
But no speculations as how he might have treated Mr. Reinking in light of his experience with some other person who had schizophrenia. Since for one, you didn't know that Mr. Reinking has that. May or may not still to this day. But I'm not going to let you speculate as to how he might have dealt with it. You can go over his experiences and how they, protocols that they have in the academy, in the police department on how to address these issues when a mental health issue is known or reasonably suspected.
Yes, Judge.
That, anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Do you understand where I'm going?
Yes, sir.
Special Agent?
You ready for the jury, Judge?
Yes.
That's what I had. I got on in May of last year. Yes, sir.
Anyway.
It's good. Been down in Georgia for several months.
Was that where you were?
Or I was for training.
Oh,
And then I'm here in Nashville until I go to Memphis.
What special area are you in?
As far as, I'm not doing explosives or arson, it's just firearms basically. Like
Right,
criminal
right,
groups
right.
and gangs and things like that. Yes, sir.
Thank you. You ready? All right, be seated, please. I believe, members of the jury, that we're ready to pick back up.
Special Agent Williams, would you please explain what kind of training you as a law enforcement officer have received with regard to addressing individuals or suspects who are displaying behaviors or actions that would give you concern that they may have a mental illness?
At the Metro Nashville Police Department Training Academy, at least when I was coming through, over 10 years ago, there was training from mental health co-op on signs that you can look out for persons exhibiting mental health issues. And then I believe it was yearly or every other year there was refresher training during our in-service of signs and ways to handle persons in a mental health crisis.
What are some of the signs that you were trained to look for?
Talking to themselves, just not acting in a normal, I say normal way. It's just experiencing delusions. There's various things that can be going on, yelling, screaming, delusions of real world issues, just not being very aware of what's going on in today's world, just different things.
And when an officer, based on the training that you receive, when you encounter an individual, this is general, not specific, general, what are you trained to do when you encounter an individual who is acting or behaving in a way that makes you concerned that they have a mental illness?
Depending on the signs that you observe, usually you would try to get in touch with mobile crisis. Mobile crisis is a unit that can come out to where you are, or they ask you to transport them to their office based off your observations. And if the person that you're talking with is open to communication with the person on the phone, they have a conversation with the person and then make a determination whether or not they are going to come to where you are or if that individual needs to be brought to them.
And have you had any specific encounters where you did have to call mobile crisis as a result of the behaviors or actions of an individual or suspect that you encountered?
Me, I personally have not called them, but I've been on scene in which they were called.
Okay. And in those instances, did you observe the behavior that led to the mobile health, the mobile crisis or mental health co-op being contacted to come in?
Yes.
When an officer observes such behavior, would you be required to document that in any incident reports or supplement reports that you prepared in response to that interaction?
They can be documented. There's for Metro Nashville Police Department, there is a psychological eval report or a matter of record or a supplement if something else occurs, which can document the call for service.
Okay. Now, 1 second. Special Agent Williams, on April 23rd, 2018, when you interacted with Mr. Reinking, the defendant, did he display any of the behaviors or actions that gave any behaviors or actions that gave you concerns that he had a mental illness?
No, he did not.
Please describe his demeanor.
His demeanor was one of shock initially when we both encountered each other. After the shock wore off, he was compliant, following commands, maintaining visual contact with me. Once he stood up, before he was walked out of the woods, he hung his head, didn't make any statements, and that was my interaction with him.
Those are my questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ross?
Gotta check the time, make sure I'm accurate. Here we go. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So, couple of questions. I want to go back. Well, before I do that, let me ask you this. About how long of a period of time were you around Mr. Reinking that morning?
Between the time that we first encountered each other until he was walked out of the woods away from my view, a rough estimate, maybe a total of 30 minutes, if even over near 30 minutes. I'm just giving a general time.
Okay. So, you said you encountered Mr. Reinking. You could see his head through foliage in the woods, correct?
Yes.
He said he had a backpack on.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, you gave a demonstration earlier for the jury about how you said when Mr. Reinking stuck his head out, you saw him move his hand, his right hand, you were using your left, but his right hand around, and I think you described it something along the lines of like I would do if I was qualifying for firearms training.
Yes.
Now, when you're qualifying for firearms training, where are you pulling your gun from?
It depends on the qualification. If we're doing it from concealment, it's still my hip.
Okay.
All of it's from the hip, but it's concealed or not concealed, depending on how we're qualifying.
Okay. But you're doing it from a holster, whether it's concealed from a concealed carry holster or a concealed holster from your hip, or like a paddle holster on your side, right?
Yes, sir. It's all from the side.
And then you talked about something about, you were asked about how quick can somebody pull a firearm, and I think you said, well, it depends on how they're carrying it, right?
Yes, sir.
And you talked about a couple of different ways, and you talked about appendix and different areas of the body. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Just to be clear, when you say appendix, how does somebody carry appendix?
That would be in the front of their waistband.
Okay, so not to the side of their body or behind their body.
Correct.
Okay. You talked about items that were on Mr. Reinking's person, right? Before we get into the backpack, let's start outside the backpack, in his pockets, on his belt. Did he have any kind of a holster in his pockets or behind in his pants?
No.
All right, so the firearm that you say you recovered, that was not in his pockets or in his waistband or in any kind of holster in his pants at that time, correct?
The firearm was not on his immediate person, correct?
That's right. And the backpack, when it was cut off of Mr. Reinking, it was zipped, right? It was closed.
I just had my interaction with him, and other detectives and ID took care of the backpack.
Okay, but you identified a picture, but you do when you first. You're the one that took him into custody.
Yes.
First one there, backpack's zipped up on his back.
Yes.
Okay. You later learn that there's a firearm in the zipped up part of the backpack, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not know that initially, of course.
No. Yes, sir. No.
But it was not back here, where he was swinging his arm. You said he put his arm around in the beginning. That firearm was not in any kind of reachable position from where he swung his hands, correct?
Later determined that, yes,
Right.
That's correct.
Okay. You said he was compliant, correct?
Was. Yes, sir.
One moment. No other questions?
Redirect?
No, Your
Thank you. Thank you, Special Agent.
Thank you, sir.
Who is your next witness and about how long it take? Can we get him in before lunch?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You lunch at noon is what you were referring to, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes. The next witness is Detective Megan Arnett.
I'm sorry?
Detective Megan Arnett.
Oh, okay.
If you would raise your right hand, each one, please.
You solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning, Detective. Would you please state your name and spell it?
Megan Arnett, MEGAN, ARNETT,
And where are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
What's your role there?
My current role, I'm a field training officer on patrol out in South.
Oh, sorry, not detective, officer.
I was a detective at the time of the incident.
That was what I was going to get to then.
Sorry.
And the incident that we're talking about is April 22nd, 23rd of 2018.
Yes.
Okay. And how did you get involved?
At that time, I was assigned to the narcotics unit with Metro Nashville Police Department, and we got called in to help with assisting the search of Mr. Reinking.
What was your, as you assisted in the search, what exactly were you doing?
We were given information when the public would call in and have possible sightings of where Mr. Reinking might be, so we would respond to multiple different locations trying to locate the subject.
Okay. Now, as you were attempting to locate the suspect, what exactly were you doing?
They had sent out information and pictures of what Mr. Reinking looked like, and we would just check the areas depending on if it was behind buildings, inside, locations like a Publix, things of that nature, kind of all over the South Nashville area.
How long did you spend in your search on Sunday, April 22nd?
I believe I got in around 1 or 2 p.m. We got called in. I was actually out of town initially, so once I got into town, we stayed until, I know, into dark. I'm not sure the exact time, maybe 10 or 11, and then we were told to come back in the next morning.
And how about on Monday the 23rd?
I cannot recall the exact time. I want to say it was around 6 a.m. and then we had just started answering those type of calls that were coming in that whole day as well.
What areas were you searching?
The South Nashville, Antioch, and Hermitage area.
At some point in time around, I guess, midday of the 23rd, did you receive any information that the defendant, Travis Reinking, had been located?
We had gotten information or a tip that was saying they believed he had went into a wood line near 5,000 Mountain Springs. At that point, Sergeant Bryner, as well as I think it was Detective Greg, responded and made contact with the tipster, who advised that he'd went into the wood line in that area, and so then I responded to basically the opposite side of the wood line.
And once you responded in the wood line, what, if anything, did you learn about what was going on?
I'd actually initially responded to the Old Hickory Boulevard side, and then once I was getting to that area, I heard Detective, now Special Agent Williams, claim or get over the radio stating that he had located the subject inside the wood line, advised us he was just inside the wood line in front of his vehicle on Sprucedale. So at that point, I responded to that side of onto Sprucedale.
And did you enter the wood line?
I did. Once we got to that location, I went up basically directly up the hill into the wood line from where Detective Williams' vehicle was. At that point, I saw Rankings proned out on the ground and was actively being handcuffed by other detectives.
What was the weather like at that time?
It had been the day prior raining a lot, and it had been off and on raining the whole time.
Was the ground wet?
Yes.
Where was the defendant, Mr. Reinking, at when you encountered him?
He was still proned out on the ground.
What does prone mean?
Laying face down. At that point, they were already handcuffing him. Normally, we have subjects prone out with their hands out where we can see them, just in case they have any type of weapons or anything on them. But at that point, they were already working into handcuffing him.
You observed the other officers putting his arms behind his back to handcuff him?
Yes.
At any time while you were watching him, did he attempt to pull his arms away?
Not that I observed, but at that point I'd kind of turned around to try to figure out our exact location so that I could get more response to the location.
What if anything, did you notice to be in his possession?
At that point, I still observed a black backpack that was on his back.
What happened to the backpack?
Once we got him up off of the ground, or at least set up, we decided to cut off of his backpack since he was already handcuffed and it was around his arms on his back.
Once you cut off the backpack, what happened with it?
They set it down next to him. At that point, command had requested us to check the backpack to see if he had any type of weapons on him. At that point, Sergeant Bryner instructed me, since I was not dealing with the subject and had gloves and stuff available in my kit, that I put on gloves and opened up the backpack to check if there was any sort of weapons inside the backpack.
Okay. And did you actually look in the backpack?
I did. So once I opened up the backpack, I observed a silver Kimber 45 caliber that was loaded, and the hammer was pulled back like it was ready to fire.
And Officer Arnett, I'm going to pass up some photos to provide a copy to defense. Would you please look through those and see if they are a fair and accurate depiction of the backpack and its contents as you saw them on April 23rd, 2018?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I ask they be made exhibit number 20. It's a composite exhibit, so it'd be A through G.
A through G?
Yes.
Is this the real G?
It's the real A through G this time, Judge, yes. Officer Arnett, I'm showing you what is 20A. Is this the backpack that was cut off the back of Travis Reinking?
Yes, it is.
And do you see Travis Reinking in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please identify him?
He's over there with the defense in a blue button-up.
Okay. And so is that the backpack that you searched through on April 23rd?
It is.
What does 20B show?
It shows a Bible that was in the backpack, as well as a flashlight and a box of ammunition.
What about 20C?
That is the firearm that was inside the backpack.
Did the firearm appear to have a magazine in it when you saw it?
What I recall, yes.
And I think you stated that the gun was cocked or something like that. What does that mean?
So on this type of firearm, it has a hammer on the back and it was pulled back.
You can touch the screen and
right here.
And what does that mean?
It's just another level of, so depending on the type of firearm, it has it where it's ready to, when they pull trigger, the hammer will move forward and hit the primer and shoot the gun.
So that gun if it was loaded, would be ready to fire.
Correct.
Okay, 20D. Is this the same weapon on top of the backpack?
Yes, it is.
And is that a magazine here?
Yes, it appears to be one that would go with that firearm.
All right. And 20E?
That is a holster, a gun, firearm holster, more ammunition, as well as some silver, what I believe to be silver bars.
And I'm going to circle what I believe the holster you're referring to is. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you see here?
Boxes of ammunition, gold bars, or sorry, silver bars.
And would you point to where the silver bars are, or just kind of put a line by them? All right. Now, 20G, what are those?
Water bottles.
And do you know if those items were taken in, collected and taken into evidence?
To my knowledge, yes. I stood by with the items until the ID got there to collect the items.
And did he have any thing on his actual person?
I know the other detectives took something off, but I do not know for sure what all items were taken off of his person.
Understood. Officer Arnett, what was the defendant's demeanor as you observed him that day?
He appeared to be compliant, but like I said, I didn't really deal with him that much. I saw that they had taken him into custody and handled, so then at that point I was trying to get our exact location. I went out and asked someone that lived there like what their address was to get more response, and then at that point I stayed with the backpack.
Those are my questions, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Morning.
So just wanted to follow up on a few things that you talked about. You talked a little bit about Mr. Reinking's demeanor. You said you weren't around him for all that long. About how long would you say you were around him total that morning?
I would say approximately around him, 30 minutes or more, but I was not dealing with him directly. I was doing other tasks.
Okay. So around him, so you would say amount of time you may have been actually observing him would have been even less than that 30 minutes, correct? Correct. The backpack, from the pictures, and it appears to be wet through and through. Is that accurate?
I had gloves on. I mean, you could appear that it was wet, but I don't know about through and through. I mean, it was wet, definitely, but it was also had been raining and everything.
But like the cartridge boxes, the Hornady cartridge boxes, specifically on, I think it's Exhibit 20B, they appear to be wet, correct?
Yes, sir.
The firearm itself, Exhibit 20C, it was wet as well. Is that correct?
From that picture, it appeared to be wet, but like I said, it was still inside the backpack. ID is the ones that removed all of the items.
Okay. And so when we talked about earlier, you said, and specifically I think on Exhibit 20C, that the hammer on the firearm was pulled back.
Correct.
And circled it. Did you actually handle the firearm to try to render it safe or take any steps in that direction?
No, I did not.
All right, so these pictures that you looked at, who actually, well, let me ask it this way. Are you the one that actually removed the firearm, sat it down, and snapped these pictures?
No, that would have been ID.
Okay. When you looked in the backpack, did you handle the firearm at all?
I didn't pick it up. I may have moved it out of the way just to see what else was in there, but it was laying and pointed upward.
Okay. So literally you didn't even move it out of the backpack. You looked in, saw that the hammer was cocked back?
Correct.
And just took note of everything in the backpack?
Correct.
You also said there was a holster in the backpack, correct?
Yes.
The firearm was not in the holster, is that correct?
No, it was not.
And I think on the first picture, maybe, or excuse me, 20B, you noted that there was a Bible. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Redirect? No. Thank you, officer. You may step in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're getting close to the noon hour, rather than possibly push over into their lunch that's being delivered. We'll go ahead and recess for lunch at this time. Remember, juries, go on back there, relax, and enjoy your lunch. We'll get you back in here between 10 to 1 and 1 o'clock. Please, again, keep in mind, you cannot discuss anything about the trial case. You can talk to yourself, remain open-minded. Anything we need to address before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. anything that we need to address before the jury comes back? They should be ready in a few minutes. They just went outside, to get some fresh air, but they're back in the jury deliberation room. Should be ready to go.
You what, Dr. Rice? So,
I didn't get to read it all, but it appears she referenced, did she review everything that you sent?
So she reviewed what the state sent subsequently, and then I think reviewed some of what we had sent to her. I don't think she looked at all of it, but some.
And bottom line was, she said it didn't affect her opinion at all.
I think it just kind of reaffirms where she was.
Yeah. Is there anything about that that you want to address specifically?
No.
Well, Judge, just to clarify for the record, Mr. Bruno just said that she reviewed the things that the state sent subsequent. The state sent the items to her at her request in 2018. She chose not to review all of them. They were resent.
On January 15th or whatever it was?
Yes, but it wasn't sent subsequent.
Okay.
We just resent what we originally sent in 2018 at her request.
Okay, I'll accept that clarification, but the bottom line is, everything, she's all right with what she's reviewed and can say her opinions based on her expertise and the information she had available. Any issues with that from the state? And just for the record, Dr. Wood did not.
She did not look at anything that was
So
given.
whatever her testimony is going to be is based on the information before the information you submitted Monday morning.
Right. Her, to be specific, her opinion is based on things she looked at before she completed her evaluation, and then a long time ago received things after that. And so that's the materials that she's looked at.
So none of that was on the thumb drive?
None of that's on, well, there's a couple of videos that overlap because she had them a long time ago. And I think she sent all of that information to the state and to us after we met with her.
But Your Honor, because her report is from 2018, her testimony has to be about what is in her report from 2018, which is just the diagnosis, not any further opinion.
Right. Well, whatever material she referenced in her 2018 report is admissible. Some of the thumb drive stuff was on what you had for Monday, if I understand you correctly, right?
So on the thumb drive, I want to say it's 2 videos that were on the thumb drive. I think were given to her before she did the evaluation. Yes. But there were other videos that she didn't have before she's not looked at, nor has she looked at the journal.
Right. So her opinion should be based solely on what's in her report.
Yes.
That she submitted, that I've reviewed, that y'all submitted to me on last week.
That's the state's position, as well as Your Honor made a comment a second ago about that. Her opinion and what comes in is based on what she reviewed, what's in her report. Therein is the issue of whether that is admissible. The underlying data, 703 issue. So we still have.
Okay. We'll address that this evening.
Yes, when it comes up, as it comes up.
Okay. But the bottom line is her position did not change based on that thumb drive and based on the additional.
Yeah, because she didn't really have time to review it.
That's right.
You stopped her before
she looked at any of it.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to clarify for the record at this point. If they're ready, going on down.
Still got one in the record, Judge?
No, okay.
So we're finished, Steve, second line down.
Who is your next witness going to be?
Kimberly Brown. The detective, not the doctor.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay. The Thanks for clarifying.
Be seated, please. How was the weather outside? Want to do the second half of this day on? We get the TV set up and we'll go on there. All right, stay ready to call the next one.
Yes, sir. They call the detective Kimberly Brown.
Solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon, Detective. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Kimberly Brown, Kimberly, Brown, Brown.
And where are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
What's your current assignment?
My current assignment is the Training Academy.
What was your assignment back in April of 2018?
I was a detective with the Narcotics Unit assigned to the Specialized Investigations Division.
Did you participate in the search to attempt to locate Travis Reinking on April 22nd and April 23rd of 2018?
I did.
Which day did you become involved in the search?
Both days.
About how many hours on the 22nd did you participate in the search?
I'm not sure. We were there till dark and then had to turn around and come back the next morning. I'm not sure the exact total hours.
Okay. But you were searching all day?
Yes, sir.
At some point in time on April 23rd, did you come in contact with Travis Reinking?
I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please identify him?
Yes, sir. He's sitting with counsel in a blue button-up long sleeve shirt.
Where was the defendant when you encountered him?
In the woodlines off of, I'm thinking the road name, Sprucedale.
Okay.
The woods there between Sprucedale and I think it was Mount, I'm terrible with the road names, Mount Springs Road.
When you encountered him, what was he doing?
He was in the proned out position, meaning that he was laying face down on his stomach with his arms and legs outstretched to his side.
Did he have anything on him?
He had a backpack on his back.
And who was there with you in addition to the defendant?
Now Special Agent Kyle Williams, he had him at gunpoint, proned out on the ground, and then myself and Detective Oscar Gomez responded to the scene.
What did you do once you responded to the scene?
Initially got there, my Detective Special Agent Williams had him at gunpoint, proned out, so I advised Detective Special Agent Williams that if he would maintain cover on Mr. Reinking, that I would go hands-on and cuff him and place him under arrest.
And were you able to cuff him?
I was.
What exactly did you do in terms of placing him in the handcuffs?
So basically just routine protocol, told him to look away from me, which he did. I approached him from the side and grabbed his right arm in a kneeling position on his side, brought it to his back, started to cuff that hand. About that time, Detective Gomez had found us in the woods, and he went around to the left-hand side, grabbed his left hand, and we placed him in the handcuffs together.
Did the defendant put up any resistance as you were placing his hand behind his back?
No.
And did he put up any resistance as you observed Detective Gomez put the defendant's hand, the other hand behind his back?
No, sir.
Did any time that you interact with him, did he put up any resistance to you?
No, sir.
Was he at all times compliant?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that, I think you mentioned, did he have a backpack on him?
He sure did.
Okay. What happened with the backpack after you placed his hands in handcuffs behind his back?
We had to cut it off his person.
And what did you do with the backpack once you cut it off his person?
Opened it and looked inside for its contents.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'd ask that, yes. It's kind of torn, yeah.
Yeah, it's already over.
Detective, would you look at that bag, the paper bag?
Yes, sir.
And tell me if there is anything that shows that that's package associated with this case?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it says Metropolitan Nashville Police Department. It has suspect Travis Reinking on there, and it has some control numbers, descriptions, dates.
Is there an incident number associated with it?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
2018-03-59285.
Okay. And does it have a description of what is contained in the paper bag?
It does. It says backpack, and then it lists all the other items: holster, multi-tool bag with 3 AA batteries, a pen, a mag light, sunscreen bottle, a Bible, and water bottles.
Okay, and are those some of the items that you found in the possession of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
I'd ask that be made the state's next exhibit.
clarification,
Yes, Judge.
is it just the backpack, not the contents?
Well, Judge, actually, we can allow her to open it up just to be clear.
Because I didn't know they got ended up packed separately.
I'll ask her to open it so that we can see. Some of the contents are not contained therein, and I will admit those separately, but.
We need to clarify.
Yes, Judge.
That's just another bag, basically the same outer bag, just, it looks like it got repackaged. Would you like me to pull it out of the brown paper bag?
Just for the record, we can know what all.
Okay. And Detective, would you show us where you had to cut the backpack?
You can see at the bottom, it's cut right here. And then this one, it looks like we were able to unbind it, but this side is cut.
And what you just showed us, are those the straps to the backpack?
Yes.
I just want the record to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you describe for us what you're seeing inside of the backpack?
Sure. There is a Bible, there are several water bottles, there is a black pistol holster, it looks like a Black Hawk, a bottle of sunscreen, there is a mag-light flashlight, and also when I opened it up that day, there were some silver bars in there. I don't see them in the backpack now, but those were.
Would you hold up set out at least one or two of those water bottles, please? So
Sure.
we can see them.
Running out of space.
Detective, the water bottle that just fell, is that full of water?
So two of them, those two are, and the one is empty.
Okay. And you said there was a gun holster inside of
Yes,
the
sir.
backpack? Could you pull that out so we can see it? Okay. All right. Now, you just mentioned that there were some silver bars.
Yes, sir.
And were there any cartridges inside the backpack?
Yes, there were. There was some boxes of ammunition inside the bag along with several silver bars. I'm not exactly sure the number of silver bars that were in the bag, but they were present.
Yes. Yes.
We're gonna put the backpack in there. In the
Let me put all this back. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Would you pick up the larger of those two bags? Yes. And could you tell me if you're able to determine if that bag is associated with this case?
It is. It has the incident number on the top. It has the suspect information, and it has a description as 45 ACP cartridges.
Okay. And are those some of the items that you found inside of the backpack that is now Exhibit 21?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd ask that that be made the next exhibit and that the witness be allowed to open it once it's, I guess, officially.
And yes, they were inside the backpack.
And what are those?
This is a box of 20 cartridges, Hornady brand, for the firearm.
What is the caliber? Does it say?
It says 45 auto on the box.
Okay. All right. that item that you just grabbed, what are you able to determine from the packaging if it is associated with this case?
Yes, sir. As with the other ones, it has the incident number, suspect information, and then it has a description on here. It says 11 10 troy ounce silver bars.
And did you find silver bars inside the backpack that is now in evidence? It states as Exhibit 21 when you searched it when you looked in it on April 23rd?
Yes, the bars were inside the backpack.
Okay, and would you please open them up so we can see them? I'm sorry, I'd ask that be made the next exhibit. And permission for her to open them and display them. Okay, and just so we can get an understanding of the weight of
Yes,
that
sir.
package, because you kind of, not hard such that you might break the table, but just
Yes,
drop a little.
It's very heavy.
Thank you. That's all for that one. I have
Louder than my gavel.
Yeah. Make it out of silver, sir.
Detective, you were just past the box. When you looked inside of the backpack that you cut off of the defendant on April 23rd, 2018, did you find any firearm inside of it?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what kind of firearm did you find?
It was a silver, initially all I saw was a silver firearm inside the bag. Being that I did not have gloves on it in the moment, I did not pull it out, but I was on scene when it was pulled from the bag by Detective Arnett, and it was a Kimber 45.
Okay. And the box that is in front of you, can you look at it and determine if that was associated with this case?
Yes, sir. It has the same incident number, suspect information, and then on the box it says a Kimber Pro carry with magazine.
Okay. And Detective, have you had any experience with making sure that a firearm has been made safe?
Yes.
And what are the steps that would be made in order to ensure that a firearm has been made safe?
So if there's a magazine in the firearm, we would release the magazine from the firearm, and then to make sure there's not one in the chamber, we would slide the rail to the rear, and if there was a bullet in there, it would have been ejected. So that makes the firearm safe, meaning that it could not function because there is no ammunition inside the firearm.
Okay. And on that box, is there any indication whether or not that the contents of it have been made safe?
I would assume it is, only because we do not turn items into property unless they are made safe. I could open it up and see, but I'm not sure on the outside of the box if it would say that.
Well, first, Your Honor, I'd ask that be made the state's next exhibit, and would the permission of the court allow her to at least look before she does anything else to determine if the firearm is safe?
Sure. Sounds pointed at anyone.
Yes, sir. All the tape.
Now, Detective, have you had the opportunity to look at the firearm?
Yes.
Based on your observation, does that firearm appear to be safe?
Yes, we do that, and then we also, once it's made safe, the magazine is out of the firearm. The chamber is empty. There are zip ties that we run through the firearm just for extra protection, and those are on the firearm.
And would you just check one more time to make sure there's no round inside of the chamber?
Sure. Well, it's zip tied to the box, so the You can see inside of the well, and there is nothing there.
Okay. Is it? I'd ask the Your Honor if she can, now that she's testified that it has been made safe, that she be able to display the firearm to the. Just hold it up so that the jury can see.
Hold it up in the box.
Yes, sir.
And Detective, you just picked something up and put it in your right hand. What is
Yes, this is the magazine for the firearm.
that? And what is there anything? I can't see if
There's nothing in it. If there were ammunition in it, you would see it here in the top.
Okay. Understood.
All right.
Detective, were you able, or were you present when the defendant's identification was verified?
Yes.
And how was that done?
He had a wallet on his person, and inside that wallet was an identification card. It was a Colorado ID.
Okay. And did he have any,
Commercial
were there any
driver's
other contents of that wallet?
I did not, well, there was money in it that could be seen. However, I did not pull everything out of the wallet knowing the case as to what it was going to be. I didn't want to manipulate anything other than the things we needed just to ID Mr. Reinking.
Okay. So I'd ask that you pick up the item that appears to be consistent with the wallet. And then are you able to determine whether or not that was associated with this case?
May I open it?
Well, does it have any indication
Oh, yes,
on the
I'm sorry.
package?
Yes, it has the incident number, suspect information, all the metro documentation, and inside it says leather wallet.
Okay. I ask that be made Exhibit 25. And now, there's a clear package. You just testified that you observed that there was some money inside of his wallet. Was it, when you say money, do you mean cash money?
Yes, cash, paper, dollars.
Sure. And would you look at that package and tell me if that is associated with this case?
Yes, it has the case number, which is the incident number, the description of it, and it's the same markings as all the other evidence.
And what is it? What's the description?
It says 23, 20, and 4 $1 bills. Total money $464.
All right. I ask that be made the next exhibit. Lastly, Detective Brown, you have one more item before you. Would you please look at that package and tell us if that has been associated with this case?
Yes, sir. It has same incident number, same suspect information, same documentation as all the other items.
Okay. Were you present for any portion of the search where a magazine or item of that effect was removed from the defendant's person?
Yes, all the items that were taken off his person were handed to me to hold on to until we were able to get to the backpack.
And so describe what those items that came from his person.
He had a multi-tool, a wallet, and a spare magazine.
Okay, do you recall where the spare magazine was?
It was in one of his front pockets. I'm not sure left or right, but it was in a front pants pocket.
Okay, all right. And what was the description on the package that you just discussed?
This says spare Kimber magazine.
Now, I'd ask that be made the next exhibit. Those are my questions. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, sir. Officer Brian Kenny.
solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Officer Brian Penny.
And are you employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
I am.
What is your current position?
As of right now, I work South A Community Engagement Team.
And can you explain what that means, community engagement team?
The Community Engagement Team? Basically, we take a small area in South Precinct and do intensive work with the community, try to, I believe you've heard of the free libraries, that type of thing. We do a lot of that type of thing and just assist wherever we can with the people in the community.
So is it fair to say that you have a lot of interaction with different people that either reside in South Precinct or are visiting South Precinct?
That would be correct.
And how long have you been at the Metro Nashville Police Department?
Just over 12 years now.
And what were your previous positions, if you've had any other than South Precinct?
Well, I've always worked in South Precinct. Before that, I worked patrol on C shift. I've worked A shift. I've also worked the burglary unit.
And working patrol, can you just briefly describe what that entails?
It can really just kind of day to day, it changes. You can do anything from going to domestic calls, you know, where people have those type of issues, to anything where they have possible psychological issues, where we go out and people are suicidal, homicidal, something along that lines. We just ascertain from our conversations with them, and then call mobile crisis, and if need be, take them in, and they can have those conversations with those professionals.
And prior to working at the Metro Nashville Police Department, what, if any, other positions have you had related to law enforcement?
Well, I worked at Rutherford County Sheriff's Department for a while. I also worked at DeBerry, the maximum security prison.
And is that a special needs facility?
It is.
And specifically, can you describe what type of special needs are housed there?
Well, the unit I worked on was 7D. That unit dealt with a lot of people with schizophrenia and different bipolar, manic episodes, that type of thing. They just weren't allowed to be around other prisoners just because of the fact they would constantly have bad interactions.
And during that position that you had at DeBerry Special Needs Facility, as well as at the Rutherford County Sheriff's Department, as well as at the Metro Nashville Police Department, have you received any training related to dealing with people that suffer from mental illnesses?
Yes, absolutely. When we went through training for the initial, our initial training with the police department, we had extensive studies where we went and talked to mental health co-op, and they explained to us what we needed to look for, different things that we needed to be aware of, and basically when we were going to have to contact them to get that type of assistance.
And what are those signs that you've been trained to look for?
A lot of times you'll have individuals that are very manic. That means they're very energetic. They have those types of issues where they're unable to sit still, unable to comply. A lot of them are very aggressive. They have a tendency of just doing things just outside of the norm.
And In your interactions in any of the positions that you've described, have you personally interacted with people that have suffered from mental illnesses?
Absolutely.
And how often would you say that you do that?
Probably once a week.
And that's over the course of how many years?
15, 16 years.
And specifically, have you interacted with people that have had a diagnosis of schizophrenia?
Yes.
And in your interactions with people with schizophrenia, is there anything specific that you have either been trained to look for or that you have experienced yourself?
So one of the ways it was described to us, they put headphones on our heads, and basically with those headphones on, you were there was a recording of a variety of different people. Some of them were yelling at you, some of them were talking, some of them were crying, and that type of thing. And then they would look at you and say, "Talk to me." And you would sit there and try to carry on a conversation with the person in front of you when you had those headphones on, where you heard people screaming and crying and that type of thing, and it showed how distracted they were. And it would actually, it kind of makes sense from the standpoint of with that type of distraction, it's very difficult for them to, be able to comply or have any type of, I guess the best way to say it, be able to carry on a normal life.
And I want to kind of go to this specific incident from April 23rd of 2018. Can you describe how you became involved in the arrest and apprehension of Travis Reinking?
Okay. That morning at about 6 o'clock, I believe it was, we were notified and we began to scour the woods and look in the area, attempting to locate him. During the course of us looking for the individual, we were called and told to go to Sprucedale. So we got over to Sprucedale. The suspect was actually already in a vehicle. We were told to take him out of that vehicle, put him in Officer Feeney's car, and we took him and transported him to South Precinct.
So let me stop you there. So Sprucedale, that area, can you describe what that area is?
It's condominiums.
And so there was an area that was near the condominiums that you responded to, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that the location where they had taken him out of the woods?
Yes.
And so you said he was in a vehicle. What type of vehicle was he in?
He was in an SUV. I believe it was a marked SUV.
And was that a law enforcement vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said that, I think you used the term, we arrived. Who were you with?
Myself, Officer Feeney, and Officer Corman.
And your job was, I guess, generally called to transport. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so when you first encountered Mr. Reinking, was he seated in the vehicle?
Yes.
And was the door open or closed? Or do you remember?
I don't remember.
So the first time that you see him, he's inside the vehicle. Can you describe his appearance and his demeanor?
His demeanor was calm. He was handcuffed. Wasn't any issues at that particular point. He was wearing a pair of blue jeans, Converse tennis shoes, and I can't remember what color shirt he had, but he was, at that particular point, we noticed he was kind of wet, but it had been raining for the last 2 days, so we were just, that was our initial contact with him.
And so from that point, you're taking him out of that vehicle and then moving him to a separate vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the second vehicle that he's moved to?
It was Officer Feeney's, his unmarked patrol car.
And can you describe the area of the patrol car that Mr. Reinking would have been placed in, an Officer Feeney's unmarked car?
It was in the back seat. We call it in the caged area.
And how large is that area?
Well, everybody complains it's not that big, but I mean it's a plastic seated with a gate or with a cage in front of it, and it's just a normal back seat of a vehicle.
Can you describe kind of that interaction from taking Mr. Reinking from the first vehicle where you encounter him to taking him to Officer Feeney's vehicle?
completely compliant. There was no issues. I would say a model, suspect. No issues with him at all.
And when you say that he complied, did you have to physically take him from one vehicle to the other, or were you giving directions?
Well, usually when we do that, we usually just hold the inside of the elbow, and that's just because you never know exactly what's going through anybody's mind. But and the fact that they're handcuffed behind the back, you just if they go to fall or something along that lines, you don't want them to fall because they can't catch themselves. So we just assisted him to the other vehicle. No problems whatsoever. Nothing notable.
And what happened after Mr. Reinking was placed in that second vehicle, Officer Feeney's vehicle?
He was seatbelted in, and we transported him to South Precinct, and almost directly after that, we transported him to General Hospital.
And so when you transported him to South Precinct, was he actually taken out of the vehicle and taken into the South Precinct building?
Yes.
And again, can you describe that interaction?
He was just placed in a room after at that particular point in time, I didn't have any interactions with him
and I'm really just talking about going from the car into the building. Can you describe how he was acting? Was he compliant?
Completely compliant, no issues from him whatsoever.
And is he being given directions of where to go? And
yes, I was giving him complex directions as far as when I patted him down again. We pat people down progressively just for our own protection. And I believe at that particular point, after I told him to put his hands behind his back, I put handcuffs on him. I told him, I said, face away from me. I'm going to put shackles on your legs. Like I said, everything he did, there was no issue whatsoever with him.
Which, Officer Penny, you just said that you did a second search. When was the first search done?
When we initially put him in the vehicle.
Okay, is that Officer Feeney's vehicle?
That's correct, ma'am.
Sorry. So you take him from the first vehicle, put him in Officer Feeney's vehicle, and you do a pat down.
Correct.
And were you giving him directions during that?
Yes.
And was he compliant with those?
Completely compliant.
And so after you get him out of Officer Feeney's vehicle at South Precinct, you do a second search. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that the point that his legs are put in shackles?
Correct.
Okay. And so he's at South Precinct for some amount of time, and then you're given a direction to transport him to another location. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that second location?
That's Meharry Hospital, General Hospital.
And is there any pat down done before he's transported?
I'm not aware of that at that particular point.
And so he's given directions to get into the vehicle again. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And any issues with that?
None whatsoever.
And then once you arrive at the hospital, what directions are given to him, or what is done with him from the time that he is removed from the vehicle?
Okay. So when we pull up around the back side of it, usually where the ambulance is parked, he was removed from the vehicle and told to step around the back of it, and we were going in the emergency doors. He stepped around. One of the nurses told us which room to put him in. The entire time he stood beside us with no issue whatsoever, and then stepped inside the room and sat down on a gurney and stayed there until the medical staff did their evaluation.
And how long of a period of time were you with Mr. Reinking that day?
About 6 hours.
And that's the entirety of that 6 hours, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So at the hospital, what is going on at the hospital? You just said that initially he sat on a gurney. Mm-hmm. Were you and Officer Corman and Officer Feeney, are you all with him during
Correct.
The entire time?
The entirety of it.
And is he still cuffed?
At that particular point, we did not have him cuffed, just simply because laying in that laid down position, being cuffed behind your back, it's extremely uncomfortable. he was being completely cooperative with us, so we took the handcuffs off of him and didn't handcuff him at that particular point.
And during this time, is he, not specifically you interacting with him, but are the healthcare people at the hospital, the nurses, whoever's seeing him, are they interacting with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you observing that interaction?
I am.
And is he able to communicate with them?
Yes,
And is he responsive to the questions that they're asking?
he was.
And can you describe what, if any, treatment he received at the hospital?
At that, I believe they took his blood pressure, his temperature. They, at some point in time, I believe blood was drawn. I'm not sure about that, but I think there was blood drawn. They might have, we also had property and evidence take his clothes, because he was still in the clothes that he had walked out of the woods with. So all the clothes were taken. He was put in a paper gown.
And is that something that he did himself, remove his clothing items, or did someone have to do that for him?
He did it himself.
And so was he given directions of what to do?
He was.
So item by item to remove it?
We started with the shirt and worked all the way down.
And then putting on the paper clothes, did he do that himself?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that also done after giving direction?
Correct.
And during that time, I mean, you've described it's multiple hours. Are you speaking with Mr. Reinking?
Excuse me. No, ma'am. We did not speak with him directly. We didn't want to have a conversation with him or anything. We didn't want to jeopardize any type of investigation.
And what, if anything, are you and Officer Corman and Officer Feeney doing? Are y'all quiet the entire time?
Well, we were trying to figure out, just due to the nature of the call and the time period we were going to be there, we were having conversations trying to figure out, you know, how we were going to work this. Officer Corman and Officer Feeney were riding in the same vehicle, so we were still trying to work out the logistics of getting from point A to point B. You know, Mr. Reinking just sit there and watched us and sit there and listen to the conversation as we were there.
And how was he acting during that time?
When I was talking, he would sit there and look at me. When the other officer was talking, he was sitting there being cognizant and paying attention to each one of our, you know, whatever we were talking about.
And what, if any, other medical treatment did he receive?
I believe they ended up having to draw urine from him to see if he was dehydrated.
And when you say draw urine, what do you mean by that?
They had to catheterize him.
And did they attempt to get a urine sample before doing a catheter?
Yes, ma'am. He said he couldn't pee.
And I guess someone had to have discussed that with him. Is that
That's
correct?
One of the nurses told him exactly what the procedure involved, and the procedure was done.
And were you present for that?
I was.
And were there any issues with inserting the catheter?
No, ma'am, none whatsoever.
And was he compliant with all of the treatment that he received at the hospital?
He was. They gave him several different, I believe they gave him orange juice and water, just trying to get him hydrated, you know, so he could urinate. And like I said, each time they gave him orange juice or whatever, he took it and drank it. So, I mean, there was no issues from it whatsoever.
If I can have just one moment. Thank you, Officer Feeney. I don't have any other questions.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So it sounds like you're saying you were around Mr. Reinking that afternoon, or that day rather, for about a 6-hour period?
Approximately.
And that's during transports in the car, right? And then at South Precinct?
Yes, sir.
And at South Precinct, were you with him continuously throughout that period, like in the same room, or?
At one particular point in time, I wasn't, but he was placed in a room, and like I said, when he was placed in that room, I went to go get I believe I went to go get a drink or something. I'd been in the woods all day, so.
Sure. And during that period of time, did you ever go in that room with him, or did he stay inside a different room and you were outside the room for a period of time?
I was outside the room for a period of time.
All right. So during this 6-hour window, there are points in time for which you're not directly with Mr. Reinking. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Like, for instance, at South Precinct, how long was he inside that room?
Maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. At other times throughout that 6-hour time period you were talking about, are there other incidences where you would have not been in direct proximity to Mr. Reinking?
Other than going to tell the nurse that he couldn't urinate, no, I was with him the entire time.
Okay.
And he was in the back of one vehicle and I was in another vehicle.
All right, so during the drive, you weren't in the car with him?
Correct. During the drive, I was not in the vehicle.
I think, and that's right, you said here you're in the, I think you call it the tail vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during your time period with Mr. Reinking, as it relates, I think you've already even talked about the other officers that were around. Mr. Reinking never said a word. Is that correct?
That's correct.
6 hours, never said a word.
Other than I can't pee, and I believe that was it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Redirect, excuse me.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, officer.
Officer Rickie Corman.
Bridget, I think that you want to please. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Officer Corman, could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Rickie Corman.
And could you spell your first and last name?
Yes, the first name is Rickie, R-I-C-K-I-E. My last name is Corman, C-O-R-M-A-N.
And are you employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's your position?
Police officer.
How long have you been with the police department?
7 years.
And where are you assigned currently?
I'm currently assigned to South Precinct.
How long have you been at South Precinct?
The duration of my career is 7 years.
And as a police officer with the Metro Nashville Police Department, have you received any training in dealing with people that suffer from mental illnesses?
Yes, ma'am, we have. During the training academy, we have training. The mental health co-op comes out and trains us, and then we have usually an annual training each year to like a refresher course.
And during your experiences with just everyday kind of interactions with people as a police officer, have you interacted with people who suffer from mental illness?
Yes, ma'am.
And how often would you say that that happens during a regular work week?
At least once a week.
And specifically, have you interacted with people that suffer from schizophrenia?
Yes, ma'am.
And how often would you say that has happened?
Probably not as common as once a week, but on at least a monthly basis.
And your training as well as your own experiences, what if any signs would you look for when determining if someone is suffering from a mental illness?
Usually, if they're not verbal and telling us that they're in a crisis, that you can usually tell by their actions. They're usually pretty hyper. They have a hard time focusing. A lot of times they'll be combative with you.
And drawing your attention specifically to that April 23rd of 2018, did you assist in the arrest and transport of Travis Reinking?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what, if anything, you did related to that?
On that day of April 23rd, myself and Officer Feeney and Officer Penny, we were South Flex team. We were in the area and we were searching the woods, just canvassing the area. A call went out that the suspect had possibly been spotted. We received direction from our lieutenant to proceed to that location on Sprucedale Drive to take custody of the suspect and transport him to South Precinct as soon as possible.
And were you in the vehicle that Mr. Reinking was actually transported in from that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Feeney's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe your interaction, if any, with Mr. Reinking from taking him from the vehicle that he was in when you arrived to Officer Feeney's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. When we arrived on Sprucedale, I was directed to the unmarked SUV that Mr. Reinking was sitting in, at which time I approached the vehicle, identified myself, told him I was going to be transferring him to another vehicle, asked him to step out of the vehicle, at which time he proceeded, complied, stepped out. I took him by the elbow and escorted him to the other vehicle, Officer Feeney's vehicle.
And so you are actually the officer that took him by the elbow, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he compliant with all of those directions?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were touching his elbow, is that kind of a light touch or a hard grasp, or what was needed?
Given his size in comparison to me, at first I thought it was going to be a very strong grab, but he was so compliant and I just had to loosely guide him.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'4".
And I guess kind of comparatively to Mr. Reinking, do you know exactly how tall he is, or can you describe the difference in height?
It was significant to me. He felt almost a whole body height, half a body taller than me.
But you said that you were able to just lightly grasp his elbow, is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
And once he got in the vehicle, can you kind of describe that process of putting someone of his height and stature in the back of a police vehicle?
Yes, so he was handcuffed behind his back. So usually what we tell them is to back up to the door, put their bottom in first, and then duck their head to slide in. And someone that tall, we would tell to slide all the way across the seat of the car. So he was placed in the rear back behind the passenger seat.
And was he able to comply with all of those specific instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
And during, I guess from that point, where did you transport Mr. Reinking?
We were directed to take him to South Precinct.
And during that transport ride, can you describe what, if anything, he did?
He just sat in the back. We didn't interact with him. We didn't ask questions. We weren't really, myself and Officer Feeney weren't really conversing amongst ourselves. We were just focused on getting him to the precinct. By that time, we knew media had already gotten word of it, and so we used a caravan to transport him to South.
And can you describe what you mean by media? What, if anything else, is going on in that area from where you're transporting him from Sprucedale to South Precinct?
So where Sprucedale is, it's relatively close in proximity to where the command was set up, which was on Murfreesboro Pike at the Publix, which was directly across the street from the Waffle House.
And I guess how many people were in that area?
Of Sprucedale? There was a significant amount. There were a lot of plainclothes officers. Of course, we didn't recognize them, so we were being directed who to go to and whatnot. At that time, people were starting to exit the townhomes and take photographs and video.
And is all of these people coming out and taking pictures and video, is that in the area where Mr. Reinking would be able to observe that as well?
Possibly, if he was looking for it, yes.
And so once you go from the area of Sprucedale to the precinct, what's going on during that ride? Are there cars or anything?
At that point, we had a lead car, myself and Officer Feeney's car, and then we had two, I believe, that were trying to ride on our sides as a flank to keep media off of us. The real media didn't show up and start swarming the vehicle until we left South Precinct.
And can you describe that? When you left South Precinct, was it different than when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am. The media was all along the exterior fence. We tried to get him into the car as quickly as possible to protect him, at which time when we exit South Precinct, we have a gate, so we had to wait for the gate to open. As the gate opened, the media, we couldn't pull out because the media was swarming the car.
Can you estimate approximately how many persons you're referring to when you're describing the media?
20 to 30.
And during that time, how is Mr. Reinking acting?
He's just sitting in the back seat.
Any change in his behavior?
No.
And how would you describe his behavior and his demeanor?
He was calm. I mean, he was complying with everything we said. If anything, he just leaned up against the back of the seat and not as close up to what we call the cage, where you can see and interact with the officers.
And during your 7 years as a police officer, have you ever transported someone under those circumstances?
Under the high-profile circumstances with the media?
Yes.
No, this was the first time I've ever had media chasing us.
And how did it make you feel?
It was a little unnerving, especially when we were transporting to the hospital. We actually had people speeding up alongside us, cell phones out the window, people taking video, trying to snap pictures. So we were all in unmarked vehicles, so the other officers and the other two unmarked were trying to keep those cars at bay from us.
And during that portion of the transport, any change in Mr. Reinking's behavior?
No, ma'am.
And so once you get to the hospital, can you describe that interaction with him? Were you present while he was at the hospital receiving treatment?
Yes, ma'am. So myself and Officer Feeney arrived. We pulled into where normally the ambulances would park. I think at that point we backed into the parking space, which time I exit the passenger side, open the door. I direct Mr. Reinking how to exit the vehicle, since he is so tall, to slide over to my side, put his legs out, protect his head so he can duck and get out of the vehicle, at which time we entered through the ER door.
And was he compliant with all of those directions?
Yes, ma'am.
And while at the hospital, can you describe what, if any, treatment he received?
So when we were at the hospital, the nurses came in, immediately started doing the initial triage, and I think that's just, temperature, blood pressure check, and everything like that. I think they started the process of trying to retrieve urine from him, but at that time he couldn't use the restroom. So I think they subsequently ended up having to cath him. I remained in the room, but at that time, since my male partners were in there, I turned my head to give him some privacy of that.
And did he have any injuries that were treated at the hospital?
The main thing I recall is he had a laceration on one of his toes. He had on Converse tennis shoes, but I can't recall exactly which foot it was.
And was that something that occurred during transport, or was that present from the time that you encountered him?
That was present from the time I retrieved him out of the SUV.
And can you describe Mr. Reinking's interaction with the medical staff during that treatment? Were there any issues?
There were no issues. He listened. He complied to everything that they said. I think when they would give him water or something, he would drink the water. But yeah, he was completely compliant to everything that they asked of him.
And do you recall if Mr. Reinking said anything or spoke to anyone other than being responsive to the nurses' questions?
No, myself and the officers, we were trying to not engage in conversation with him. So this was approaching towards probably the end of our shift. We were with him for quite some time. So I think we were just interacting, trying to figure out, because we knew we were going to be passed, to let our families know what was going on and so forth. And he would kind of follow us, whoever was talking. But the only comment that he made that was out of the ordinary to me was he asked, why did they ask if I had tattoos?
And when you say, he said, why did they ask if I had tattoos?
Yes, ma'am.
Were those his exact words, or did he give context to that question?
I want to say, and I don't recall 100%, but I thought he was referring to the media. Why did the media say I had tattoos? And we couldn't figure out where that came from because we had never received any type of instructions or description of him having tattoos.
And when he's at the hospital, is there a TV on with media reports while
No.
he's being treated, or
No.
is he kept isolated from
He was
anything like
isolated.
that? If I can have just one moment. Thank you, Officer Corman. I don't have anything else.
Thank you.
Ross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next one.
State's next witness is Officer Colin Feeney.
Raise your hand if you want, please. Solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I do.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Sergeant Colin Feeney.
And I'm sorry, I said officer earlier, and that was a
That's
mistake.
fine.
Sergeant Feeney, could you please spell your first and last name?
First name is Colin, last name is Feeney.
And were you involved in the transport of Travis Reinking on April 23rd of 2018?
I was.
And were you with Officers Corman and Officers Penny?
I was. Officer Corman was riding with me that day.
And can you describe that transport?
Well, it's not something that happens very often. This is the first of its kind in my career in the department. We were notified that they had captured the subject on Sprucedale. We made our way over to the location. He was, I believe it was, well, the specialized investigations units, maybe a gang unit, had captured him in the wood line. They requested us, at the time I was assigned to the South A-Flex burglary unit. We had unmarked cars that were available for transport because we were running a two-person car. We were deemed the transport car.
And can you describe what you mean by running a two-person car?
There was two officers riding in the car, and we didn't have enough vehicles, so we had two people riding in one car.
And who was with you in that vehicle?
Officer Rickie Corman.
And you said that it was an unmarked vehicle, is that correct?
That is correct.
And can you, I know you said that this was the first time that it had happened in your career. How long have you been with the police department?
11 years.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
A year today.
And prior to that, where were you assigned?
South A detail on the flex unit.
And was that for the entire 11 years before?
No, I worked South C detail and patrol, South C detail on flex, South A detail on flex, which was tasked as a burglary unit at the time of this incident. It was still a residential burglary unit.
And in your job as a police officer with Metro Nashville Police Department, did you receive any training on dealing with persons that suffer from mental illnesses?
Oh, we do. In our basic recruit class, the Metropolitan Academy, we call it Mobile Crisis. This is the mental health co-op. Comes out and puts on an instruction block. Ways to identify individuals that are going through mental crisis that may have some sort of diagnosed or undiagnosed mental illness. One of the exercises, they bring a headset out that has recordings on it, some positive, some negative voices, but it's multiple voices at the same time. They put it on you listen to it, they try to have a conversation with you. And the purpose of the exercise is to demonstrate that if someone is in some sort of psychosis, such as schizophrenia,
that if they're hearing all these voices, it's very hard for them to have a controlled, focused thought, and to be, if you're asking them questions, they may not be answering you, they may be answering the other voices they're hearing. So the purpose of that is to help us identify if someone is having those issues.
And you said that some of the voices are positive, right?
That is correct.
Because the training is telling you that it's not always negative. Is that right?
That is correct.
And during your 12 years, have you encountered people that suffer from mental illnesses?
I have.
And have you specifically encountered people that suffer from schizophrenia?
I have, multiple times.
And what are some of the signs that you've been trained to look for and or that your experience has shown you?
Both through training and experience, what I've come to recognize, they will have divided attention. It'll be hard for them to have a controlled thought, a focused thought, to be able to carry on a conversation. They may start a sentence, interrupt it, talking to someone else, looking away with their body language, facing their body in a different direction away from you. You may have to ask the same question multiple times to get an answer. As simple as a yes or no answer can sometimes be very difficult. You'd have to ask that multiple times.
And what about following directions?
Typically, it's a long process to get someone to follow directions, especially if they're in a state of psychosis, because they have multiple thoughts, multiple trains of thought going on at the same time. Recently, I had a call with an individual who was schizophrenic and hadn't been on his medication for months. He actually called for help. We got out there, and he was yelling at someone who wasn't there that not to burn down his house, and then he was yelling at someone else not to kill his mother, and then he was yelling at them if they killed his mother, he would kill them. And it took us about 30 minutes to get him calm enough so we could go with the correct action of getting mental health involved with the mobile crisis and transporting him out there.
Okay. And you've described kind of that initial response of going to Sprucedale. During that transport from Sprucedale to South Precinct, can you describe your interaction with Mr. Reinking?
Yes, when I arrived at the scene, Officer Corman she was riding on the front passenger seat. I was driving. I had to move some equipment out of the back seat so we would have adequate room. So I removed my equipment, moved in another vehicle. Officer Corman went to where SID had Mr. Reinking in custody and walked him back to the vehicle. Anytime before someone gets in a police car, it's a good practice, and it's highly encouraged that you would search anyone that is transferred custody to you. So you would do a cursory search of them again, make sure there's nothing, no weapons, nothing that was missed by someone else, just for officer safety.
Not saying that anybody would miss anything, but
Absolutely,
just in case.
Absolutely. So he came back to the car. Officer Corman and I did a quick pat down, search of him, make sure he didn't have anything on him. Asked him to sit in the car. He sat in the car. He's a tall individual. The vehicle I was driving was a 2011 Impala with a partition in the back. There's not a whole lot of leg room in there. So some people have a lot of difficulty getting in and out.
Would you say that it's a fairly cramped space for someone his size?
Yes, absolutely.
And did he have any difficulty or react in any way when the pat down was done?
He was very compliant. He didn't move. He didn't resist. He didn't pull away. He stood there. He followed all directions that we gave him. We got him in the back of the car. At one point, we were called to get a pic before we left the scene to have a picture taken, sent to the public information officer so they could make that readily available for the media. So we stopped, opened the door. We were able to get a picture. We asked him to look in our direction. He did so.
So you actually stopped the vehicle. Someone got out of the vehicle.
Yes, Officer Corman and I both got out of the vehicle, opened the back door, had him look at us so we could take a picture.
And was that picture taken with a camera or?
This is taken with a phone.
The new camera, which is the cell phone.
That is correct.
And you said that he was actually given a direction to look towards the camera, and he complied with that, and a photograph was taken.
That is correct.
And did he say anything or do anything at that time?
He did not.
And so then you get back in the car, and what happens next?
We ran a convoy to South Precinct. We were instructed to take him to South Precinct. So we ran a convoy to South Precinct. Being in a neighborhood where he was captured, everyone's on Facebook Live, word's getting out, there's cars coming in. We wanted to get him away from the scene, get him to a secure facility where we could determine the next step on what we were going to do.
And were there any issues getting him from the car into the building of South Precinct?
Not at all. I pulled my car up close to the back door of the precinct, asked him to step out of the car. He willingly got out. He walked inside with us. We didn't have to carry him. We didn't have to give him much of a direction other than point an arm. We're going this way. We're going to go to this door. We're going to walk in here. We're going to get in this room, have a seat in this chair. I think Officer Penny went and got a bottle of water for him because he said he was thirsty. So we got him a bottle of water. We weren't at South Precinct very long. We were instructed, we were there maybe 5-10 minutes before we were instructed that we need to take him to Metro General Hospital, Meharry Hospital. We had a representative from the Sheriff's Department that we work closely with had called ahead to General and put him on lockdown so there wouldn't be any ambulances showing up. We got back in and then we left precinct. We got in the vehicle.
And so all of this kind of coordination that's happening between the sheriffs and the hospital and the police department, are there communications where it's not people talking to Mr. Reinking, but people talking around him about
Yes.
what's happening next?
Yes.
And it's within earshot of him, is that correct?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a big case. There was, precinct commanders there, lieutenants, captains. There's, every person that you could imagine that wants to make sure it's going as smoothly as possible and we don't run into any issues.
And maybe tensions might be a little high, is that correct?
That's an important case. We want to make sure we're handling everything correctly.
Did Mr. Reinking have any reaction to kind of all of those conversations going
No,
around him?
that time he didn't really speak. He was very attentive to everything that was going on. He looked around, made eye contact when someone was speaking. He would look in their direction.
So as you are speaking with other people, he is looking at you when you're speaking and looking at the other person.
Certainly.
Kind of as if he's following the conversation.
Yes.
And can you describe that experience of leaving South Precinct and going to the hospital?
After we were told to take him to the hospital, we had been in a room in South Precinct that's maybe the size of the judge's bench, a little bit bigger. I said, hey, we're going to get back in the car. We're going to go to the hospital. He had an injury to his foot, and being outside for several days, it was going to require medical clearance before booking would take him, it's a common practice if anyone has any medical issues that has to be addressed before they go into booking. We asked him, we went back out to the car, directed him to the car, went to the car without issue, didn't have to force him, didn't have to use any force whatsoever, maybe lightly holding his arm to make sure he was going the right direction. As we were pulling out of the secured gate, there was a large media presence. We were trying to run a convoy to, being the high profile case that it was. One of the issues we ran into, as soon as the secured gate opened, we were swamped by cameras. They got in between myself, the car in front of me, and the car behind me. We had to use lights and sirens to get going, to get around them. Ran lights and sirens all the way to the hospital. Had people pulling up next to us on the interstate, taking pictures as we're driving down the interstate. Made all the way to General Hospital. Media was there waiting on us. Hospital was locked down. Sheriff's Department met us outside, and we walked in the hospital, or directed him into the hospital. Nurses had a room ready for him, and brought him in.
And can you describe Mr. Reinking's demeanor during all of that you've described, of being swarmed by media and having cars pulling up and his picture being constantly taken?
He never said a word. I was focusing on driving, so I wasn't, turning around looking at him, but most I could tell, he was just soaking it in. So.
And once you arrived at the hospital, can you describe what, if anything, occurred?
We went into can't recall the room number. You go in the emergency room bay, and it's the first, you make almost a complete U-turn. You go into that triage room they have there. We got him up on a gurney, had a pair of leg irons or shackles, whatever you want to call them. They're long handcuffs with a long chain. Put him on his ankles, that way he's not a flight risk. And hospital's locked down. We've got multiple officers in there. We got sheriffs in there helping us out to help the medical staff, they request we take the handcuffs off. So we allowed him to not have handcuffs on, but we left the shackles on him so he wouldn't be able to run. ID showed up, or Technical Investigation Services. His old name was ID, we still call him that. They arrived, removed his clothes. He had, I believe, a maroon shirt, jeans. He was soaking wet, and I don't know if they were Chuck Taylor's All-Stars, but he had canvas shoes on, and one of his toes was, or his foot had a pretty severe laceration that the medical staff advised they're going to have to stitch up. I noticed as they took the clothes off of him that he had a burn mark that is consistent with a 223 or 556 cartridge casing on the top of his foot. Familiar with that burn mark because in our training I've been burned by brass before, and it's identical to the size of it.
And you said that he had an injury to his foot that had to be stitched up.
That is correct.
Were you present when he received those stitches?
I was. I was in the room almost the entire time we were at the hospital. I was in the room with him.
And did they give him any type of, I guess,
A local anesthetic?
And was that done by a needle?
Yes.
So he actually got a shot?
Sure. I don't know if it's like actual shot. It's, numbing agent to put stitches in. So.
Okay. But they used a syringe and a needle
Yes.
to inject him with something?
Yes.
Did he have any reaction whatsoever to having that done?
I mean, kind of like anyone that you get a little shot and kind of, oh, hey, I got a little shot. Nothing more than that.
But is he saying anything in protest, reacting in any way?
No, they asked him, some basic questions like, medical history. He had any surgeries? I think he said a hand or wrist injury that he broke on a dirt bike accident or motorcycle accident. He was very forthcoming with them, answered all their questions without hesitation.
So they're asking him not just, put your hand up, Mr. Reinking, move your leg. They're actually asking him like the
Right.
normal, you go to the hospital and they've got that list of questions on the computer that they have to ask you before they can go to the next step. And he's able to answer those questions.
Yes.
And you just gave an example of they asked him about prior injuries and he gave a complete answer of a very specific instance. Is
That is
that right? Could you describe his interaction with the nurses? Was there anything abnormal about it?
He was very polite. He, nothing out of the ordinary. He was, they asked him a question, he answered it. It was very cordial to him. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Same with us. He was like, yes, sir, no, sir.
Did he seem in distress in any way?
Not at all.
And while you're at the hospital, what, if any, other procedures are done on Mr. Reinking?
So before they can be released from the hospital, they do, I'm not a medical professional, some sort of blood panel. And part of that is they have to get a urine sample. They gave him an IV. They gave him multiple bags of saline. They said he was pretty dehydrated. We gave him a bottle of water earlier. He had another bottle of water. I think they gave him some orange juice or some sort of juice, just I guess his blood sugar or something.
So
whatever they did.
Insert an IV and he has multiple bags of IV fluids and any abnormal interaction to any of that?
Not at all. He, like I said, he had to produce urine before he could leave. We tried a few times.
Can you describe that process of what you mean by tried a few times?
So after ID collected his clothes for the investigation portion of it, they were issued it's just a generic kind of a paper gown, like scrubs sort of thing, but not cloth, just disposable gown. He was wearing that. To produce urine, we were going to have him try to urinate in a collection device. We sat there, tried to get him to go, couldn't go. A few minutes went by.
What do you mean by tried to get him to go?
Tried to get him to urinate on his own.
Okay.
I think the second time we tried, I've got little boys. Well, they're not little anymore, but I've got two boys. One of the things we did to help them was turn the faucet on, get some running water, try to, get the mind to think that it has to go. I turned it on. I said, hey, it works for my kids. Let's see if that'll help. And he chuckled. And he's like, well, we can try. That ended up being unsuccessful. After a while, we can't sit there all day waiting for it, so we advised the nurses that he was, I think that was the only time I stepped out of the room, is to advise the nurses he was unable to urinate. So they retrieved a Foley catheter and inserted it into his urethra and collected the urine that way.
And was he compliant with that entire process?
He was very compliant. He winced a little bit with the catheter going in, as would be expected.
As would be expected.
But yeah, he was compliant. He understood everything that was happening. They explained everything to him, and he understood what was going on.
And did Mr. Reinking say anything to you or the other officers while y'all were there at the hospital?
We weren't really having a conversation with him. It's our role in the investigation is not really to talk to him. We were kind of talking amongst ourselves. But at one point during our stay at the hospital, he asked us why the news said he had a tattoo on his arm when he got out of his truck. And up until the point that we had taken him into custody, I don't believe his name had been released to the media. So I don't know where he would have gotten that information.
And were you allowing any media news reports,
No.
I guess, to be heard by him?
Not at all.
And you've described your training and experience with people that suffer from mental illness. Did you have any concerns based off of your interaction with Mr. Reinking that day?
Not at all.
If I can have just a moment. Sergeant, I have a disc that I would
Yes.
ask be handed to you. Do you recognize that disc?
It's my initials and the date that I put on here today.
And can you describe what is located on that disc?
It was the local media had taken footage from there's a parking lot outside the secured back lot of South Precinct, and the media had taken video footage of Mr. Reinking being escorted out of my vehicle by myself and Officer Corman into South Precinct and back to the vehicle.
And so this is not the media swarm that happens when you leave, but there
They're
was
outside.
still somehow media that
They're all lined down the fence, so I
That
couldn't tell you which.
captured the arrival.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you which news agency it was, but
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that disc be entered as the next numbered exhibit, and I have it available digitally to publish to the jury. Sergeant Feeney, if you can describe what is being seen here in this first image.
that is my back. I was wearing a ball cap at the time. Officer Corman is directly to my right, and Mr. Reinking is being escorted out of the back seat. We asked him to get out of the back seat. We didn't have to pull him out. He's a tall individual, so we just made sure he wasn't going to fall out of the car and get injured. At this point, we're escorting him into the building. And that's us escorting him back out to the vehicle. And he's sitting in the vehicle, just as we asked.
And anything unusual at all about your interaction with Mr. Reinking?
Not at all.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Earl?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Sergeant. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
This gentleman over appreciates the one-star review of their back seat.
I think that's why they stopped making it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Nixon.
Judge, the next piece of evidence is going to be a stipulation between the prosecution and the defense with regards to the testimony of Officer Mark Rosenfeld.
All right.
With your permission, Judge, I'll read the stipulation.
That'll be fine.
State of Tennessee versus Travis Reinking. The parties have agreed to the following stipulation. Mark Rosenfeld is an officer with the Metro Nashville Police Department. At the time of this incident, he was a member of the Crime Scene Investigation Division. As part of his duties, he collected DNA swabs on the following items. Number 1, 6 DNA swabs from the Kimber handgun. Number 2, 4 DNA swabs from the rifle magazines. 3, 22 DNA swabs from the Bushmaster rifle. The DNA swabs were packaged and submitted to the Metropolitan Police Department Crime Lab for analysis. The DNA swabs are to be admitted as the next 3 numbered exhibits in the order listed above. So, Judge, the 6 DNA swabs would be Exhibit 29, the 4 DNA swabs from the rifle magazines.
Stipulation would be 29.
Well, we can do that. The stipulation will be 29 then, and then number 30 would be the swabs from the Kimber handgun. Number 31 would be the swabs from the rifle magazines. And then number 32 would be the swabs from the Bushmaster rifle. And I'll tender all those to the court.
Members of the jury, you've heard the stipulation read that, which is, as noted on the stipulation agreement to the parties, that what is contained in the stipulation is true. Like any evidence, and this will be in the jury charge, it'll be added to the jury charge when I charge it at the end of the trial. Like any evidence, you will weigh that evidence and give it what weight and credibility you wish to give it. But I'll explain all that to you as well. It just makes things a little bit quicker. You don't have to call the officer in and so on and so forth. All right. Next.
Detective Klarer.
You solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Sir, could you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Phillip Klarer. It's Phillip Klarer.
By whom are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
What are your current duties with the police department?
I'm currently assigned to the homicide unit.
In April of 2018, where were you assigned?
At that time, I was at the South Precinct Investigations with the same duties, working homicides.
Okay. Has the homicide unit now been centralized?
It has.
Okay. And so basically doing the same thing, but just in a different framework.
That's correct.
In April of 2018, particularly April the 22nd of 2018, did you become involved in an investigation concerning an incident that had occurred at the Waffle House?
I did.
On Spur Road?
I was.
When were you first advised of the incident?
The early morning hours, I was notified by my sergeant to respond to that scene.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when? Was it before daylight, after?
It was before daylight.
Did you respond?
I did.
And was that location, that Waffle House, pardon me, in your precinct that you were working at the time?
It was, yes. It was within the South Precinct on Murfreesboro Road.
And the reason I asked that is, were you familiar with it at that particular Waffle House?
Actually, that was a new location. I didn't realize that there was a Waffle House there until I got there for the first time.
I was going to say, had you ever been there before?
I had never been there
this particular
before.
call?
No.
And so, not going to go into a whole lot of great detail about your involvement, but when you arrived, were there other officers already there?
There were.
And sort of briefly set the stage of when you arrived, what did you do?
When I arrived, I was briefed by my supervisor, my sergeant. Several patrol officers were already on the scene. They had established a perimeter around the Waffle House. My sergeant had told us what we had going on there. He then directed myself and another detective to go speak with a witness.
Okay, and who was your sergeant at that time?
Trip Sowell.
All right, and was there also a Sergeant Polk there?
He was.
And as time went on, were lieutenants, captains, and above showing up?
Yes, they were.
So, with your duties, and briefly go into this, of interviewing witnesses, did you leave the location to go speak to witnesses at the hospital?
We did.
Right. When you say we, who?
Myself and Detective Summerall.
Okay. Since we expect Detective Summerall to testify, may not sort of have the jury have to hear it twice. So, but did you and he go to the hospital, Vanderbilt Hospital?
Yes, we did.
And who did you speak to there?
We first spoke with James Shaw.
Okay. And was, pardon me, anyone else at Vanderbilt Hospital that you were able to speak to that early morning?
No, not at that time.
All right. After speaking with Mr. Shaw, did you leave the hospital and go on about other duties?
Correct. We went back to the scene after that.
And so about what time frame are we talking about now when you were back at the scene?
That's after daylight, so I would say between around 6 or 7 in the morning at that time.
And again, if at some time Detective Summerall and you split up, let me know. But when you say we, is it still you and Detective Summerall?
Yeah, me and Detective Summerall.
Okay, so how long were you at the Waffle House?
We stayed there for a majority of the morning as we were processing this, or our ID units were processing the scene and trying to gather further evidence from the scene.
And did you go to any other location after the processing of the scene?
Not that morning.
Now, on the next day and the days thereafter, did you continue to be involved in this investigation?
I was.
It was one of your duties or responsibilities to obtain DNA swabs.
They were.
Okay, and you referenced Mr. James Shaw and interviewing him that first time, the morning of April the 22nd. Did you obtain a DNA swab from him at that time?
Yes, we had called Mr. Shaw to South Precinct sort of to do a formal interview with him, and we did collect a DNA sample from him at South Precinct.
Okay. Voluntarily?
Correct.
Mr. Shaw's part. All right, I'd ask if I could have a document, item passed out. Detective Klarer, you're being handed an item. I'd ask if you could look at the packaging and the information on it and see if you recognize that as being a DNA swab.
It is. I collected the DNA, packaged it, and sealed it, and initialed with the date and my initials on it.
All right, I ask that be the next numbered exhibit. Did you also collect a DNA sample from a person who became known to you as Travis Reinking?
I did.
And is that individual here in the court today? And if so, could you identify him by what he's wearing?
He's seated with defense counsel wearing a blue button-up shirt.
All right, does the record reflect that he has indicated Mr. Reinking? Do you recall when you obtained the DNA sample from Mr. Reinking?
I think it was the day after we got the one from Mr. Shaw. I think it was the 24th. He was incarcerated, and we went to the jail to obtain that DNA sample.
All right, and was that done pursuant to a search warrant issued by a judge of record here in this county?
It was.
All right, does that be passed up? I say a judge of record, a judge in this county.
Correct.
Okay, you're being handed another item. And does that appear, once you've had a chance to look at it, to be the DNA swab obtained from Mr. Reinking pursuant to the search warrant?
It is. I packaged this, again sealed it. with the date and my initials on it.
All right, that's that be the next numbered exhibit. Had you obtained DNA swabs from individuals in the past?
I have.
Is there a pretty common process of obtaining those?
Yes, I think every detective will have their own way, but yes.
Okay. So, when I ask you about obtaining the swabs from Mr. Reinking,
Okay.
you said he was in the jail, basically.
Correct.
For lack of a better term, they all have different names now. But tell us about that. Did you go into where he was housed? Was he brought out?
Yes, we went to the Davidson County Sheriff's Office. We were taken back to not necessarily the cell he was housed in, but what I would call like a supervisory area. And he was brought to us by sheriff's deputies.
Okay. When he was brought there and you saw him, what was his appearance or demeanor?
He was very calm, just as though you would have seen anybody else. There was nothing. He didn't appear to be upset. He was very calm and cooperative.
Okay. And would this have been on the 24th of April?
It was.
Do you recall approximately what time?
I want to say it was just after noon, maybe 1 o'clock, 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Explain the process that you use when advising someone that you're going to take their DNA swab.
I just tell them exactly what I'm going to do, that it's a very non-intrusive collection, just to open their mouth. I'm going to take some swabs, such as like it's just a elongated Q-tip, and I'm just going to rub it on the inside of their cheeks. And I informed him that I had a search warrant to do so.
Okay. And did you explain that to Mr. Reinking in those?
I did.
Okay. Did he make any comment,
He was very, like I said, he was very cooperative. He said, okay. I unpackaged the swabs. He opened his mouth and I swabbed, and that was it. I gave him a copy of the search warrant. He was very cooperative.
It sounds like a procedure that would not have taken very long.
Not long at all, sir.
Those are the only questions I have about this part of the process.
Good afternoon, Detective Klarer.
Hello.
So, the morning you got called in, I guess April 22nd, 2018, you said you went to the hospital and spoke with Mr. James Shaw Jr., is that correct? And you took a statement from him at that time.
I did.
That one was not video or audio recorded.
Correct.
But you did a report of the substance of that statement, correct?
Correct.
And during that interview, you asked him what happened.
Right.
And he gave you his version of what happened, correct?
Correct.
And you asked him to tell you everything he knew at the time.
Yes.
Absolutely. So then you went back on April 25th, 2018, 2018, and you spoke with James Shaw Jr. again at the same time you got his DNA.
Correct.
All right. That one was video and audio recorded, correct? Yes. And just like before, you asked Mr. James Shaw Jr. to kind of fully explain and tell you everything that had happened at the Waffle House on the 22nd, correct?
Correct.
And just like you had asked him previously at the hospital, that included anything that Mr. Reinking may have said during the interaction.
Correct.
All right. And isn't it true that, as you stated here, that the statement Mr. James Shaw Jr. gave you on the 25th matched his statement that he gave you on the 22nd?
Right. As far as I recall, yes.
Right. And specifically on the 25th, you recall you asked him multiple times, what did Mr. Reinking say during your interactions with him at the Waffle House?
Yes.
You asked him, what did he say, both inside the Waffle House that you heard and outside the Waffle House that you heard, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it in fact true that during that interview, that on 2 different occasions that Mr. James Shaw Jr. told you that it wasn't anything racial?
I don't remember him saying anything about it being racial.
All right. So if you had the opportunity to review the audio statement, you think that would refresh your recollection?
Yeah. I mean, I don't remember him saying anything that Mr. Reinking said anything about anything being racial.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
But specifically, do you recall Mr. James Shaw Jr. telling you that Mr. Reinking didn't say anything racial?
That I said he didn't say anything racial?
Do you recall James Shaw Jr. telling you during the interview that Mr. Reinking did not say anything racial?
I don't recall. I don't recall if he said those exact words, but I don't remember him. I thought you were saying, did he say he said something racial? I don't remember him saying that.
Okay. And it would help you to review that portion of the interview to refresh your recollection on
I mean, sure.
Okay. Your Honor, can we take a brief recess and allow the witness to refresh his recollection?
Judge, what I'm hearing is the officer is asking, yes.
It's getting close to kind of the mid-afternoon recess anyway, so we're going to go ahead and do that and allow the detective to hear a little bit of this interview to see if it refreshes his memory on anything. Please keep in mind you cannot discuss anything about the trial case. Keep your thoughts to yourself, remain open-minded. We'll get you back in here in about 15 minutes. All right, be seated, please. up, or do you need to get it queued up?
I believe we're ready. What I mean by that is it worked.
Quiet, please.
So it's plugged in. I think it's coming up on the screen. I don't know what the audio is going to do. I don't know how loud it's going to be when I start. You want to ask anything about it? That's it.
All right.
Okay.
Told us that all you remember was Mark Hudson. Have you remembered anything else? What he might have said, or
No.
what the exact curse words were?
He was just like, let me go, to let the gun go or something like that.
And that's what he was like.
Yeah,
About before that, was he saying anything when he was shooting?
No. I didn't read anything, but then being honest,
Yeah.
I don't know. At that point in time, it's just like, what to do.
Do you remember what he was saying to you? The words he used? I know you said he was cussing a lot, and you were like, why are you cussing me? You're the one doing this.
He was motherfucker or something like that. I don't think it was anything racial.
Yeah.
That I heard. I don't think, I was just trying to get the gun, like, completely blind to folks on getting the gun away. But, I don't think it was anything racial, but he did say, like, motherfucker and, fuck you, and, like, I know he said fuck you when we were outside, but that's when I thought he had handguns. Like I said, I went this way, and he went that way, and I was thinking.
Detective, did that refresh your recollection?
It did.
Thank you.
And so, what will be the question when he comes back, just so make sure that he does in fact understand what you're asking?
Yes. So, Detective, during your interview on April 25th, 2018, with James Shaws Jr., did he state to you 2 times that he did not recall Travis Reinking saying anything, or he did not believe Travis Reinking said anything racial?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any issues?
No,
I mean, you may have some redirect there, I understand that, but as far as this is one issue is concerned, everything's on target. Okay.
I believe the foundation was set to ask the
All
question.
right. We'll take about a 10-minute recess. how long the rest of it will be, we were talking back there in the morning?
Not until we get to the end of today,
Okay.
because we might be able to do more today, we'll just depend on what we do.
All right, we'll talk about it now.
I would say less than a week.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Detective Klarer, having reviewed the video, has your recollection been refreshed rather?
Yes, I completely misunderstood your question, so.
That's okay. I can ask bad questions sometimes. So now, having reviewed that video, isn't it true that during your April 25th, 2018 meeting with James Shaw Jr., that he said on at least 2 occasions in reference to Mr. Reinking's statements the night at the Waffle House, that Mr. Reinking did not say anything racial?
That's correct.
Now, he did go a little further in talking about things that Mr. Reinking did say related to curse words. Is that right?
That's correct.
I think he said that Mr. Reinking actually said, called him an MFer. I'll just leave it at the initials, and said some other expletives.
Yes.
But nothing racial.
Correct.
All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Ready to wreck?
No.
All right, thank you, Detective. You may step in.
Julie Ellis. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon. Could you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Yes, I'm Julie Ellis, Julieellis.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department's Crime Lab.
And what do you do for the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department Crime Laboratory?
I'm the unit supervisor for the Forensic Biology Unit. Prior to that, I was a Forensic Scientist 3.
And specifically, what do you do? You told us the forensic, but what in general do you analyze and test for the police department?
Yes, so basically the Forensic Biology Unit is the DNA unit. So we take evidence from crime scenes and process it for biological fluids called serology testing, and then we forward those samples to DNA testing.
All right, thank you. And I may just generally refer to it as the DNA unit or DNA. Could you tell us briefly what your background and experience has been for you to have the job that you do now?
Yes. I have been with Metro Nashville's Police Department's Crime Lab for almost 7 years. It will be 7 years in March. Prior to that, I worked at a private DNA laboratory called Orchid Cellmark for 10 years as a DNA analyst. After that laboratory closed, I worked at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation as a forensic technician for about 1.5 years. And then after that job, I worked at LabCorp Clinical Trials as a project specialist.
And over the years, have you examined few or many items of evidence in connection, with DNA analysis?
Many.
All right. Hundreds, thousands, or is?
Thousands.
All right. And what is your educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Microbiology from Tennessee Tech University.
And with respect to your reports and results of DNA analysis, have those been presented to courts both in Davidson County and perhaps other states and the South?
Yes, yes, they have.
All right. Your Honor, I would tender Ms. Ellis as an expert in DNA analysis if there's any voir dire.
Any more time?
No, Your Honor, we'll stipulate that she's an expert.
Members of the jury, Ms. Ellis will be declared an expert in the field of forensic science involving DNA analysis. As an expert, she's allowed to give opinions on matters related to this case, whereas most witnesses are only allowed to testify to factual issues. Because of her background and training, she's allowed to give opinions based on the information submitted to her. I'll give you a detailed instruction on how you evaluate expert testimony during the jury trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ellis, 20 years ago, I might have asked a whole lot more questions about DNA, but I suspect now everybody's heard that. But briefly, could you tell us what is DNA and how is it used in the forensic setting, i.e. law enforcement?
Yes, so DNA is basically a blueprint for who we are. It's why some people have brown eyes and some people have blue eyes. You get half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father. Every cell in your body has DNA in it except mature red blood cells, and everyone's DNA is unique except identical twins. How we use it at the crime lab is we obtain DNA profiles from evidence, and then we use known buccal standards or reference standards from blood to compare those reference standards to the evidence.
And is DNA only used in legal proceedings? What was it initially developed for?
I think it's been used in other areas such as agriculture, medical field, obviously forensics like we're doing right here.
Okay. And approximately how long has DNA been used in the legal setting?
For forensics?
For forensics.
I believe it was first introduced in the mid-90s.
Okay. And over the years, has the DNA analysis advanced, or new techniques, new ways of analyzing substances?
Yes, it has advanced. DNA is always up and coming. I know when I first started, we were only looking at 13 locations on the chromosome, and now we're looking at 24. So it does change.
Mm-hmm. But the science of DNA, the chromosomes, things like that, has that changed?
No, that has not.
Or the basis for the analysis is still the same, is that correct?
Correct. We're still using the same methodologies we have.
Okay. Now, if I could ask, to get right to the point, that exhibits 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34 be passed to the witness. All set?
Yes.
All right. First of all, could you take a look at those items and see if those are items that you received in the crime lab and conducted examinations upon?
Four of these have been processed by the crime lab, and a fifth one looks like it was not processed by the crime lab, but received by the crime lab.
All right.
All of them have the unique identifier that the crime lab puts on each evidence piece.
Okay. And just for the sake of the record, which was not analyzed? Which exhibit number?
6 DNA swabs from Kimber handgun.
All right. And does it have the exhibit number on it? I believe that should be
30.
30. Okay, thank you. So we can set that one aside. Could you tell us what is the process of conducting an analysis, the steps that you go through? And you mentioned a moment ago about a buccal swab. What is that? And how do you spell that just for the...
Buccal, B-U-C-C-A-L. It's from the buccal cells inside your mouth that we use as a reference standard.
And what is that? Why would that be required as far as analysis with respect to being a known sample?
We use known standards to compare against the evidence to include, exclude individuals.
Okay. And are two of those exhibits buccal swabs?
Yes.
And would that be exhibits 33 and 34?
Yes, exhibit 33 and 34.
And what is exhibit 33?
Exhibit 33 are DNA swabs from James Shaw Jr.
And 34?
34 is 4 DNA swabs from Travis Reinking.
And exhibits 30, 31, and 32, would those be swabs collected from items?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Exhibit 31, 4 DNA swabs, and exhibit 32, 22 DNA swabs from weapons.
Now, when you receive these items into the crime lab to be examined, I'd ask about the steps of analysis. What are those steps?
So when a case gets submitted to the laboratory, it is first received by our evidence receiving unit, who then puts the laboratory unique identifier on each piece of evidence, as I just mentioned. After the investigator sends a submittal form to the laboratory and it's approved, the case then gets assigned by the supervisor to the scientist to work. When the scientist picks up the evidence, then they then do serology testing on it, which is basically looking for biological fluids such as blood or semen on those pieces of evidence, or taking the piece of evidence straight to DNA with a cutting. After a DNA cutting is ready for the processing, there are 4 basic steps of DNA processing. The first one is extraction, so we extract the DNA from the cell. The second one is quantification, and that is where we're measuring the DNA in our sample that we have extracted from the sample. The third step is amplification, and that's where we're amplifying to get many, many copies so that our instruments can read what DNA profile is there. And the fourth step is reporting and interpretation for that case.
Now, when items are submitted for testing, say from a detective, and they have your 282 form, do you have any specific independent knowledge of what the case is about or any of the facts?
Only what the investigator puts on our submittal form, and maybe we have an email here or there to try to figure out more information if we need it for testing.
And which did you receive first, the known swabs or the items for testing?
We received the items of testing.
Okay. And are those kept separate and apart until they are analyzed to see the presence of DNA?
Each sample is tested alone. We cannot have more than one sample open at one time. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, part of the steps of the analysis. And with respect to that, is DNA always present on every item that is submitted?
No, not always.
Okay. And if there is no DNA found, do you make a notation of that?
Yes, it's reported. Any evidence that we have to look at, we have to report.
Right. Is there also, on occasion, when you've done the testing, that whatever is recovered may be insufficient for testing?
Yes.
And how does that occur? And what is the threshold?
For DNA?
For DNA testing.
Like not suitable?
Yes.
Okay, for not suitable, if we're looking for like trace DNA, which is limited contact by an individual to a surface or a material, If we get in a piece of evidence that is saturated with blood stains, we cannot look for trace DNA because the blood body fluid is going to hide or cover up that trace DNA. So that would be not suitable.
Right. And I apologize. As far as the last step being reporting, what gets you to that step as far as the comparison of being able to say whether someone's DNA is or is not on an item?
Yeah, if the DNA's there, we have to report it, and if it's an evidence sample and we have a reference standard, we do have to compare it.
All right. And in this case, did you have reference standards, i.e. James Shaw and Travis Reinking?
Yes.
And were you able to extract DNA from those known samples?
Yes, we did.
And once that is extracted, does that turn into what is called a DNA profile?
Yes.
Right. And was there any difficulty in obtaining that? In other words, was there sufficient buccal swabs and cells to be able to do that?
Correct. We had full profiles from the 2 buccal standards.
All right. Now, with respect to the evidence that was submitted, could you sort of summarize, looking at your report, of what you received and what you examined?
Yes. Your Honor, may I look at my notes? Would you like me to read the list?
Yes, please. And I'll go ahead and ask, were there some extra items that you received that are not included in what I'm asking you about here today?
On our report is everything that we received in our unit, so I don't have anything that wasn't received in our unit on my report.
Okay.
So do you want me to start?
Yes.
Okay, we received lab item 006, which are swabs from firearms, which contain 00601 swabs from AR-15 tip of barrel, 00602 swabs from AR-15 trigger, 00603 swabs from AR-15 stain on right side, 00604 swabs from AR-15 stain on left side, 00605 swabs from AR-15 buttstock, 00606 swabs from ZZ rifle tip of barrel, item 00607 swabs from CZ rifle trigger, item 00608 swabs from CZ rifle buttstock, 00609 swabs from Remington tip of barrel, 00610 swabs from Remington trigger, 00611 swabs from Remington buttstock. That's all item 6.
Okay. And thank you for going through that, and that's where I was going to hopefully stop you. With respect to, you received swabs from different weapons, is that correct?
Yes.
From what it's indicated here. You also received swabs from various items of currency.
Currency?
Well, it says swab from, sample 1, sample 2, sample 3, on down.
Oh, under item lab 11?
Yes.
Okay, swabs from crime scene?
Yes.
Yes. Do you want me to read all those?
No, I was
Okay.
just going to say, because there's a lot.
Yes.
Just to get to that, you received a lot of samples from the crime scene.
Yes.
But honing in on the other items, there was a green jacket submitted, correct?
Correct.
Swabs from that, swabs from magazine, steel magazine, tan magazines.
Correct.
And did you analyze all of those?
We, some items were not examined, but we did bring them into our unit.
All right. And is it your professional decision as to what items to test and what not to test?
For homicides, we have a policy where we test 10 items. Given this was a priority case, we went over the 10 items.
Okay. Now, with respect to boiling this down into a nutshell, with respect to comparing Travis Reinking's known sample, known DNA profile, and James Shaw's known DNA profile, were those present on any of these items?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know that? That's, again, part of the process. So explain that to how you know that in
Yes,
your
so
profession?
we extracted the DNA from the samples and then compared them to the reference standards. So when that comparison was made, if there's a match or consistency with that reference standard, then we report that match.
Right, and were there any matches?
Yes.
Could you tell us that?
Okay, do you want me to read the paragraph?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want me just to start with the first one on the report?
That's probably a good place to start.
Okay. A presumptive test gave chemical indications of blood on swabs from S1, S2, S6, S9, S10, S14, SC, and SG, which are lab items 11.1, 11.2, 11.6, 11.9, 11.10, 11.14, 11.19, and 11.23. The DNA results obtained from these items demonstrated the presence of a single male contributor. This male DNA profile matches the DNA profile obtained from the buccal swab from James Shaw Jr., which is lab item 23. For 22 locations on the chromosome that we tested, the frequency of occurrence of the DNA profile obtained from these items I just mentioned above for unrelated individuals is rarer than 1 out of 100 trillion. The DNA profile obtained from the buccal swab from Travis Reinking, item 12, is excluded as the source of the DNA profile from these items. An additional or indication of a possible additional contributor was present on item 1102.
And these would have been items collected at the crime scene?
Yes.
Right. All right.
Yes.
And so you're saying James Shaw's, be it blood, saliva, whatever, was at the crime scene?
Correct.
All right. And from those swabs from the crime scene, Mr. Reinking's was not there?
Correct, on these items
on
that I
these
just
items.
listed.
All right. And just for the sake of reference, why is it given in odds, like 1 out of 100 trillion? What's the purpose of that?
It's how we report our statistics.
Okay. And of the likelihood that it could be some unrelated person's DNA?
The frequency of that profile is rarer than 1 out of 100 trillion, which is greater than the world's population.
Many times over, right?
Yes, correct.
All right. All right. Now, with respect to the AR-15 rifle and the swabs from it, is that discussed in the second paragraph?
Yes.
And what were your findings with respect to the examination that led to paragraph 2?
Okay. A presumptive test gave chemical indications of blood on one of the swabs from the AR-15 stain on right side, lab item 603. The mixed DNA results obtained from this item demonstrated a presence of 2 contributors. Assuming these 2 interpretable contributors to the mixture, a major and a minor DNA profile were obtained. This major DNA profile matches the DNA profile obtained from the buccal swabs from James Shaw Jr., item 23. For 22 loci, the frequency of occurrence of the major DNA profile obtained from this item for unrelated individuals is rarer than 1 out of 100 trillion. This partial minor DNA profile is consistent with the DNA profile obtained from the buccal swab from Travis Reinking, item 12. For 4 loci, the frequency of occurrence of the partial minor DNA profile obtained from item 603 for unrelated individuals is approximately 1 out of 570.
So, would you say it was a match of James Shaw's DNA being on that AR-15 rifle?
A match to the major profile. So when we have 2 contributors, it means that one contributor shows up more than another. So you have a major and a minor. So we're looking at the major, and his profile matches the major profile.
Okay. And could Mr. Reinking be excluded from also having been in contact with that AR-15 rifle?
No, he was included.
All right. But at a lower odds.
Right. He was consistent with a minor profile.
Okay. And so, without going through a whole lot other of the reports, at this point, paragraphs, if there were a video showing both Mr. James Shaw and Mr. Travis Reinking in possession of that AR-15 rifle, would your results substantiate that?
I believe so.
All right. And were there other items where both Mr. Shaw's DNA and Travis Reinking's DNA were present?
Yes.
And if you could just sort of summarize that.
Like what item number?
Yes, and tell us, yes, what item number and...
Okay. On the the swabs from the AR-15 stain on left side, which is lab item 604, and the swabs from S8, which is lab item 1108, I obtained mixed DNA results from those items, and it demonstrated 2 contributors. Assuming the 2 interpretable contributors to the mixture, a major profile was obtained from these items. This major DNA profile matches the DNA profile obtained from the buccal swab from James Shaw Jr., item 23. For 22 loci, the frequency of occurrence of the major DNA profile obtained from these items for unrelated individuals is rarer than 1 out of 100 trillion. The DNA profile obtained from the buccal swab from Travis Reinking, item 12, is excluded as a source of the major DNA profile obtained from these items. Due to the limited minor DNA data obtained from both of these items, no comparisons will be performed.
All right. And does that in any way indicate that Mr. Reinking was not at some point in contact with that AR-15?
I can't tell you that yet.
Okay. Just from that sample, that swab, his DNA wasn't on it?
Correct.
Okay. And were there any other items where
Yes.
either one or both's DNA were on items submitted to the crime lab?
Yes. A presumptive test failed to give chemical indications of blood on the swabs from the AR-15 buttstock, which is item 605. The mixed DNA results obtained from item 605 demonstrated the presence of 2 contributors. Assuming 2 interpretable contributors to the mixture, a partial major DNA profile was obtained from this item. This partial major DNA profile is consistent with the DNA profile obtained from the buccal swabs from Travis Reinking, item 12. For 18 loci, the frequency of occurrence of the partial major DNA profile obtained from this item for unrelated individuals is rarer than 1 out of 100 trillion. The DNA profile obtained from the buccal swab from James Shaw Jr., item 23, is excluded as the source of the partial major DNA profile obtained from this item. Due to the limited minor DNA data obtained from this item, no comparisons will be performed.
So does that tell us that the butt, the end of the rifle, had Travis Reinking's DNA on it?
Yes, the 2 profiles were consistent with each other.
And not James Shaw's, as if he had the rifle?
Correct. He was excluded from this item.
So James Shaw's is on the part, but not the butt, but the barrel of the rifle. As far as the swabs, the tip, the stain, left side, right side, correct?
Yes, stain left side and right side. I'm not sure where those were located.
Yes. Okay. And the fact that there may have been other partial DNAs or unknown contributors on those items that were submitted, does that have anything to do with whether or not Mr. Reinking and James Shaw's DNA were present?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
I'm just saying, did you determine that there were, I believe you said, unknown minor contributor?
Oh, no comparisons
The
could
comparisons,
be made. Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
So it was too limited. I was unable to determine if anybody could be included or excluded because it was too limited. There was not enough there.
Okay, and I'm just saying, does that in any way invalidate your findings that James Shaw's DNA, Travis Reinking's DNA was present?
No, because we're looking at the major and the minor, so no comparisons on the minor.
All right. And did you prepare your findings? You've been reading from some paragraphs. Is that from your official written report?
Yes.
If I could tender a copy. Ms. Ellis, could you take a look at that report or that copy and see if that is a copy of your report prepared with respect to the analysis in this case?
Yes.
All right, I would tender that as exhibit with her. And I have no other questions, Your Honor.
No questions.
Okay, thank you.
I have a trash can for your clerk.
They called Bridget Chambers. And for the purpose of the clerk, state will be asking to use exhibits 7, 8, 11, 12, and 13. And also exhibit 24.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. If you'll come around and sit here in this witness chair, and you'll please relate the man while you testify.
Thank you.
She'll probably need some gloves.
She needs gloves too.
I have some, actually.
Would you?
Every time I come to court, they're always super big, so I bring my own because they fit me.
Good afternoon, Ms. Chambers. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Bridget Chambers. It's BridgetChambers.
And where do you work?
I work for the Metro Nashville Police Department Crime Laboratory in the Firearm and Tool Mark Identification Unit.
What is your, title or position there?
I'm a Forensic Scientist 3, a Forensic Firearms and Tool Mark Examiner.
What is the Forensic Firearms Tool Mark and, you said, Identification Examiner?
Yes.
Okay.
So my primary duties are to determine whether a bullet or cartridge case was fired in a particular firearm. I also do tool mark examinations, distance determinations, serial number restorations, and our NIBIN database entries and correlations.
Okay. And what is, I guess, how often are you working handling firearms and cartridges and cartridge casings is part of your job?
Generally on a daily basis.
What is your background and training in that field?
I previously, before I worked for the Metro Nashville Police Department Crime Laboratory, I worked for the Indiana State Police Laboratory, and that's where I went through my training program. It's modular in nature. It had to do with firearms history, firearms identification history, manufacturing of firearms and of ammunition. I also did microscopy modules, and then I had to do practicals and tests in each of these modules, and then I had multiple mock cases and then ended with a mock trial.
Okay. And what is your education?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice from Indiana University.
Have you ever had to testify as an expert in the field of forensic firearms and tool mark identification and analysis?
Yes, I have.
At this time, I tender the witness, Ms. Chambers, as an expert in forensic firearms and tool mark identification analysis.
You can stipulate she's an expert.
Should we so declare Jim, Mary Terry, all
Ms. Chambers, what is the process of testing a firearm?
When I receive a firearm, I will open the package that it comes in. I will first check that it's safe. I'll check the chamber, remove any magazines from the firearms, and then I will document that firearm, make, model, serial number, anything on the outside of that firearm that may look odd, and then I will manipulate that firearm to check the action of the firearm. I'll take pictures of the firearm, and then I will take it into our range, and I will test fire the firearm.
Okay. And when you say test fire, what does that mean?
I'll usually load 2 cartridges into a magazine and load it into the firearm and test fire it into a water tank that we have at the laboratory.
And when the firearm is submitted into evidence along with the magazine, do you also test the magazine to see if it will operate with the firearm?
Yes, I do.
And is that common practice in your field?
Yes.
And are you able, is there a process by which you're able to determine whether or not a cartridge can be fired through a specific weapon?
Can you repeat the question,
A
please?
cartridge, sorry. What is a cartridge? When you in your report declare something as a cartridge, what does that mean?
A cartridge is an unfired piece of ammunition, so it's the cartridge case, the powder, and the bullet, and the primer is the ignition system of the cartridge, and that has been unfired.
So what we might commonly understand to be a bullet, is that just the many different pieces that you just described?
Correct. The bullet is the projectile that comes out of the barrel.
Okay. So once a projectile and once a cartridge case is loaded into a firearm and then fired through the firearm, what happens? Can you describe that?
So once the trigger is pulled, that ignition, the primer portion of the cartridge is ignited and ignites the powder within that cartridge. The energy in the powder from the powder burns, and the energy will push the bullet down the barrel, and then in turn push the cartridge case back. The firearm will cycle, and then the cartridge case is ejected, and then the bullet goes until it hits a target.
And if a cartridge case is found along with a particular firearm that's also found, are you able to conduct a test and analysis to determine if that cartridge case was projected from that particular firearm?
Yes, I can.
And what is the process for doing that?
So when I look at the evidence cartridge cases that I received, I will intercompare those on what's called a comparison microscope, and that's 2 microscopes connected with an optical bridge and one set of eyepieces that lets me look at 2 things at the same time. And so I will evaluate those evidence cartridge cases first to determine the class characteristics that exist, which is the characteristics that are set by the manufacturer. So for cartridge cases, it would be the shape of the firing pin impression and the breech face marks. So once I've established that the class characteristics are similar, then I'll look at the individual characteristics of those cartridge cases. And those are the characteristics that are left during the manufacturing process or through the use and abuse of the particular firearm. So once I've looked at the evidence cartridge cases together, then I will take my test fired cartridge cases that I produced from the firearm, and I'll do the same process over again. I'll look for the class characteristics and the individual characteristics of the firearm, and I'm looking also for the reproducibility of those marks. And once I've completed that, then I will take a evidence cartridge case and compare it to a test fired cartridge case, and through the agreement of class and individual characteristics, I can determine whether that cartridge case was fired in that firearm.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to pick up exhibit number 13. That should be the long box. Ms. Chambers, this has already been admitted into evidence, but are you able to determine whether or not the contents of of Exhibit 13 is an item that you tested?
So on the outside of this box, I have my case number, my item number, and my initials, along with my seals have my initials as well. I'm going to And through the serial number on the firearm, I've determined it is the firearm that I examined.
And what was the process that you were just doing there?
I was checking the firearm to make sure it was cleared and safe.
Okay. And you said this is the firearm that you tested?
Yes.
What item number was that?
My item 003-01.
Okay, and what kind of firearm is it?
This is a Bushmaster XM15-E2S rifle.
And what is the Bushmaster XM15, could that be commonly mistaken for a AR-15?
Yes, it's the same platform as an AR-15.
Some, I guess lay people might commonly refer to it as an assault rifle. Would you, those of you who work in the field of forensic firearms, describe it the same?
No, we don't use that term. We say it's a semi-automatic rifle.
Okay, and you could put Exhibit 13 back. Ms. Chambers, you described it as a semi-automatic rifle. What does that mean?
That's correct. So a semi-automatic rifle requires that the trigger be pulled each time a cartridge has been fired.
And what is the difference between that and a automatic rifle or automatic firearm?
An automatic firearm, one pull of the trigger, you hold the trigger back and the firearm will continue to fire until you run out of cartridges in the magazine.
In a firearm such as the Bushmaster XM15, which you test fired, how quickly can one fire one round to the next?
As quickly as you could pull the trigger.
So it could be as quick as within seconds you could fire multiple rounds?
Yeah, it's possible. As quickly as you could pull the trigger.
Okay. Were you able to, I want to have you look at Exhibit 11. Can you look at that and tell me if there's anything on the outside of Exhibit 11 that suggests that you tested the items contained within that bag?
Yes, again, it has the case number, item number, and my initials, along with my initials on the seal.
Okay. And is there a description there contained on the bag?
Yes, it's 30 RP223 Remington cartridge casings.
And could you just kind of describe what that means, the Remington RP223?
Yes, so these are Remington brand 223 cartridge cases, so they are fired cartridge cases.
Okay. And what does 223 mean?
That is the caliber of the cartridge case.
And what was the caliber of Exhibit 13, the Bushmaster XM15?
This firearm is chambered for 223 Remington or 5.56 by 45 millimeter cartridges.
Is that round or that particular firearm one that is commonly used by individuals, by the military, or either the U.S. military or other militaries around the world?
Yes, that's generally the 5.56 by 45 millimeter was designed for the military, and then it was adopted by the commercial side, and it was originally the 223 Remington cartridge, but since people were using it interchangeably, now the new firearms they've created, you can use both cartridges for those firearms.
Okay. And did you test the 30 Remington 223 rim cartridge casings that
Yes.
are contained in Exhibit 11?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to conduct an analysis as to whether or not they could match any particular firearm?
Yes, the 30 cartridge cases were identified as having been fired in the Bushmaster rifle.
And that was Exhibit 13, which you showed to us just a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Okay. Now I want you to, you can take that, but she's done with that. Exhibit number 8, would you please look at that? Now, I'd like you to open exhibit number 8, please. And, sorry, before you open it, did you test or examine those particular contents?
No, I did not.
Okay. As a firearms two-mark, forensic firearms and two-mark identification analyst or expert, are you able to look at a particular cartridge case and determine what the caliber is and what it, I guess, the make or manufacturer by looking at it?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd ask you to open exhibit number 8.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Do you have any of the cartridge cases in you're able to see any of them, or?
Yes, there are numerous cartridges,
Okay.
unfired cartridges inside this bag.
Would you describe them for, describe at least one of them for me?
Yes, these are Remington brand 223 Remington cartridges.
And are they hollow point or, I guess, full metal jacket?
These ones in my hand, they are hollow point.
What is the difference between a hollow point and a full metal jacket?
So a full metal jacket has no hole at the end. It's completely covered, the bullet is. And the hollow points have a cavity in the nose of the bullet. And the reason for that is if the hollow points, they are intended to expand upon impact, stopping in the target that they are intended for. And then full metal jackets generally go through the target.
And do those cartridges appear to be the same caliber and manufacturer as the cartridge casings that you have already identified, which were in Exhibit 11 as being fired through the Bushmaster XM15, which was Exhibit 13?
They're the same manufacturer and caliber, yes.
Okay. Thank you. No, with that exhibit. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm not done with that exhibit. My apologies. I'd like you to look at exhibit number 7 and 12. Let's start with 7. Are you able to look at the package of exhibit 12 and determine whether or not you tested the contents of that package?
Yes, my case number and item number and initials on the seal.
And what is it contained therein?
This is a magazine for the rifle.
And what is a magazine?
The magazine is what holds the cartridges and loads the cartridges into the firearm.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether that particular magazine fit any gun that you tested?
Yes, this magazine was a D&H Industries magazine. It's a manufacturer, and it fits and functions in the Bushmaster rifle.
And how were you able to make that determination?
I loaded cartridges into this magazine and loaded it into the rifle and cycled and fired them, and they functioned as designed.
Okay. And would you look at exhibit number 12?
Oh, that was 12.
Okay. Then exhibit number 7 then.
Okay.
And are you able to determine whether or not you tested the contents of exhibit number 7?
Yes, my markings are on here.
And what's contained in there?
This is 2 Hex Mag magazines.
Is Hex Mag any different than D&H Industries?
It's just a different manufacturer.
What caliber cartridge casing could be held inside of that magazine?
It's marked for 5.56 by 45 millimeter, but it could also hold 223 Remington as well.
And did you conduct a test to make that determination?
Yes, I loaded the cartridges into the magazine and cycled it through the firearm.
Okay. And which firearm are you referring to?
The Bushmaster.
The Bushmaster XM15?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask you to open that exhibit number 7 so that we can see it. could you just show the jury and describe kind of how it works?
So here's the two magazines. They're the same hex mag magazines, and this is what's called the follower, and the cartridges are loaded into the top of this, and both of these can hold up to 31 cartridges, so you can load up to 31 cartridges, load it into the firearm, and with the cycle of the action, it will strip off the top of the cartridge in the magazine, fire, and then the cycling will continue to strip off as you pull the trigger until the magazine is empty.
Now, I'd like you to take back exhibit number 8, please. That was the exhibit that contained the 60 cartridges. And would you show the jury what the process is of loading one of those magazines? You don't have to load it completely, but just
Yes.
if you would put a few of the rounds in there.
So the cartridge fits into the top there, and this is a side-by-side on a staggered magazine here, and it just keep loading cartridges into the top.
Okay. And what you're doing is basically loading them one at a time. Is
Correct.
that correct? All right, thank you. And she no longer needs exhibit number 8, 7, or 12.
Got it done?
Yes, sir.
Long day.
Yes, sir. Long week.
Now, Ms. Chambers, would you look at exhibit number 24? Are you able to determine whether or not the contents of exhibit number 24 contains an item that you tested?
Yes.
And what was the process that you were just doing just then?
I was, again, checking the firearm to make sure it was clear and safe.
Okay, is it clear and safe?
Yes.
And could you just show it to the jury briefly?
So I've checked the chamber here. The magazine has been removed, and there's no cartridge in the chamber.
Okay. And is there also a magazine in Exhibit 24?
Yes, there is.
And would that magazine fit that firearm?
Yes.
And what kind of firearm is it?
This is a Kimber Pro Carry 2 45 auto pistol.
Okay. When you say auto, what do you mean?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
That's the caliber designation 45 auto or 45 ACP. It's just the cartridge that fits in the firearm.
Does that mean it's an automatic firearm or a semi-automatic?
It's a semi-automatic.
So still when you pull the trigger once, only one projectile would come out.
Correct.
Right. Were you able to test that firearm to determine if it was in working condition?
Yes, I was.
And what were you able to determine?
During the examination and test firing of this firearm, I documented that it looked like there was some rust within on the barrel and on the rails. So during test firing, when I would load the magazine, a cartridge into the magazine, load the magazine into the firearm, and when I would release the slide that strips that cartridge off the top of the magazine and loads it into the chamber to be fired. However, when I did that, the slide itself was protruding a little bit, which means it was out of battery. And when a firearm is out of battery, you cannot pull the trigger and fire it. So what I had to do is I just had to tap the back of the slide to get it to close fully, and then I was able to test fire it.
Okay, so it could operate, just not immediately.
In a laboratory setting, correct.
And if an individual was aware of that the firearm would need that tapping in order to get it to work, would they be able to operate the firearm?
Yes.
All right, that is all for exhibit number 24. I do have two more. And Ms. Chambers, you have one box sitting by you. Could you tell me whether or not it has any indications that it's associated with this case?
Yes, it has the case number, item number, and my initials on the box and on my seals.
And does that indicate to you that the contents therein is it an item that you tested as part of the investigation?
I can't say that for sure because it looks like my seals have been.
Okay. Did you produce a report there what does the, on the outside of the box, does it give any description?
Yes, it says it's the Remington 30-06 with magazine.
Okay.
And then it has, I believe, the serial number. Yes, the serial number.
And did you test the Remington 30-06 with the magazine?
Yes, I did.
And what is the serial number you see on the box?
It is 711-98178, which matches my notes.
Okay. And I'd like to pass up to you a image, which I believe Ms. Chambers, when you look at that image, could you describe it?
Yes, this is a Remington Model 710 30-06 rifle.
And is that image consistent with the Remington 30-06 710 rifle that you tested?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask that the image be our next exhibit, and permission to publish it to the jury over the screen. Yeah. And that item be marked for identification purposes only, the firearm.
The 30-06?
No, the physical contents of the box be marked as a next exhibit for identification.
For ID only?
Yes. So the picture should be 36 and the actual firearm should be 37 for ID at this time.
Got it.
And Ms. Chambers, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture of the Remington 710 30-06 rifle.
And what do those terms mean?
Remington is the manufacturer, the model is 710, and then 30-06 is the caliber and the cartridge designation for this firearm.
Was there a cartridge case magazine also?
Yes, there was a magazine.
And how many rounds could that magazine hold?
This magazine could hold 8 cartridges.
8 cartridges?
Yes.
And what type of, the manner, if I wanted to fire that weapon, what are the exact steps I would have to take in order to fire it?
So this is a bolt action rifle. There's like a handle on the side that's connected to the bolt. And to load this firearm, you could load the magazine, then manually close that bolt, which would strip that cartridge off the top of the magazine, pull the trigger, and then that action stays closed and the cartridge case is still loaded inside that firearm. So to eject that, you have to manually open that bolt, and then it would eject the cartridge case and then close it again to reload.
Is that different from the Bushmaster XM15?
Yes, the Bushmaster rifle is a semi-automatic, and it's a gas-powered, gas impingement type action, which means that the gas from firing the cartridge goes into a tube and then impinges on that bolt, and that the action of the gas onto that bolt will push that bolt back and eject, and then the recoil spring will go back and strip that cartridge and will load without any manual interaction.
And would you be able to fire the Bushmaster XM15 more rapidly than this bolt action Remington 1730-06?
Well, you would not have to have any manual activity to load or unload the firearm for the Bushmaster as you would for this rifle.
Okay. And could you just circle for us where the actual bolt action portion is?
Is it not working?
Is it not working?
No.
You tried.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. All right. And what is... Okay. Thank you. And now I'm going to circle some. What is this here?
That is a scope, a microscope, or not microscope, a scope to usually used for hunting to see what you're hunting.
Okay. And what is this right here?
That is the bipod. It's a stand. You can fold that down and lay it on the ground or on the table, and it's a stand for the rifle.
Is much like a sniper rifle?
It's just a stand to either set on the ground or to set on a table.
Okay, understood. Now I'm gonna move on to the next box, and we can take this image down. Yes, I'm done with that box. I will have another image though, shortly. I'm sorry, Ms. Chambers, in case I didn't ask, was the firearm, which is now Exhibit 37 for identification purposes only, was that in normal operating condition?
Yes, it was.
And how about the Bushmaster XM15, which was Exhibit 13?
Yes, it was in normal operation.
Okay. All right, so now will you look at the box that is to your right and tell us whether or not you are able to determine if the contents contained therein were tested by you?
The package does have my markings on the seals and on the box.
Okay. And are you able to, is there a description on the box?
Yes, it says it's a CZ 452-2E ZKM, and the serial number is 825386, which matches my notes.
Okay, so you tested a CZ452-2E ZKM rifle with serial number 825386.
Yes.
Okay. And you have an image in your hands. Is that image consistent with the firearm which I just read off, the CZ rifle that you tested?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask that the image be Exhibit 38 and that the actual firearm be Exhibit 39 for identification purposes only, and permission to publish Exhibit 38 at this time. And we're going to put it back up on the screen also. Yes, we're done. Ms. Chambers, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture of the CZ rifle.
What is the caliber of this rifle?
This is a 22 long rifle.
And how many cartridge cases will it hold?
The magazine will hold 5 cartridges.
Okay, and will you just circle the magazine for me?
I'm sorry?
Circle the magazine for me?
Yes.
All right. Did you test fire this firearm?
Yes, I did.
And was it in normal operating function?
Yes, it was.
And what is this right here? I'm circling.
It is a scope for this rifle.
Okay. To your knowledge, what is this rifle normally used for?
This can also be a hunting rifle, usually for smaller game.
Smaller game such as?
Like squirrels and birds and things like that.
Okay, understood. Oh, yes. Is this firearm a bolt action firearm also?
Yes, it is.
So what you discussed about the process of having to do each time, that's what you have to do with this firearm in order to make it fire?
Yes, this firearm is also manually loaded and unloaded.
Right. Anything else? All right. Those are my questions, young man.
Good evening, Ms. Chambers.
Good evening.
So just a few questions. I want to direct your attention back to this, the 45 Kimber Pro Carry 2. I want to make sure I understand you, because based on what you were telling me and the jury, when you first attempted to examine this firearm, it was not in normal operating condition, correct?
Well, in the laboratory setting during my test firing, when I attempted to load a cartridge into the chamber via the magazine and closing the slide would not close by itself. I would have to press on the back of the slide to get it fully closed into battery.
And that's not how the manufacturer intended at Kimber for that firearm to function, correct?
Correct.
So it was not in normal operating condition when you found it and test fired it or attempted to test fire it in the laboratory?
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry. Just one redirect question. Mr. Evans was asking about on the 45 Kimber, it being out of battery. We kind of talked about that. Did you put that in your report?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At this time, I'd ask to pass up the report.
And just for clarification, is this report solely for that one weapon, or is this?
No, it's for all of her, or I guess maybe she should answer the question, Judge.
I don't mind if he puts it in late. It's okay.
I just want to know. Sometimes they have an individual report for each weapon.
And Ms. Chambers, you just looked at a document. Is that the report that you created in response to the testing that you did and testified about here today?
Yes, it is.
And I'd ask that it be made exhibit number 40. And no further questions.
Anything else?
No, you're wrong.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
The state's next witness is Dr. Thomas Deering.
You were that you want to prove? You solemnly swear to affirm and tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Dr. Deering, could you please state your full name for the record?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Tom Deering. Of course, Thomas, Thomas. Last name is D as in dog, Eering.
Dr. Deering, could you please describe where you're employed and what your position is there?
I work for a company called Forensic Medical Management Services, and we contract with Metro Nashville to be their medical examiner. So I'm an MD. I'm also a forensic pathologist, and my title currently is Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for Metro Nashville.
And can you describe basically what a medical examiner does?
I tell people my job's easy. I always answer two questions. What's the cause of death? And there's lots and lots of choices. And what's the manner of death? And there's basically 5 choices, and you're familiar with those: homicide, suicide, natural, accident, and we even have a category where we just can't figure that out. We call it undetermined.
And how long have you worked as a forensic pathologist?
Well, here in this office, it'll be 21 years at the end of this month.
Can you estimate how many autopsies that you have performed in that 21 years?
I just tell people I average more than 250 a year, and if you do 20 years times 250, I'm at 5,000. So I've done more than 5,000 autopsies.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Deering as an expert in forensic pathology.
No objection. All right, Mr. Jury, Dr. Deering will be classified as a forensic pathologist for purposes of his testimony and whatever opinions he deems appropriate.
Dr. Deering, could you generally describe the process of completing an autopsy?
When the body comes to us, it comes in a body bag. So we'll take it out, we'll unzip it, we'll take a picture of it as is, take whatever photos we need. The body then is unclothed if that's necessary. We'll clean up the body. Sometimes first we're looking at injuries before we do all that. Occasionally there's some evidence that we collect at that point, but once that's done, the bodies are all cleaned up, and we take another set of pictures with them completely without clothes and cleaned up. And we can take x-rays at that point to see if there's something metal inside the body that we're looking for. Broken bones, things like that. Once we're satisfied at that point, and we often make diagrams of the injuries that we're seeing, we'll open up the body. So that's kind of our physical exam, and we have a way of opening up the body that we see all the organs, right where they are, including the brain. We can remove them all, we weigh them, we dissect them. We look for evidence of injury, we look for evidence of illness, and disease states. We'll collect specimens, like for toxicology. So blood, urine, vitreous fluid, which is from the eye, are typical things we collect, and send it off to another lab looking for medications and specifically illicit drug use and alcohol. I can collect evidence, and typically what that means is that if I'm looking for bullets, I can collect the bullet at that point, and we'll retain that so it can be put into evidence. If I need to, I can take little bits of organs and send them to a lab that will make a glass slide out of it, and I can use my microscope. On trauma cases, typically I don't need to do that, but that's something else I can do. So either on that day, if I have enough information, or once I get the toxicology back and glass slides, I come to a conclusion and I have an opinion, and I answer those 2 questions. Now, really, everything I just told you answers the first question: what's the cause of death? What I also get is a story, and it's very important, because interpreting whether something is natural, or whether it's an accident, or whether it's a homicide or a suicide, depends on what happened. So similar injuries may go one way or may go the other. So it's very important that I get a story of what happens. And then I answer the second question. I'll sign the death certificate. I'll put that on the autopsy report, and then the report with all my findings and my diagrams and the talks then gets published.
And many times, if the autopsy is related to a criminal investigation, do you meet with the detectives and/or review any other evidence related to the case prior to testifying?
That happens very frequently. Sometimes frequently they come to the autopsy and we can discuss things. We may talk about it over the phone later. We may have meetings, if there's things to be figured out or trying to put together.
And is it common that in autopsies connected to criminal investigations that you might review additional photos, or if there's video of an incident kind of in connection with your trial testimony prior to testifying?
Oh, yes, if I can get scene photos, and sometimes there's videos, that can often help. My job and what I'm trying to do with the autopsy is what we call clinical pathologic correlation. It means I'm trying to find the injuries, put it to what happened at the scene, and see if I can fit those together and make a logical conclusion of the events that happened.
Dr. Deering, were you involved and present for the autopsy of Joe Perez Jr., Tori and Charles Sonderland, Aquila Jamal Da Silva, and Diebony Lachey Groves, all from the 4/22/2018 incident at the Waffle House located at 3571 Murfreesboro Pike in Antioch, Tennessee?
Yes.
And in preparation for trial and through the criminal process, did you review the surveillance video from the Waffle House and from that shooting?
Yes.
And I am going to begin by asking you specifically about the autopsy of Joe Rene Perez Jr. And did you create a report related to that autopsy?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask that a copy of the report be passed to you. Which, Dr. Deering, do you also have your actual file with you for purposes of giving testimony today?
Yes. All right, so this is all of those sheets that I told you about that go into the autopsy. I even did some microscopic work. I put the skin from one of the gunshot wounds in for looking at with my microscope. It has the tox report, and the cover sheet we call the report of investigation by the county medical examiner. And it's sort of a summary sheet. It sort of tells the story of why we're involved with this case, and then it'll state the cause and manner of death that was decided on this case. And this is an accurate copy of Joe Perez Jr.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask that that be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. And I also have a 4-page document of diagrams that I would ask be handed to the witness.
Thank you.
Dr. Deering, do you recognize those documents?
Yeah, these are 4 diagrams that I made. These are mine, my work product from the autopsy on Joe Perez.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that those 4 diagrams be made the next number exhibit. They have been pre-marked with A, B, C, and D. And Your Honor, at this time I would ask permission to publish those to the jury. Dr. Deering, this is what has been introduced as 41A, which is the full body chart for the autopsy of Joe Perez Jr. The next image is just a zoom in of that same body chart. This is 42B, which is the side view of the full body diagram. And again, there is a zoomed in image of the injury that is indicated in that diagram. And then 41C, which is, I guess, a head, multiple head, 6 different head views diagram. And again, a zoomed in image of the injury in that diagram. And then the fourth is 41D, which is a, I guess, top skull view diagram. And again, a zoomed in image of that diagram. Dr. Deering, I'm going to ask that you describe the injuries to Joe Perez Jr. And as we go through your testimony, if any of these diagrams assist your testimony and would aid in explaining any of the injuries to the jury, if you'll just direct me and I will publish that diagram as you testify.
If you'll start putting up the one with the head diagrams, the 6 head diagrams. Joe Perez, I described 4 gunshot wound paths, meaning there's an entrance and it either goes to bullet fragments or it exits, and that constitutes a path. So one wound may have 2 gunshot wounds, an entrance and an exit. So I'm just going to say I've described 4 paths. And they, just a quick summary, they have something in common, is that they go in the same direction for the most part. The main thing that they share is they come from back to front of the decedent. So the bullets come from behind him and go forward through his body. I've labeled these and there's letters, and they're just the order in which I describe them. I can't say for sure, even having watched the video, that I can tell you this one came before this one and this one came, next. I've just described 4. In the video, the shots are fairly close together, so it would be hard to delineate which of those. And I'm going to start with the one that I called A over the top of the head. It's this one that looks like a really long carrot. And this is where I've kind of circled it. It enters back there, and it tunnels along the top of the head. So it's going from back to front and coming forward. And in so doing, it fractures the skull and it injures the brain. So the other thing that's about it, and many of the wounds here, all of these wounds, particularly on x-ray, and once I get in and look at them, have a pattern that kind of tells me something about the weapon. And that these are that when the bullets hit the target, they break into a lot of tiny little pieces. I mean, they're not all tiny, but there's a lot of tiny ones. And you can see that right away on x-ray. And when you get inside, the injuries on the inside are way more significant than the diameter of the bullet going through, which typical things like a handgun, typically, it's the diameter of the bullet that injures as it goes through. But with rifle wounds, something that's a high velocity gunshot wound, the injuries on the inside are often much larger than just the path of the bullet. And we see a lot of these little pieces, and we're going to see that pretty much in most of the wounds that I'm going to describe. So that's the first one. So then I'd like to go, well, let's go to the one to the top of the skull that shows the cranium. And really I'm just showing that although this hits the top, the energy and the force of this actually fractures the bottom. So this is the top of the skull. This one here is with the brain removed. So this is what the brain sits on. And there's significant fractures even on what we call the skull base. So this is a devastating wound. I don't have pictures of it, but I have described that the brain is lacerated too. It's torn significantly from that one. So can we go to the full body diagram, please? I've said that there's 4 wounds. I just did the first one. The second one is on the left side of the neck, I labeled it B, and I'm going to turn a little bit towards you and just sort of point in this area. It's here, and it goes from back to front, and it's going to come out E, and I'm going to go to that diagram in a minute. I just wanted to show you so I didn't skip it. The next one is gunshot wound C, and it's kind of the posterior left shoulder area, and that bullet goes from back to front. And there's going to be wounds associated with that. It hits the scapula, the shoulder blade, and it fractures it. It hits several ribs in the back, and it ends in lots of these little fragments, and you can actually see them on x-ray. The fourth one, and again, remember I'm going to go back to B, is this one D, and it's on the right side. It's a lot different than the other three. In my opinion and experience, this bullet hit something first. The bullet started to break. Sorry, I'm going to sip one. It hit something first, and at that point it becomes shrapnel. A lot of little pieces of bullet are now hitting the skin, so it's very irregular, and there's a lot of black material that's not present on the other wounds in this. So I was wondering at first if it might be asphalt, and then it hit it and kind of picked it up. In watching the video, there is a black post or a black pole that's in the direction of the bullets, and that's the only thing that I see that it could hit. I don't know if the pole is wrapped with something, but there's black material that's embedded in a lot of these wounds, and I think I recovered some of the fragments.
And it's that pole that you've described, was that a handicap sign that was in the parking lot?
I don't remember what it was. I just was looking for something black, and as we looked around, there was a pole that was black, and I may be wrong about that. But could we go now to the side picture? So here it is from the side, and if you look along the left side, that's much better. This very large wound here is the exit wound. That's gunshot wound E. And interestingly, in rifle wounds, this is the kind of wound where it is often typical that the exit is much larger than the entrance. Another, indication of what kind of a weapon we may be dealing with, and this is a very good example of that. The exit is much larger than the entrance. It really just injures a lot of soft tissue in the side of the neck, but those are important structures as well. So this one goes from back to front. There may be some other little directions on it, but what they all have in common is all four of these wounds are coming from behind. You have a devastating wound to the skull, you have a significant wound to the back of the left chest, and an injury to the left neck, and then a shrapnel wound with lots of little pieces that are in there. And that pretty much, I think, summarizes, and I think I've used all the diagrams from Joe Perez's case.
Dr. Deering, you've referenced the rifle wounds in this case. Can you explain a little bit and differentiate it from maybe a handgun, a 9mm, and how the injuries are different?
The speed of the bullet makes a big difference. When high velocity first started showing up, they called them exploding bullets because when autopsies were done, it was amazing how much injury was seen inside versus just the small size of the bullet. And I kind of already explained, like with typical handguns, the injuries are the width of the bullet, and sometimes bullets tumble, so they're a little bit wide. But this is a temporary cavity that is created in the tissue, and the injury will extend out that whole cavity. Therefore, we see the larger exits, like you see from B to E. That's actually an example of what happens when you see high velocity hitting a body. And there's going to be some other injuries we see in some of the other decedents that will show you this as well.
And if someone is not trained in rifle wounds versus a handgun 9mm wound, would it'd be easy for them to mistake an exit wound for an entrance wound. And
But
vice-
we've seen that before. Yes.
And the conclusion of the autopsy of Joe Rene Perez Jr., can you say what the cause and manner of death is?
In my opinion, the cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, specifically a rifle, and the manner of death is homicide. Now, I have to tell you, when I say homicide, I mean that it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a murder. They're not synonymous. It may be, but it may not be. That's what you decide. I'm just saying that he died as the result of somebody else's actions, not his own.
Thank you, Dr. Deering. Moving on to Torian Sonderland. I'm going to ask that you be passed a report. Which, Dr. Deering, I have one last question for Mr. Perez's case. Based off the injuries that he sustained, how long would he have lived?
Well, the injury to the head is devastating. So we're talking seconds to maybe minutes. I would expect him to be immediately unconscious once the head shot is present. I guess I would stop and say very, very quickly, if not almost immediately.
Thank you. Do you recognize the report that was handed to you?
All right, so this is an accurate copy. It has the report of investigation. It has my autopsy report, the diagram, and the toxicology, all on Torian Sonderland.
Your Honor, I would ask that that document be made the next numbered exhibit.
43.
And I have 3 pages.
Diagram.
The first 2 pages are diagrams. The 3rd page is an X-ray image.
44, A through C.
Yes, Your Honor. With C being the X-ray image.
And these are 2 diagrams that I created for the autopsy on Torian Sonderland. And this is a portion of one of the x-rays that was taken in that same case.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that those be introduced. Dr. Deering, I have just placed 43A, which is a full body diagram, on the screen. The next image is a zoomed in image of the head injury that you have denoted on the diagram. And the next image is a zoomed in image of the torso portion of the diagram. We also have the lower body portion. The next image is 43B, which is a side view diagram of the body. And then the last image, which is an X-ray image, is 43C. And again, just as you did with Mr. Perez, as you testify about the injuries to Mr. Sonderland, if you could just direct me to the diagram that would assist you the most in your testimony.
Let's do to the closer up of the back of the head. Mr. Sonderland's case is probably the most complicated of the 4. I believe that I've described 7 gunshot wound paths. And again, I'd like to kind of group things together. and some is because I've seen the video and they make sense from things that I've seen. I'm just going to go ahead and start again with a headshot. So we have gunshot wound A, which is right there, and it exits right there. So instead of going over the top like we saw on the last one, this one is going from the decedent's right to left. Goes across the back of his head. So it fractures the skull and it tears the left side of the back of the brain as it goes through, which makes sense from its location. And its main direction is right to left. So I just kind of wanted to focus on that one. Now, if we could see the full body diagram. There's a cluster of 4 shots around the right chest. In the right back, there's B and C. Here in the front, there is gunshot wound E, which is kind of like right there in the center. And E is going to exit in gunshot wound F, which is right here. And the fourth of those is not in this picture, and we'll get to that in a minute. That's gunshot wound G. I'm going to show you where that is. Gunshot wound G is over here on the right side. So we have 2 in the back right, 1 on the side right, and we have 1 in front. The interesting thing about the 1 in front, it's going the other direction. It's going from the decedent's left to right. The exit is much larger than the entrance, so we've seen a second example of that typifies what we might see in a rifle shot. The other ones all tend to go right to left. And there may be some up and down and forward and back, but that's their main direction, similarly to what we saw in the back of the head. So now we've described 4 shots that go right to left and 1 that's going left to right. If we could go ahead and take a look at that lateral view. And here's gunshot wound G. And you can't see it very well in this picture. I've described up here, I've wrote the word stippling. We've not seen this on any other wound so far. There's little pieces of partially burnt or unburnt gunpowder that have abraded, stuck themselves in the skin and made a little mark. You know, they made an abrasion. It means that this shot is closer than all the other shots. And it gives us some information. Now, as a group, so we have these 4 shots from around the side. As a group, we're going to have injuries to multiple things. And let me just read down here what we've got. A lot of them fracture right ribs 5 through 9, so that whole area was hard to sort out what hit what because they all hit the same area. So ribs 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are all fractured by the gunshot wound. And the upper and middle lobes of the right lung are also injured. In addition, there is a laceration to the right side of the diaphragm. So the diaphragm has 2 leaps and the right side is done. There's a lower lobe injury of the right lung, and there's a laceration across the liver and maybe even all the way across to the other side to get the spleen. So you have multiple wounds coming from right to left, and the structures that are in the way are all broken or lacerated. And that includes the right lung, the liver, the diaphragm, and the ribs are all injured. And I found 300 milliliters of blood sitting in that right chest. So that's called a hemothorax.
Dr. Deering, what's significant about finding the 300 milliliters of blood?
It just means that there was certainly passive bleeding from the wounds.
Dr. Deering, what, if anything, can you say about, is there any wound that appears that it occurred before or after any of the other wounds?
From comparing it to the video of when they started, and I can actually see the decedent come from one side, move through the video, and go to the other side. My best approximation of this is the one that goes the other direction is the first one. You can see the decedent come very close, much closer to the shooter in the video, and that's likely this wound right here. So you have, can I stand up from so if you're perhaps, sorry, the viewpoint of the shooter, the decedent starts this way, so the first wound comes this way, and then you can see him turn, second wound, third wound, fourth wound. So I think these 4 occur in that order. Since those are very early on in the video, and you can hear the shooting start, the wound to the head must come later. And there actually are some other, and there's a wound to the left thigh as well. So talked about the wound to the head. There's also a wound that occurs to the left side, and that also goes from right to left. And just from, again, that seems to be later. I think the cluster of 4 occurs first. I don't know exactly about the others. The decedent may be falling to the ground while shots are still being fired. So that may account for the others. And I think I haven't described one wound yet. If we'll go back to the full body diagram, there's one more wound right here in the neck, and that's D. So, and it goes right to left and front to back. So it's going in here, and it fractures the clavicle and the ribs that are attached to the sternum, and it injures the left lung as well. That's another one that that is also going kind of in that right to left pattern. It's not as much as some of the others. So we have head, we have neck, we have 4 to the chest, and we have the left thigh. And I believe that's the 7 wounds that I saw. And the video sequence is watching, if I'm the shooter, is watching the decedent go from here to here and down to the ground is where he's found. So that's what makes most sense out of these. Certainly the head wound is a devastating wound, but this cluster of wounds to the chest, I can't sort out and say one isn't more, that they all injured the lungs and the ribs. So they would also all be potentially fatal wounds. The one to the thigh didn't hit any bone, so I don't think that's, let me just double check when I say that. No, it doesn't hit any bone. So that in and of itself is probably not a fatal wound, but I think it's a later wound rather than an earlier wound.
And Dr. Deering, based on the injuries and wounds to Torian Sonderland, is there anything that you can say about how long he would have lived after suffering these 7 gunshot wounds?
Again, particularly because the head wound, he's going to be unconscious immediately, and I'm going to give him again seconds to maybe, some minutes. On chest wounds, I've often seen way more than 300 milliliters of blood. That's almost just the amount that's kind of sitting there in the lungs. So his death may have been fairly immediate. Of course, you can see from the video he moves. So I like my opinion of seconds to maybe a minute or so.
Your Honor, can I verify that the jurors are able to see the images on the screens in the jury box, since we're clearly having issues with the large screen TV? Thank you.
Please let us know if you have any difficulties.
And I don't know if we just need to turn that off. It's a little distracting.
It's got different colors, they're like rainbows.
got something at the bottom.
Dr. Deering, previously I showed you an X-ray image. And can you describe specifically kind of the difference in the injury that this rifle round has caused versus, again, just comparing it to a 9mm round?
Well, the X-ray pattern, this is the term that's been coined called a leaded snowstorm. So bullet fragments or metal on this particular X-ray will be white. Dense bone is white. Air is more black. So particularly on the right chest where there were multiple bullets, these represent, fragments. Once the bullets hit, they broke into pieces. This is likely from gunshot wound D, the one that was up there below the neck and went into the left upper chest. This is that pattern of leaded snowstorm that indicates to me that we may be dealing with a rifle wound, something that's high velocity.
And Dr. Deering, did you establish a cause and manner of death at the completion of the autopsy for Torian Sonderman?
Yes, in my opinion, the cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, likely rifle, and the manner of death is homicide.
I'm going to ask that you be handed a report.
This is a copy of the report of investigation. It's the autopsy report with the diagram and the diagram that was made by Dr. Randy Tajjan, one of my colleagues, on Aquila de Silva.
And were you present during the autopsy of Aquila de Silva?
Yes, the two of us were doing autopsies in the same autopsy suite.
And there's another doctor that performed this autopsy. Is there a particular reason why?
Well, it's just caseload, trying to finish them, especially with multiple gunshot wounds and the amount of complexity. So, and to finish them as promptly as we could. We split them up. I did 3, and my colleague did the 4th. Oh, the other reason, I'm sorry, there's a better reason. Mr. De Silva went to the hospital. He was not pronounced dead at the scene. So resuscitation efforts were made, and he may have come in at a different time frame.
And have you reviewed the autopsy that was performed by the other doctor, and have you reviewed, I guess, all of the photographs and everything associated with it and come up with your own conclusion as to the cause and manner of death?
I did, yes.
And did it concur with the other doctor's opinion?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that the autopsy report of Aquila de Silva be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. And I have 2 documents, the first of which is a diagram, the second of which is an X-ray image.
Yes, and this is a copy of the X-ray from the Aquila de Silva case and a copy of the diagram made by Dr. Tajjan from the same case.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that those documents be introduced as the next numbered exhibit. I think 46A and B, did you already do that?
Yeah, already.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have permission to publish them to the jury?
You may.
Dr. Deering, this is the full body diagram for this autopsy report. Again, there is a zoomed in image of the actual injuries, and then the next image is the X-ray image. as you go through the autopsy of Akila Jamal Da Silva, if you could direct me to which, if any, of these images would assist you in your testimony.
We'll just stay right here. This one's much more straightforward. There's 2 gunshot wounds. They're both up here. So right anterior shoulder, right chest. There were injuries to the upper lobe of the right lung. There were fractures of the right, second, third, and fourth ribs. There was blood inside the right chest. That is from the gunshot, what he labels as A. And the other one injured the top of the right arm bone, the humerus, the right collarbone, and the right scapula, the shoulder blade, and hemorrhages along those wound tracks. So consistent with where we're seeing them, these are the bones and the structures that were all injured. The main direction is from front to back. They also go from the decedent's right to left and slightly downward. So both of them are kind of parallel wounds. If you would go to the x-ray, what we're seeing on here, we see the leaded snowstorm plus some larger fragments of bullet. It's in that area. That's the fracture of the arm bone that you can actually see on the x-ray. That it's broken. We may not be able to see others.
Which, Dr. Deering, there appears to be a paper clip. Can you explain that?
Yeah, the paper clip is from the hospital. They have marked where an entrance wound is. They put a paper clip on the surface of the skin and took the x-ray, so that when you're looking at the x-ray, you can say, oh, there's a wound there. So the paper clip's not inside of him. It was just on top of him when they took this x-ray. So, and you can see the area, it's the right chest, and those are the injuries associated for Akila Da Silva.
And can you tell anything about how close in time those injuries would have occurred to each other?
There's nothing really specifically about them. They're side by side. I sort of assume they came in rapid succession. They're in the same direction. It would be hard to do that if they were separated in time, but I don't really have anything about the autopsy that lets me do that.
And are they consistent with someone being low to the ground at the time that they sustained these injuries?
It's always a hard question to answer. I mean, what I can say for sure, that the shooter was in front because they're coming from front to back. It was, since they go from right to left, if I saw front to back, if I go right to left, if you're kind of from the shooter's perspective, and superior to inferior, a number of things can happen. And it's hard for me to predict both shooter and decedent. If one is a given, I can kind of place the other. If we say the shooter is holding the gun fairly level, then to go downward on the person, they can be ducked this way. If they're up straight, then the shooter is either higher than them or is holding the gun up and pointing downward. And I can't tell either from it. But the question is it consistent with someone being lower? It says, well, it could be, depending on where the shooter is and how he or she is holding the gun.
And in Mr. Da Silva's case, what, if anything, can you say about how long he would have survived after sustaining these injuries?
Well, this is one that the death would ultimately be from bleeding to death. He's not unconscious. He obviously made it to the hospital. They performed some procedures to try to save him, and it wasn't soon enough. So this goes more, minutes to maybe an hour or more. I can't be more precise than that versus being immediate. And obviously it is. There'll be a time of death from the hospital when he was pronounced that you can link back to when the shooting happened and get a pretty precise of how long he lived.
Is either of the gunshot wounds, I guess, more lethal or more devastating than the other?
It's a little hard to say. Certainly the one to the lung is going to bleed significantly, but a fractured arm bone and clavicle and scapula is going to have a fair amount of bleeding as well. So they're both pretty significant.
Would you expect this decedent to at some point have a hard time breathing?
Yes. Well, they mention a word in here. Dr. Tajdan talks about atelectasis, dry tongue, I can't say it, atelectasis of the lung. It just means the lung has started to collapse. And when there's a hole in there, you can get air around the lung. You can also get blood around the lung, and it starts to press on the lung, and it's not able to inflate like normally. So that would be not an unexpected finding in somebody shot in the chest like this, that they would have a hard time breathing eventually.
But Mr. De Silva, as compared to the other 2 autopsies that you've testified to, he would have lived a much longer period of time, even up to an hour. Is that correct?
And he did. I mean, he did live longer than the others.
Which I believe on the previous diagram, there was clearly medical intervention that occurred with Mr. De Silva. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the cause and manner of death that was determined after the completion of Mr. De Silva's autopsy?
The cause of death by Dr. Tajdan, which I agree with, is gunshot wounds of the torso, and the manner of death is homicide, and the torso, of course, being kind of from the neck to the pelvis.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that the doctor be passed a report, and then immediately after, I'm going to ask that he be handed a 2-page diagram.
This is the report of investigation, the autopsy report, the tox, but my diagrams are not in this particular copy.
And Your Honor, I'd ask that the autopsy report be introduced as exhibit number 47, I believe.
Yeah.
Dr. Deering, are those 2 documents that have been handed to you, are those the diagrams?
Yes, and these are the diagrams from the autopsy report that I made during the autopsy.
And Your Honor, I would ask that those be made the next numbered exhibit 48A and B.
And the decedent in that case is Diebony Groves.
Dr. Deering, just as before, and I'm sorry, I'm looking at that screen. Dr. Deering, are you able to see the diagram on your screen?
Yes.
And this diagram is the full body view for, again, you've said the autopsy of Diebony Lachey Groves. And there's also a zoomed in image of the injuries to her upper torso. And then your second diagram, which is the side view full body diagram, as well as a zoomed in image of those injuries. If you could just direct me to which, if
Let's
either.
stay with this one.
Thank you.
This decedent also suffered 2 gunshot wounds, A and B. They're side by side or kind of next to each other. They're parallel, and in fact, after describing each entrance, I described the wound path as a collection of both of the 2 of them. There's fractures of left ribs, 6 and 7. The spleen, which sits over on the left side, just under the ribs, that's torn. The left side of the diaphragm is torn. The left lobe of the liver, so the liver's mostly on the right side, but there's a lobe of it that kind of goes over the middle to the left. So the left side of the liver is torn. The colon is injured, so part of the intestine. The pericardium is the sac around the heart. That's torn, and there has been a perforation of the left ventricle of the heart, or a penetrating wound has gone into the heart. And in fact, I recovered a large fragment of the bullet from the aorta, and the aorta itself wasn't hurt, wasn't injured, but I believe this fragment of bullet that hit the left ventricle was pumped by the heart up and out into the aorta, and that's where I recovered it from. And I also recovered some other small fragments. The x-ray in this case shows the leaded snowstorm kind of a picture. And in this particular case, there's no exits. Both the wounds go predominantly the decedent's left to right and injure those structures and organs that are over on the left-hand side. I recovered 100 milliliters of blood from around the heart, and 900 milliliters, almost a liter, of blood in the left chest. Let's see if there's anything else here. Yeah, and there's some small abrasions of the face that I see on the diagram, but this is more significantly what the major injuries are.
Which Dr. Deering, you referenced the small abrasions on her face. Would those be consistent with if someone else was struck by a rifle round that was in close proximity to her and her body was on the other side of that?
Well, we've seen a couple of wounds on other decedents that had this shrapnel kind of thing with little pieces. So based on this scenario and story, this could certainly be bits of shrapnel that hit her in the face from someone else receiving a gunshot wound.
And De'Ebony Groves' injuries, what, if anything, can you say about how long she would have survived after sustaining these injuries?
This would go similarly to Mr. Da Silva. The ultimate mechanism of death here is going to be bleeding to death, and she has a significant amount of blood in her left chest. I'm just double checking. Yeah, I think she did not make it to the hospital, so she was dead there on the scene. So a matter of minutes, and I can't 3, 7, 15. I don't know, but probably not. A half an hour.
The injury specifically to De'Ebony's heart, would that have caused her to be conscious or unconscious any quicker?
She'd be conscious with these, but that probably makes it closer to just a handful of minutes, because the heart is going to pump out blood under pressure. But there's no significant injury to the brain, so she would be conscious until she lost enough blood that she passed out.
And Dr. Deering, at the conclusion of the autopsy of Ms. De'Ebony Lachey Groves, what was the cause and manner of death that you determined?
In my opinion, the cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds to the torso, probably a rifle, and the manner of death was homicide.
Thank you, Dr. Deering. I don't have any other questions.
Ross? Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Deering.
Good evening.
I'm only going to ask you a few questions about one of the cases, the Joe Perez Jr. case. Might want to pull that file. And specifically, I'm going to ask you some questions about the clothing that he had on when he came to your office. I don't know what all you have in your file, but that might help you get to a certain spot. So you had mentioned earlier that when a deceased is brought to your office, they're usually brought in what you referred to as a body bag, and if they had clothes on at the time that they were taken from the scene, they would be clothed, and then if they any kind of personal property might be put in the bag. Is that how it usually works?
Yes. Okay. And sometimes even what they're wrapped in and so on can come with them.
Okay. And so when Mr. Perez's body arrived at your office, and you began to look at it, you noticed that he has clothes on and there was some items in the bag other than just his body. Is that correct?
Well, I've just listed in the autopsy what clothing that he had.
And in the autopsy, did you notice that there were 2 hats?
Yes.
That were found with him when he arrived at your office, correct?
Yes.
All right. And is it correct that one of them was a Navy hat?
I described a blue cap and a black cap.
Okay. And so one was black and then one, we'll call it blue, if that's what's in your notes, as opposed to Navy. And were they, do you remember them at all? Or do you have any pictures with you at all?
We take pictures of the clothing. I don't specifically remember the caps.
Okay. If I may, Your Honor, I'd like to pass up. I don't know if you want it.
Thank you. This is a photo of the clothing from this case. It has the autopsy number on a little ruler that's in this, so I know it's from this case. And it shows a shirt and shorts and jeans and shoes and socks and 2 caps.
Okay. And can you tell from the 2 caps which one you would call the blue one and which one you would call the black one?
The one on the left in this I would call the blue one, and the one on the right I would call black. I'd have to actually see the clothing to be sure, but that's what it looks in the photo.
Okay. And are both of them similar in nature, that they have the polo sign on the front?
Yes, it's a polo rider on a horse.
Okay. And do you recall that both caps had a 3 on the side of it? Do you recall that?
I can see that in the picture.
Okay.
They have a 3.
All right. Could you tell from, if you remember, which cap, the black or the blue, that Mr. Perez was wearing at the time of the incident?
Give me a moment just to review my photos. Maybe I can tell.
Okay.
I've got some just thumbnails. Yeah, and the view of taken out of the body bag, the cap's no longer on his head. So on these initial photos, there's neither cap is on his head.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Do you know whether or not if either cap had any blood on it?
I don't.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to first make the photo that he's looking at the next numbered exhibit, please.
Sorry about that. This one.
With all the clothing?
Yeah, it's a picture that has all the clothing with the 2 caps, with the polo and the number 3s on them. And then specifically, I'd like to hand him this one. Can you recognize what that is, Dr. Deary?
It's a close-up of one of the caps.
Okay, that'd be the black cap on the right.
It could be. I have to see both of them to tell, but it's dark.
Okay, but they both look similar. One's blue and one's black. Is that right?
Yes.
And that appears to be
other picture back too. That'll I can answer it better because I think the 3s are a little different in the caps.
Okay.
So, from this picture, yes, this appears to be a picture of what would be the black cap, or the one on the right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'd like to make that the next numbered exhibit. Just 1 second. are my questions. Thank you, Dr. Garrett.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Deering. Well, I don't know, is there any other thoughts? I'm sorry. Thank you, Dr. Deering.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Glad we could get you in today since we couldn't get you tomorrow. Call you next witness.
Yes, may we approach?
Sure. Members of the jury, I know you will be greatly saddened, but we're going to adjourn for the evening. And to make matters worse, we're going to start at 10 in the morning, so you can sleep in a little bit, I guess. We got two witnesses. Let me just go ahead and tell you, the state has one more witness and they're done. That witness is going to take a while, and that's why we're not going to start this evening. We're going to pick up with the state's their witness tomorrow, and then since we're moving along quicker than we thought, the defense they were expecting their experts to maybe testify on Friday. They said that they're going to be able to get them started, but it'll be 12:30 or 1. So we're going to start a little bit late, let you pretend like tonight is Saturday night rather than another hard work night, and let you relax a little bit longer. And then we'll certainly finish up the state's proof in the morning, and then get into the defense proof in the afternoon. Remember, I told you that at the end of the state's case in chief, I got to deal with some legal issues, and so we'll have to take a recess to do that, and that may be around lunchtime or so anyway. So we'll certainly try and make it work around the lunchtime and everything, so we don't waste any of your time. But please keep in mind, as always, do what my staff ask you to do, please. And if they do that, you won't see any news. But should there be anything around it on the way to the hotel, anything, please stay away from it. Do not pay any attention, and most importantly at this point, that you're under staff control. If anybody should attempt to contact you, please advise my staff immediately. I don't know how they'll contact you since there's no phones or anything else, but be that as it may. Should it arise, please let us know immediately. So we're going to let you go for this evening and go relax, and you get back to the hotel room and get to relax a little bit before dinner. I think it's scheduled for 6:30. So just go back and relax a little bit. We'll see you in the morning at 10 o'clock. Is there anything else this evening? Can you turn on it? Okay. We'll have a rough draft of the jury charge in the morning. We started on it. We can talk about your special jury instructions in the morning.
Yes, sir. What time did you?
You want to do that about 9? So that they can either incorporate them or...
Yes, sir.
9 o'clock, all right with everybody? Yes. You anticipating any special instructions?
Not that I'm aware of, but I think they've addressed the issues that there are.
Or the disputes about it?
I gotta read it, I just double check.
Okay.
I hadn't, he
Let's
handed it
just
today.
plan on being here about 9 o'clock or so, and we'll deal with that or anything else that we need to deal with. Okay? And, I'll have a rough draft of everything else, and I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, the flight will be included. That charge is included, and we'll talk about the other three. All right? Court's adjourned.